Section 1 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 1. Preface. This collection of strange stories and weird traditions has not been compiled with a view of creating un frisson nouveau, but to serve as a guide to the geography of Ghostland, a handbook to the haunted houses of Great Britain. Many historic tales of apparitions and supernaturally disturbed dwellings are embedded in British literature, are frequently alluded to in journalistic and other publications, and are known to everybody by name, but by name only. Most people have heard of the Demon of Tedworth, the Lord Lyttelton ghost story, and other celebrated narratives of the uncanny kind, but it is rare to find anyone able to furnish particulars of them. To enable them to do this is the raison d'être of this work. The number of dwellings reputed to be haunted is much greater than is commonly supposed, and although steam engines and speculative builders are rapidly diminishing these lingering relics of the past, Dr. Mackay's words, in his extraordinary popular delusions, anent this theme, are still applicable. Who has not either seen or heard of some house, shut up and uninhabitable, fallen into decay, and looking dusty and dreary, whence at midnight strange sounds have been heard to issue, the rattling of chains, and the groaning of perturbed spirits? A house that people have thought it unsafe to pass after dark, and which has remained for years without a tenant, and which no tenant would occupy even were he paid to do so. There are hundreds of such houses in England at the present day, which are marked with the mark of fear, places for the timid to avoid, and the pious to bless themselves at, and ask protection from as they pass, the abodes of ghosts and evil spirits. There are many such houses in London, and if any vain boaster of their march of intellect would but take the trouble to find them out and count them, he would be convinced that intellect must yet make some enormous strides before such old superstitions can be eradicated. Although Dr. Mackay may not have exaggerated the number of places having the discredit of being haunted, particulars of the manner of the haunting are generally difficult to obtain. Nearly every ancient castle or time-worn hall bears the reputation of being thus troubled, but in a very large majority of such cases no evidence is forthcoming, not even the ghost of a tradition. Guidebooks, topographical works, even the loquacious custodian, where there is one, of the building, fail to furnish any details. Were it otherwise, instead of one modest volume, a many-tomed cyclopedia would be necessary. To mention here separately the many sources whence the information contained in this compilation has been drawn would be impossible, and as in most instances the authority for each story has been specified under its respective heading, would be needless. But still thanks are due and are hereby tendered to those authors whose books have been made use of, and to those noblemen and gentlemen who have aided the work by their friendly information. In conclusion, it should be remarked that authors and correspondents having, as far as possible, been allowed to tell their tales after their own fashion, the editor does not hold himself responsible for their opinions. Had he ever entertained any belief whatever in supernatural manifestations, as evidently many of his authorities do, the compilation of this work would have effectually cured him of such mental weakness, but it must be added, no story has been included the incidents of which have been proved to have been the result of palpable deception, or for which any natural explanation has been found. Trusting that his Psychomanteum will exercise no worse effect upon his readers than it has had upon its compiler, he leaves it to their judgment. John H. Ingram. End of Section 1.
Section 2 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 2. Allenbank. In North Britain, haunted castles and hereditary apparitions appear to have lingered more persistently and to have had longer leases of existence than they have had in the less romantically inclined southern portion of the island. One of the most noted Scotch spirits attendant upon a certain family is that known as Perlin Jean, so called from a species of lace made of thread with which this spectre is bedecked. Perlin Jean's continuous and demonstrative annoyances at Allenbank, a seat of the Stuarts, a family of Scotch baronets, are so thoroughly believed in and widely known that it has been found difficult to obtain a tenant for the place. Mr. Charles Kirkpatrick Sharp, the antiquary, has furnished the following explanatory account of Perlin Jean's hauntings at Allenbank, together with the cause of her doing so. "In my youth," says Mr. Sharp, "Perlin Jean was the most remarkable ghost in Scotland, and my terror when a child. Our old nurse, Jenny Blackadder, had been a servant at Allenbank, and often heard her rustling in silks up and down stairs and along the passages. She never saw her, but her husband did. She was a Frenchwoman, whom the first baronet of Allenbank [Footnote: Sir Robert Stuart was created a baronet in the year 1687. Then Mr. Stuart met with at Paris during his tour to finish his education as a gentleman. Some people said she was a nun, in which case she must have been a sister of charity, as she appears not to have been confined to a cloister. After some time young Stuart either became faithless to the lady or was suddenly recalled to Scotland by his parents, and had got into his carriage at the door of the hotel when his Dido unexpectedly made her appearance, and, stepping on the fore-wheel of the coach to address her lover, he ordered the postillion to drive on, the consequence of which was that the lady fell, and one of the wheels going over her forehead killed her. In a dusky autumnal evening, when Mr. Stuart drove under the arched gateway of Allenbank, he perceived Perlin Jean sitting on the top, her head and shoulders covered with blood. After this, for many years, the house was haunted. Doors shut and opened with great noise at midnight. The rustling of silks and pattering of high-heeled shoes were heard in bedrooms and passages. Nurse Jenny said that there were 7 ministers called in together at one time to lay the spirit, but they did no mickle good, my dear. The picture of the ghost was hung between those of her lover and his lady, and kept her comparatively quiet, but when taken away she became worse-natured than ever. This portrait was in the present Sir J.G.'s possession. I am unwilling to record its fate. The ghost was designated Perlin, from always wearing a great quantity of that sort of lace. Nurse Jenny told me that when Thomas Blackadder was her lover, I remember Thomas very well, they made an assignation to meet one moonlight night in the orchard at Allenbank. True Thomas, of course, was the first comer, and seeing a female figure in a light-coloured dress at some distance, he ran forward with open arms to embrace his Jenny, when lo and behold, as he neared the spot where the figure stood, it vanished, and presently he saw it again at the very end of the orchard, a considerable way off. Thomas went home in a fright, but Jenny, who came last and saw nothing, forgave him, and they were married. Many years after this, about the year 1790, 2 ladies paid a visit at Allenbank. I think the house was then let, and passed the night there. They had never heard a word about the ghost, but they were disturbed the whole night with something walking backwards and forwards in their bedchamber. This I had from the best authority. To this account may be added that a housekeeper, called Betty Norrie, who in more recent times lived many years at Allenbank, positively averred that she and many other persons had frequently seen Pearl and Jean, and, moreover, stated that they were so used to her as to be no longer alarmed at the noises she made. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 3. Bear Hall. The communicator of the story hereafter detailed was described in Notes and Queries as a well-informed young lady, and as one who firmly believed what she stated. Moreover, it was further remarked that, previous to her seeing the apparition she tells of, she had heard nothing whatever of any story or legend that could have put it into her mind or have caused her to dream of it. Whilst the corroborative evidence of her hostess and her household would put all idea of a dream or hallucination out of the question. In consequence of the correspondence this story called forth, a contributor to Notes and Queries made it fairly evident that the Bear Hall visited by the narrator was identical with Torrisholme Hall, the property of J. Lodge of Bear, in the county of Lancashire, Esquire. A short time ago, states the relator of this story, I went with a friend to pay a visit to a family in the neighbourhood of Lancaster. We were very cordially received at Bear Hall by the hostess, who assigned to our use a spacious bedroom with old-fashioned furniture, and we noticed particularly an old press. My companion and myself retired to bed and enjoyed a good night's rest. I happened to awaken at about 5 o'clock, it being a bright summer's morning, broad daylight, and, to my great surprise, saw distinctly within a few feet of the old-fashioned bed an old gentleman seated in an armchair, earnestly gazing at me with a pleasant expression of countenance. I was not alarmed but surprised, as I had locked the door when I went to bed, and, considering it a mental delusion, I closed my eyes for a moment and looked again. In the interval the old gentleman had moved his chair and placed its back against the chamber door. He was seated in it as before, and gazed at me with rather an amused expression. I turned round to look at my companion. She was fast asleep. I immediately awoke her and requested her to look across the room at the door. She could see nothing, neither could I. The old gentleman had gone. When I told her what I had seen, she got out of bed in haste. We both quitted the room in great alarm and went to the bedroom of our hostess, who admitted us, and there we remained until it was time to dress. The lady asked us if we had opened the old press wardrobe. It appeared we had. "Oh," said she, "it is only James Bear, my uncle, or great-uncle. He does not like anyone but myself to examine his ancient clothes, or interfere with his press. He frequently joins me in the house, and some of the other members of the family also, but they don't like him. With me he often converses." I found, concludes the narrator, who does not appear to have had any further encounter with James Bear's apparition, if any of the rooms or closets were locked at night, they were found open in the morning, and our hostess thought nothing of it. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 4. Barbie. Dr. Lee, in his work on Glimpses of the Supernatural, furnishes a curious account of the discovery of hidden treasure by the agency of an apparition. He does not appear to entertain the slightest doubts as to the correctness of his information in this case, and indeed declares, as will be seen later on by the reader, that the circumstances recorded were completely verified. The events to which Dr. Lee refers are stated to have occurred at Barbie, a village of between 600 and 700 inhabitants, in the county of Northampton, situated about 8 miles from Rugby and a little more than 5 miles from Daventry. A house in this small village was, until recently, reputed to be haunted, and this in the following manner, according to the authority above referred to. An old woman of the name of Webb, a native of the place, and above the usual height, died on March 3, 1851, at 2 a.m., aged 67. Late in life she had married a man of some means, who, having predeceased her, left her his property, so that she was in good circumstances. Her chief and notorious characteristic, however, was excessive penuriousness, she being remarkably miserly in her habits, and it is believed by many in the village that she thus shortened her days. Two of her neighbours, women of the names of Griffin and Holding, nursed her during her last illness, and her nephew, Mr. Hart, a farmer in the village, supplied her temporal needs, in whose favour she had made a will, by which she bequeathed to him all her possessions. About a month after the funeral, Mrs. Holding, who, with her uncle, lived next door to the house of the deceased, which had been entirely shut up since the funeral, was alarmed and astonished at hearing loud and heavy thumps against the partition wall, and especially against the door of a cupboard in the room wall, while other strange noises, like the dragging of furniture about the rooms, though all the furniture had been removed, and the house was empty. These were chiefly heard about 2 o'clock in the morning. Early in the month of April, a family of the name of Ackleton, much needing a residence, took the deceased woman's house, the only one in the village vacant, and bringing their goods and chattels, proceeded to inhabit it. The husband was often absent, but he and his wife occupied the room in which Mrs. Webb had died, while their daughter, a girl of about 10 years of age, slept in a small bed in the corner. Violent noises in the night were heard about 2 o'clock, thumps, tramps, and tremendous crashes, as if all the furniture had been collected together and then violently banged onto the floor. One night, at 2 a.m., the parents were suddenly awakened by the violent screams of the child. "Mother, mother, there's a tall woman standing by my bed, a-shaking her head at me." The parents could see nothing, so did their best to quiet and compose the child. At 4 o'clock they were awakened by the child's screams, for she had seen the woman again. In fact, she appeared to her no less than 7 times on 7 subsequent nights. Mrs. Ackleton, during her husband's absence, having engaged her mother to sleep with her one night, was suddenly aroused at the same hour of 2 by a strange and unusual light in her room. Looking up, she saw quite plainly the spirit of Mrs. Webb, which moved towards her with a gentle, appealing manner, as though it would have said, "Speak, speak." The spectre appeared likewise to a Mrs. Radbourne, a Mrs. Griffiths, and a Mrs. Holding. They assert that luminous balls of light seemed to go up and towards a trapdoor in the ceiling which led to the roof of the cottage. Each person who saw it testified likewise to hearing a low, unearthly moaning noise, strange and unnatural alike, but somewhat similar in character to the moans of the woman in her death agony. The subject was, of course, discussed, and Mrs. Ackleton suggested that its appearance might not impossibly be connected with the existence of money hoarded up in the roof, an idea which may have arisen from the miserly habits of the dead woman. The hint having been given to and taken by her nephew, Mr. Hart, the farmer, he proceeded to the house, and with Mrs. Ackleton's personal help made a search. The loft above was totally dark, but by the aid of a candle there was discovered, firstly, a bundle of old writings, old deeds as they turned out to be, and afterwards a large bag of gold and banknotes, out of which the nephew took a handful of sovereigns and exhibited them to Mrs. Ackleton. But the knockings, moanings, strange noises, and other disturbances did not cease upon this discovery. They did cease, however, when Mr. Hart, having found that certain debts were owing by her, carefully and scrupulously paid them. So much for the account of the haunted house at Barby. The circumstances detailed were most carefully investigated by Sir Charles Isham and other gentlemen in the neighbourhood, and the conclusion they arrived at was that the above facts were completely verified by the evidence laid before them. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 5. Beaminster School. In 1774, the Gentleman's Magazine printed the following narrative, prefacing it with these words: "The following very singular story comes well authenticated." In many respects, the story may be deemed unique in the history of the supernatural. The apparition appears in broad daylight and is seen by 5 children, one of whom did not even know the individual it represented when alive, and yet proved its identity by a wonderful piece of circumstantial evidence. The intense pathos of the unfortunate and evidently murdered lad, reappearing amid the scenes of his childish occupations, and where he had been wont to play with those boys who now could only look upon him as a passing shadow, is most suggestive. "The School of Beaminster," says the account, "is held in a gallery of the parish church, to which there is a distinct entrance from the churchyard. Every Saturday, the key of it is delivered to the clerk of the parish by one or the other of the schoolboys. On Saturday, June the 22nd, 1728, the master had dismissed his lads as usual. 12 of them loitered about in the churchyard to play at ball. It was just about noon. After a short space, 4 of the lads returned into the school to search for old pens, and were startled by hearing in the church a noise which they described as that produced by striking a brass pan. They immediately ran to their playfellows in the churchyard and told them of it. They came to the conclusion that someone was in hiding in order to frighten them, and they all went back into the school together to discover who it was, but could not find anyone. As they were returning to their sport, on the stairs that led into the churchyard, they heard in the school a second noise. Terrified at that, they ran round the church, and when at the belfry, or west door, they heard what seemed to them the sound of someone preaching, which was succeeded by another sound as of a congregation singing psalms. Both of these noises lasted but a short time. With the thoughtlessness of youth, the lads soon resumed their sport, and after a short time, one of them went into the school for his book, when he saw a coffin lying on one of the benches, only about 6 feet away. Surprised at this, he ran off and told his playfellows what he had seen, on which they all thronged to the school door, whence 5 of the 12 saw the apparition of John Daniel, who had been dead more than 7 weeks, sitting at some distance from the coffin, further in the school. All of them saw the coffin, and it was conjectured that why all did not see the apparition was because the door was so narrow they could not all approach it together. The first who knew it to be the apparition of their deceased schoolfellow was Daniel's half-brother, and he, on seeing it, cried out, "There sits old John, with just such a coat on as I have." In the lifetime of the deceased boy, the half-brothers were usually clothed alike. "With a pen in his hand, and a book before him, and a coffin by him. I'll throw a stone at him." The other boys tried to stop him, but he threw the stone, as he did so saying, "Take it!" upon which the apparition immediately disappeared. The immense excitement this created in the place may be imagined. The lads, whose ages ranged between 9 and 12, were all magisterially examined by Colonel Broadrep, and all agreed in their relation of the circumstances, even to the hinges of the coffin, whilst their description of the coffin tallied exactly with that the deceased lad had been buried in. One of the lads who saw the apparition was quite 12 years of age, and was a quiet, sedate lad for his age. He entered the school after the deceased boy had left it, on account of illness about a fortnight before his death, and had never seen Daniel in his lifetime. This lad, on examination, gave an exact description of the person of the deceased, and took especial notice of one thing about the apparition which the other boys had not observed, and that was, it had a white cloth or rag bound round one of its hands. The woman who laid out the corpse of John Daniel for interment deposed on oath that she took such a white cloth from its hand, it having been put on the boy's hand, he being lame of it, about 4 days or so before his death. Daniel's body had been found in an obscure place in a field, at about a furlong distant from his mother's house, and had been buried without an inquest, in consequence of his mother alleging that the lad had been subject to fits. After the appearance of the apparition, the body was disinterred, a coroner's inquest held, and a verdict returned to the effect that the boy had been strangled. This verdict appears to have been mainly arrived at in consequence of the depositions of 2 women of good repute, that 2 days after the corpse was found, they saw it, and discovered a black list round its neck, and likewise of the joiner who put the body into the coffin, and who had an opportunity of observing it, as the shroud was not put on in the usual way, but was in 2 pieces, one laid under and the other over the body. A chirurgeon who gave evidence could not, or would not, positively affirm to the jury that there was any dislocation of the neck. So far as can be learnt, no steps were taken to bring anyone to justice on account of the suggested death by violence of the lad. End of Section 5. Read by Zachary J. in Boise, November 6th, 2021.
Section 6 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Aidan Fitzgerald. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 6, Bisham Abbey. Bisham Abbey in Berkshire was formerly the family seat of the Hobbys, and about the first half of the 16th century was in possession of Sir Thomas Hobby, or Hoby, a man of no slight reputation for learning in those days. He married Elizabeth, the third daughter of Sir Anthony Cook, who shared the general fame of her family for intellectual qualifications. When Sir Thomas went to France as ambassador for Queen Elizabeth, his wife accompanied him, and on his death abroad in 1566, Lady Hobby brought his body home and had it interred in a mortuary chapel at Bisham. Subsequently, she married John, Lord Russell. By her first husband, the Lady Hobby is said to have had a son who, when quite young, displayed the most intense antipathy to every kind of study. And such was his repugnance to writing, that in his fits of obstinacy he would wilfully and deliberately blot his writing books. This conduct enraged his mother, whose whole family were noted for their scholastic attainments, and who, like her three sisters, Lady Burleigh, Lady Bacon, and Lady Killigrew, was not only an excellent classical scholar, but was also married to a man of literary note. That she chastised the unfortunate lad with all the violence at that period permitted to and practiced by parents on their children. She beat him, according to the old legend, again and again on the shoulders and head, and at last so severely and unmercifully that he died. It is commonly reported that as a punishment for her unnatural cruelty, her spirit is doomed to haunt Bisham Abbey, the house where this cruel act of manslaughter was perpetrated. Several persons have seen the apparition, the likeness of which, both as regards feature and dress, to a pale portrait of her ladyship in antique widow's weeds, still remaining at Bisham, is said to be exact and lifelike. She is reported to glide through a certain chamber in the act of washing bloodstains from her hands, and on some occasions her apparition is said to have been seen in the grounds of the old mansion. A very remarkable occurrence in connection with this narrative took place some years ago, according to Dr. Lee, author of Glimpses of the Supernatural. In taking down an old oak window shutter of the latter part of the 16th century, he states that a packet of antique copybooks of that period were discovered, pushed into the wall between the joist of the skirting, and several of these books, on which young Hobby's name was written, was covered with the blots, thus supporting the ordinary tradition. End of Section 6. Read by Aidan Fitzgerald.
Section 7 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 7. Bothavon. In the second volume of Hitchen's History of Cornwall is given in extenso a most remarkable account of an apparition that is believed to have appeared in that county. The scene of its appearance was a place called Bothavon, or Bothavon, in the parish of South Petherwin, near Launceston. Various authors have alluded to this marvelous and, all things considered, inexplicable story, but as Hitchen appears to have derived his account direct from one of the persons chiefly concerned, that is to say, from the Reverend John Ruddle, headmaster of the grammar school at Launceston, vicar of Altonan, and prebendary of Exeter, it is better to follow him. Young Mr. Bligh, says Hitchen, a lad of bright parts and of no common attainments, became on a sudden pensive, dejected, and melancholy. His friends, observing the change without being able to discover the cause, attributed his behaviour to laziness, an aversion to school, or to some other motive which they suspected he was ashamed to avow. He was, however, induced to inform his brother, after some time, that in a field through which he passed to and from school, that is to say, to and from Launceston Grammar School, of which, as has already been observed, Mr. Ruddle was headmaster, he was invariably met by an apparition of a woman whom he personally knew while living and who had been dead about 8 years. Young Bligh is said to have been at this time about 16. Ridicule, threats, and persuasions were alike used in vain by the family to induce him to dismiss these absurd ideas. Mr. Ruddle was, however, sent for, to whom the lad ingenuously communicated the time, manner, and frequency of this appearance. It was in a field called Higher Broomfield. The apparition, he said, appeared dressed in female attire, met him 2 or 3 times while he passed through the field, glided hastily by him, but never spoke. He had thus been occasionally met about 2 months before he took any particular notice of it. At length the appearance became more frequent, meeting him both morning and evening, but always in the same field, yet invariably moving out of the path when it came close to him. He often spoke, but could never get any reply. To avoid this unwelcome visitor, he forsook the field, and went to school and returned from it through a lane, in which place, between the quarry peg and nursery, it always met him. Unable to disbelieve the evidence of his own senses, or to obtain credit with any of his family, he prevailed upon Mr. Ruddle to accompany him to the place. I arose, says this clergyman, the next morning, and went with him. The field to which he led me I guessed to be about 20 acres, in an open country, and about 3 furlongs from any house. We went into the field, and had not gone a third part before the spectrum, in the shape of a woman, with all the circumstances he had described the day before, so far as the suddenness of its appearance and transition would permit me to discover, passed by. I was a little surprised at it, and though I had taken up a firm resolution to speak to it, I had not the power, nor durst I look back. Yet I took care not to show any fear to my pupil and guide, and therefore telling him that I was satisfied in the truth of his statement, we walked to the end of the field and returned, nor did the ghost meet us that time but once. On the 27th of July 1665 I went to the haunted field by myself, and walked the breadth of it without any encounter. I then returned and took the other walk, and then the spectre appeared to me, much about the same place in which I saw it when the young gentleman was with me. It appeared to move swifter than before, and seemed to be about 10 feet from me, on my right hand, insomuch that I had not time to speak to it, as I had determined with myself beforehand. The evening of this day, the parents, the son, and myself being in the chamber where I lay, I proposed to them our going all together to the place next morning. We accordingly met at the stile we had appointed. Thence we all 4 walked into the field together. We had not gone more than half the field before the ghost made its appearance. It then came over the stile just before us, and moved with such rapidity that by the time we had gone 6 or 7 steps it passed by. I immediately turned my head and ran after it, with the young man by my side. We saw it pass over the stile at which we entered, and no farther. I stepped upon the hedge at one place, and the young man at another, but we could discern nothing. Whereas I do aver that the swiftest horse in England could not have conveyed himself out of sight in that short space of time. 2 things I observed in this day's appearance. First, a spaniel dog, which had followed the company unregarded, barked and ran away as the spectrum passed by, whence it is easy to conclude that it was not our fear or fancy which made the apparition. Secondly, the motion of the spectrum was not gradatim, or by steps, or moving of the feet, but by a kind of gliding, as children upon ice, or as a boat down a river, which punctually answers the description the ancients give of the motion of these lemurs. This ocular evidence clearly convinced, but withal strangely affrighted, the old gentleman and his wife. They well knew this woman, Dorothy Durand, in her lifetime, were at her burial, and now plainly saw her features in this apparition. The next morning, being Thursday, I went very early by myself, and walked for about an hour's space in meditation and prayer in the field next adjoining. Soon after 5 I stepped over the stile into the haunted field, and had not gone above 30 or 40 paces before the ghost appeared at the further stile. I spoke to it in some short sentences with a loud voice, whereupon it approached me, but slowly, and when I came near it moved not. I spoke again, and it answered in a voice neither audible nor very intelligible. I was not in the least terrified, and therefore persisted until it spoke again and gave me satisfaction. But the work could not be finished at this time. Whereupon the same evening, an hour after sunset, it met me again near the same place, and after a few words on each side, it quietly vanished, and neither doth appear now, nor hath appeared since, nor ever will more to any man's disturbance. The discourse in the morning lasted about a quarter of an hour. These things are true, concludes the Reverend John Ruddle, and I know them to be so, with as much certainty as eyes and ears can give me, and until I can be persuaded that my senses all deceive me about their proper objects, and by that persuasion deprive me of the strongest inducement to believe the Christian religion, I must and will assert that the things contained in this paper are true. End of section 7.
Section 8 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jared Shaw. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 8. Bowood. In the popular memoirs of Mrs. Schimmelpenninck, the well-known authoress, a curious story connected with Bowood, the seat of the Marquis of Lansdowne, is related as having occurred whilst the celebrated Dr. Priestley was librarian there to Lord Shelburne. One day, says Mrs. Schimmelpenninck, Mr. Petty, the precocious and gifted youth, sent for Dr. Priestley, Lord Shelburne, Mr. Petty's father, being then absent, I think, in London. When the doctor entered, Mr. Petty told him he had passed a very restless night, and had been much disturbed by uncomfortable dreams, which he wished to relate to Dr. Priestley, hoping that, by doing so, the painful impression would pass away. He then said he dreamed he had been very unwell, when suddenly the whole household was in preparation for a journey. He was too ill to sit up, but was carried lying down in the carriage. His surprise was extreme in seeing carriage after carriage in an almost interminable procession. He was alone and could not speak. He could only gaze in astonishment. The procession at last wound slowly off. After pursuing the road for many miles towards London, it at last appeared to stop at the door of a church. It was the church at High Wycombe, which is the burial place of the Shelburne family. It seemed, in Mr. Petty's dream, that he entered, or rather was carried, into the church. He looked back. He saw the procession which followed him was in black, and that the carriage from which he had been taken bore the semblance of a hearse. Here the dream ended, and he awoke. Dr. Priestley told him that his dream was the result of a feverish cold, and that the impression would soon pass off. Nevertheless, he thought it best to send for the family medical attendant. The next day Mr. Petty was much better. On the third day, he was completely convalescent, so that the doctor permitted him to leave his room. But as it was in January, and illness was prevalent, he desired him on no account to leave the house, and, with that precaution, took his leave. Late the next afternoon the medical man was returning from his other patients. His road lay by the gates of Bowood, and as Lord Shelburne was away, he thought he might as well call to see Mr. Petty and enforce his directions. What was his surprise when he had passed the lodge to see the youth himself, without his hat, playfully running to meet him. The doctor was much astonished, as it was bitterly cold and the ground covered with snow. He rode towards Mr. Petty to rebuke him for his imprudence, when suddenly he disappeared. Whither, he knew not, but he seemed instantaneously to vanish. The doctor thought it very extraordinary, but that probably the youth had not wished to be found transgressing orders, and he rode on to the house. There he learnt that Mr. Petty had just expired. End of section 8.
Section 9 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 9. The Bristol Vicarage. In 1846, certain strange doings were reported to be going on in an ancient residence in Bristol. The papers found the matter exciting such interest that they felt bound to notice it, but did so in a half-serious, half-sarcastic spirit, as the following excerpt from the Bristol Times will show. Under the heading of A Ghost at Bristol, the journal named made this statement. We have this week a ghost story to relate. Yes, a real ghost story, and a ghost story without, as yet, any clue to its elucidation. After the dissolution of the Calendars, their ancient residence, adjoining and almost forming a part of All Saints' Church, Bristol, was converted into a vicarage house, and it is still, in 1846, called by that name, although the incumbents have for many years ceased to reside there. The present occupants are Mr. and Mrs. Jones, a sexton and sextoness of the church, and 1 or 2 lodgers. And it is to the former and their servant maid that the strange visitor has made his appearance, causing such terror by his nightly calls that all 3 have determined upon quitting the premises, if indeed they have not already carried their resolution into effect. Mr. and Mrs. Jones' description of the disturbance, as given to the landlord, on whom they called in great consternation, is as distinct as any ghost story could be. The nocturnal visitor is heard walking about the house when the inhabitants are in bed, and Mr. Jones, who is a man of by no means nervous constitution, declares he has several times seen a light flickering on one of the walls. Mrs. Jones is equally certain that she has heard a man with creaking shoes walking in the bedroom above her own, when no man was on the premises, or at least ought not to be, and was nearly killed with fright. To the servant maid, however, was vouchsafed the unenvied honour of seeing this restless night visitor. She declares she has repeatedly had her bedroom door unbolted at night between the hours of 12 and 2 o'clock, the period when such beings usually make their promenades, by something in human semblance. She cannot particularize his dress, but describes it as something antique and of a fashion l'ancien garn, and to some extent corresponding to that of the ancient Calendars, the former inhabitants of the house. She further says he is a whiskered gentleman, we give her own words, which whiskered gentleman had gone the length of shaking her bed, and, she believes, would have shaken herself also, but that she invariably puts her head under the clothes when she sees him approach. Mrs. Jones declares she believes in the appearance of the whiskered gentleman, and she had made up her mind the night before she called on her landlord to leap out of the window, and it is not a trifle that will make people leap out of the windows, as soon as he entered the room. The effect of the flickering light on Mr. Jones was quite terrific, causing excessive trembling and the complete doubling up of his whole body into a round ball like. As far as can be ascertained, no elucidation of this mysterious affair was ever forthcoming. Mrs. Crowe, to whose knowledge the account was brought, subsequently wrote to the editor of the Bristol Times and received a reply that the whole affair remains wrapped in the same mystery as when chronicled in the pages of the paper, and this statement was subsequently confirmed by Mrs. Jones. End of section 9. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 10 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jared Shaw. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 10. Cambridge. In the narrative about to be recited, the appearance of the apparition and the coincidence of the date of death with its appearance differ in no way from the usual records of such things. But the wonderful series of events by which the discrepancies between the official report and the spectral visits were ultimately explained render this story one of the most marvelous known. It is related by Robert Dale Owen in his famous Footfalls, wherein he declares that although in accordance with the wishes of the family, some of the names are merely represented by initials, they are all known to him. As, however, the name of the officer subsequently appeared in print, we shall not be committing any breach of courtesy or of good feeling in stating that Captain German Wheatcroft is the name in full. The story taken as a whole is so truly marvelous that it is deemed but just that it should be given verbatim from Owen's record, not abridging or altering a single footnote, nor omitting aught save a spiritual episode which does not affect the general narrative. The tale runs thus. In the month of September, 1857, Captain German Wheatcroft of the 6th Inniskilling Dragoons went out to India to join his regiment. His wife remained in England, residing at Cambridge. On the night between the 14th and the 15th of November, 1857, towards morning, she dreamed that she saw her husband looking anxious and ill, upon which she immediately awoke, much agitated. It was bright moonlight, and, looking up, she perceived the same figure standing by her bedside. He appeared in his uniform, the hands pressed across the breast, the hair disheveled, the face very pale. His large dark eyes were fixed full upon her. Their expression was that of great excitement, and there was a peculiar contraction of the mouth, habitual to him when agitated. She saw him, even to each minute particular of his dress, as distinctively as she had ever done in her life, and she remembers to have noticed between the hands the white of the shirt bosom, unstained, however, with blood. The figure seems to bend forward, as if in pain, and to make an effort to speak, but there was no sound. It remained visible, the wife thinks, as long as a minute, and then disappeared. Her first idea was to ascertain if she actually awake. She rubbed her eyes with the sheet, and felt that the touch was real. Her little nephew was in bed with her. She bent over the sleeping child, and listened to its breathing. The sound was distinct, and she became convinced that what she had seen was no dream. It need hardly be added that she did not again go to sleep that night. Next morning, she related all this to her mother, expressing her conviction, though she had noticed no marks of blood on his dress, that Captain Wheatcroft was either killed or grievously wounded. So fully impressed was she with the reality of that apparition that she thenceforth refused all invitations. A young friend urged her soon afterwards to go with her to a fashionable concert, reminding her that she had received from Malta, sent by her husband, a handsome dress cloak, which she had never yet worn. But she positively declined, declaring that, uncertain as she was whether she was not already a widow, she would never enter a place of amusement until she had letters from her husband, if indeed he still lived, of a later date than the 14th of November. It was on a Tuesday in the month of December 1857 that the telegram regarding the actual fate of Captain Wheatcroft was published in London. It was to the effect that he was killed before Lucknow on the 15th of November. This news, given in the morning paper, attracted the attention of Mr. Wilkinson, a London solicitor, who had in charge Captain Wheatcroft's affairs. When at a later period this gentleman met the widow, she informed him that she had been quite prepared for the melancholy news, but that she had felt sure her husband could not have been killed on the 15th of November, inasmuch as it was during the night between the 14th and the 15th that he appeared to her. Footnote: the difference of longitude between London and Lucknow being about 5 hours, 3 or 4 o'clock a.m. in London would be 8 or 9 o'clock a.m. at Lucknow. But it was in the afternoon, not in the morning, as will be seen in the sequel, that Captain Wheatcroft was killed. Had he fallen on the 15th, therefore, the apparition to his wife would have appeared several hours before the engagement in which he fell, and while he was yet alive and well. R. D. Owen. End of footnote. The certificate from the War Office, however, which it became Mr. Wilkinson's duty to obtain, confirmed the date given in the telegram, its tenor being as follows: Number 9579/1. War Office, 30th of January, 1858. These are to certify that it appears by the records in this office that Captain German Wheatcroft, of the 6th Dragoon Guards, was killed in action on the 15th of November, 1857. Footnote: into this certificate, of which I possess the original, an error has crept. Captain German Wheatcroft was of the 6th Inniskilling Dragoons, not of the 6th Dragoon Guards. R. D. Owen. End of footnote. Signed, B. Hawes. Mr. Wilkinson called at the office of Messrs. Cox and Greenwood, the army agents, to ascertain if there were no mistake in the certificate, but nothing there appeared to confirm any surmise of inaccuracy. Captain Wheatcroft's death was mentioned in 2 separate dispatches of Sir Colin Campbell, and in both the date corresponded with that given in the telegram. So matters rested until, in the month of March, 1858, the family of Captain Wheatcroft received from Captain G. C., then of the military train, a letter dated near Lucknow on the 19th of December, 1857. This letter informed them that Captain Wheatcroft had been killed before Lucknow, while gallantly leading on the squadron, not on the 15th of November, as reported in Sir Colin Campbell's despatches, but on the 14th, in the afternoon. Captain C. was riding close by his side at the time he saw him fall. He was struck by a fragment of shell in the breast, and never spoke after he was hit. He was buried at the Dilkusha, and on a wooden cross, erected by his friend, Lieutenant R., of the 9th Lancers, at the head of his grave, are cut the initials G.W. and the date of his death, the 14th of November, 1857. Footnote: it was not in his own regiment, which was then at Meerut, that Captain Wheatcroft was serving at the time of his death. Immediately on arriving from England at Cawnpore, he had offered his services to Colonel Wilson of the 64th. They were at first declined, but finally accepted, and he joined the military train then starting for Lucknow. It was on their ranks that he fell. R. D. Owen. End of footnote. The War Office finally made the correction as to the date of death, but not until more than a year after the event occurred. Mr. Wilkinson, having occasionally to apply for an additional copy of the certificate in April 1857, found in it exactly the same words as that which I have given, only that the 14th of November had been substituted for the 15th. Footnote: The originals of both these certificates are in my possession, the first bearing date 30th January 1858, and certifying, as already shown, to the 15th, the second dated 5th April 1859, and testifying to the 14th. R. D. Owen. End of footnote. This extraordinary narrative was obtained by me direct from the parties themselves, says Owen. The widow of Captain Wheatcroft kindly consented to examine and correct the manuscript, and allowed me to inspect a copy of Captain C.'s letter, giving the particulars of her husband's death. To Mr. Wilkinson also the manuscript was submitted, and he assented to its accuracy so far as he is concerned. I have neglected no precaution, therefore, to obtain it for the warrant of authenticity. It is, perhaps, concludes Owen, the only example on record where the appearance of what is usually termed a ghost proved the means of correcting an erroneous date in the despatches of a commander-in-chief, and of detecting an inaccuracy in the certificate of a war office. End of section 10.
Section number 11 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section number 11, Cambridge University. Innumerable stories are related of various rooms in the colleges of Oxford and Cambridge being haunted. One of the most circumstantial is given in Howitt's History of the Supernatural, as related to him by Wordsworth on his return from paying a visit to his brother Dr. Christopher Wordsworth, then master of Trinity College, Cambridge. According to the poet's account as detailed by Howitt, a young man having just come to enter himself a student at Trinity, brought with him a letter of introduction to Dr. Wordsworth. Upon presenting his introductory epistle, the student asked the master if he could recommend comfortable quarters to him, and Dr. Wordsworth mentioned some that were at that time vacant. The young man took them. A few days after this, Dr. Wordsworth, seeing the collegian, asked him how he liked his new quarters. He replied that the rooms themselves were very comfortable, but that he should be obliged to give them up. Upon being asked what was his reason for doing so, the young freshman replied, Dr. Wordsworth might think him fanciful, but that the rooms were haunted, and that he had been awakened every night by the apparition of a child which wandered about the rooms, moaning, and, strange to say, with the palms of its hands turned outwards, that he had searched his rooms, and on each occasion found them securely locked, and that he was convinced nothing but an apparition could have traversed them. Dr. Wordsworth said he would now be candid with him, and confessed that these rooms had been repeatedly abandoned by students on the plea that they were haunted, but that having a perfect reliance on his judgment and veracity, from what he had heard of him, he was desirous of seeing whether he would confirm the story of having had no intimation of it beforehand. Weather, says Howitt very pertinently, the young man thanked the master for his recommendation of such lodgings does not appear. In The Night Side of Nature is given another instance of the appearance of an apparition in one of the colleges at Cambridge, but unfortunately the name of the college is not given, and only the initial of the ghost seer's name. The story is that three young men, students at the university, after having been seen out hunting, met and dined together in the apartments of one of them. After dinner, the host and one of his guests, fatigued with their heavy exercise, fell asleep, but the third person present, Mr. M., remained awake. After a time, Mr. M. beheld the door open, and an elderly gentleman enter and place himself behind the sleeping owner of the rooms. Having stood there For about a minute the stranger moved away and proceeded into the gip room, a small inner chamber whence there was no other means of exit than through the door he had entered. As the stranger did not come out again from the gip room, Mr. M woke his host and told him that somebody had gone into the room, remarking, "I don't know who it can be." The young man rose and looked into the gip room, but as there was no one there, he very naturally accused Mr. M of having been dreaming, but he was quite positive that he had not been asleep. He then gave a description of the visitor's appearance, describing him as dressed like a country squire, with gaiters and so forth. "Why, that's like my father," said the host, and at once instituted inquiry as to whether the old gentleman had been there, and had contrived to slip out again unobserved. He had not been seen, and an early post brought the intelligence of his death, which had occurred about the time he was seen at Cambridge. End of section number 11. Read by Avni.
Section 12 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jared Shaw. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 12. Canterbury. In his celebrated Athenae Oxonenses, Anthony A. Wood, the learned antiquary, states that Dr. Jacob, a well-known medical man, told him the following marvelous relation of an apparition that visited his house at Canterbury. This very story, records A. Wood, Dr. Jacobs told me himself, being then at Lord Tenham's in Kent, where he was then physician to my eldest son, whom he recovered from a fever. Dr. Jacob also repeated the relation in a letter, which Aubrey, the antiquary, alludes to in his Miscellanies. The story is that the learned Henry Jacob, a fellow of Merton College, Oxford, died at Dr. Jacob's house at Canterbury, about a week after Henry Jacob's death. The doctor being in bed and awake, and the moon shining bright into his room, he beheld his deceased cousin standing by the bedside in his shirt, with a white cap on his head, and his mustachios turning up, as when he was alive. The doctor pinched himself to be assured that he was awake, and turned to the other side away from the apparition. After some time he plucked up courage to turn towards it again, and Henry Jacob stood there still. The doctor would have spoken to him, but could not, for which he has been sorry ever since. In some little time the apparition disappeared. Not long after this incident, the cookmaid, going out to the woodpile one evening to fetch some wood for the kitchen fire, averred that she saw the apparition of Mr. Henry in his shirt, standing on the pile of wood. This spectre does not seem to have troubled the doctor any more, but it is stated that when dying, Henry Jacob would fain have told his cousin something, but was not able to. It is imagined, says Aubrey, that he would have informed Dr. Jacob with what person he had deposited the manuscripts of his own writings, which were all the riches he had, and which, it was strongly suspected, fell into the hands of a certain person who printed them under his own name. If anything could bring an author's spirit back to this sphere, certainly such an outrage on his memory would. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jared Shaw. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 13. Cawood Castle. Anyone conversant with the less-known judicial records of the past is well aware that supernatural evidence frequently formed an important factor in ancient criminal trials. One of these curious cases is recorded in Aubrey's Miscellanies, that medley of useful and useless matters, as having taken place in the immediate vicinity of Cawood Castle, Yorkshire. The depositions made at the trial, but for one extraordinary and all-important piece of evidence, were of commonplace type. According to the circumstances brought out in the course of investigation, the facts were these. On Monday, the 14th of April, 1690, William Barwick was out walking with his wife, Mary Barwick, close to Cawood Castle. From motives not divulged at the trial, although shrewdly guessed at by Aubrey, he determined to murder her, and finding a pond conveniently at hand, he threw her in. Deeming, doubtless, that the body would soon be discovered where it was, he went the next day to the place, procured a huge spade, and, getting the corpse out of the water, made a grave close by and buried it. Apparently satisfied that no one had witnessed his ghastly deed, Barwick actually went on the day he had committed the murder to his wife's sister, and informed her husband, Thomas Lofthouse, that he had taken his wife to a relative's house in Selby, and left her there. Lofthouse, however, according to his deposition on oath, averred that on the Tuesday after the visit of Barwick, about half an hour after 12 of the clock, in the daytime, he was watering Quickwood, and as he was going for the second pail, there appeared, walking before him, an apparition in the shape of a woman. Soon after, she sat down over against the pond, on a green hill. He walked by her as he went to the pond, and as he came with the pail of water from the pond, looking sideways to see if she sat in the same place, which he saw she did. The witness then observed that the apparition was dandling something like a white bag on her lap, evidently suggestive, indeed, of her unborn babe that was slain with her. Lofthouse now emptied his pail of water, so he averred, and then stood in the yard of his house to see if he could still see the woman's figure, but she had disappeared. He described her attire as exactly similar to that worn by his sister-in-law at the time of her murder, but remarked that she looked extremely pale, and that her teeth were visible, her visage being like his wife's sister. Notwithstanding the horror of this apparition, Lofthouse, according to Aubrey's account, did not mention anything about it to his wife till night-time, when, at his family duty of prayers, the thoughts of the apparition were so overpowering that they interrupted his devotion. After he had made an end of his prayers, therefore, he told the whole story of what he had seen to his wife, who, laying the whole circumstances together, immediately inferred that her sister was either drowned or otherwise murdered, and desired her husband to look after her the next day, which was Wednesday in Easter week. Lofthouse now recalled to mind what Barwick had told him about having left his wife at his uncle's at Selby, and therefore went to him and made inquiries, and found that neither the man nor his wife had been seen or heard of there. This information, coupled with the appearance of the apparition, increased his suspicions against Barwick to such a degree that he went before the Lord Mayor of York, and obtained a warrant for the arrest of his brother-in-law. The culprit, when arrested, confessed the crime, and the body of the murdered woman, being disinterred, was found dressed in clothing similar, apparently, to that worn by the apparition. Ultimately, Barwick suffered the extreme penalty of the law for his crime. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jared Shaw. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 14. Chedworth. According to an anecdote related by Mrs. Crawford in the Metropolitan Magazine for 1836, Chedworth, the seat of Lord Chedworth, in Gloucestershire, has not escaped the fate common to the residents of most noble families. That is to say, it has a story of an apparition attached to it. The account of this circumstance is stated to have been told to Mrs. Crawford by Miss Wright, the adopted child of Lord Chedworth, and daughter of a sister of his. The story, as told by his niece, was that Lord Chedworth had great doubts as to the existence of the soul in another world, doubts which were equally shared by a gentleman for whom he had a very great friendship. One morning Miss Wright remarked, when her uncle joined her at the breakfast table, that he was very thoughtful, had no appetite, and was unusually silent. At last he said, "Molly," for thus he was accustomed to call his niece, "I had a strange visitor last night. My old friend B came to me." "What?" said Miss Wright. "Did he come after I went to bed?" "His spirit did," said Lord Chedworth, solemnly. "Oh, my dear uncle, how could the spirit of a living man appear?" she said, smiling. "He is dead, beyond doubt," replied his lordship. "Listen, and then laugh as much as you please. I had not entered my bedroom many minutes when he stood before me. Like you, I could not believe that I was looking on the living man, and so accosted him. But he, the spirit, answered, 'Chedworth, I died this night at 8 o'clock. I came to tell you there is another world beyond the grave. There is a righteous God that judgeth all.' Depend upon it, uncle, it was only a dream." But even as Miss Wright was still speaking, a groom on horseback rode up the avenue, and immediately afterwards delivered a letter to Lord Chedworth, announcing the sudden death of his friend. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kriti Devedi. The Haunted Homes and the Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 15. Cheshunt. In Mrs. Crowe's Ninth Side of Nature is a remarkable account of a haunted dwelling stated to be in the neighborhood of the metropolis. Mrs. Crowe neither mentions the name of the locality nor furnishes more than the initial of the gentleman engaged in business in London, whose family suffered from the hauntings at this residence. But in Horwitz's History of the Supernatural, these omitted particulars are supplied. According to Mr. Horwitz, the old-fashioned house referred to by Mrs. Crowe was at Cheshunt and belonged to Sir Henry Moss. And the account given by this authoress was taken down from the recital of Mr. and Mrs. Charles Keene, the well-known actors, who also furnished the same particulars to Mr. Horwitz. A comparison of the two statements given by Mrs. Crowe and Mr. Horwitz enables us to give the following details. Mr. Chapman, the brother-in-law of Mr. Keene, and apparently the well-known publisher, had been induced by the unusually low rental to purchase a 7 years lease of a large old-fashioned house at Cheshunt. The house was a good country residence, was furnished, and had a considerable quantity of land attached to it, including a garden and pleasure ground. The family removed into the place, and Mr. Chapman joined them once or twice a week, as his business engagements permitted. They had been some considerable time in the house, says Mrs. Crowe, without the occurrence of anything remarkable, when one evening, towards dusk, Mrs. Chapman, on going into what was called the oak bedroom, saw a female figure near one of the windows. It was apparently a young woman with dark hair hanging over her shoulders, a silk petticoat, and a short white robe, and she appeared to be looking eagerly through the window as if expecting somebody. Mrs. Chapman clapped her hands upon her eyes, as thinking she had seen something she ought not to have seen, and when she looked again, the figure had disappeared. Shortly after this, a young girl who filled the situation of under nursery maid came to her in great agitation, saying that she had had a terrible fright from seeing a very ugly old woman looking in upon her as she passed the window in the lobby. The girl was trembling violently and almost crying, so that Mrs. Chapman entertained no doubts of the reality of her alarm. She, however, thought it advisable to laugh her out of her fear, and went with her to the window, which looked into a closed court, but there was no one there. Neither had any of the other servants seen such a person. Soon after this, the family began to find themselves disturbed with strange and frequently very loud noises during the night. Among the rest, there was something like the beating of a crowbar upon the pump in the above-mentioned court, but search as they would, they could discover no cause for the sound. One day, when Mr. Chapman had brought a friend from London to stay the night with him, Mrs. Chapman thought proper to go to the oak bedroom where the stranger was to sleep for the purpose of inspecting the arrangements for his comfort, when, to her great surprise, someone seemed to follow her up the fireplace, though on turning round there was nobody to be seen. She said nothing about it, however, and returned below where her husband and the stranger were sitting. Presently, one of the servants, not the one mentioned above, tapped at the door and requested to speak with her, and Mrs. Chapman, going out, she told her in great agitation that in going upstairs to the visitor's room, a footstep had followed her all the way to the fireplace, although she could see nobody. Mrs. Chapman said something soothing, and that matter passed, she herself being a good deal puzzled, but still unwilling to admit the idea that there was anything extra-natural in these occurrences. Repeatedly after this, these footsteps were heard in different parts of the house when nobody was to be seen. And often, whilst she was lying in bed, she heard them distinctly approach her door, when, being a very courageous woman, she would start out with a loaded pistol in her hand, but there was never anyone to be seen. At length, it was impossible to conceal from herself and her servants that these occurrences were of an extraordinary nature, and the latter, as may be supposed, felt very uncomfortable. Amongst other unpleasant things, while sitting all together in the kitchen, they used to see the latch lifted and the door open, though no one came in that they could see. And when Mr. Chapman himself watched for these events, although they took place and he was quite on the alert, he altogether failed in detecting any visible agent. One night, the same servant who had heard the footsteps following her to the bedroom fireplace, happening to be asleep in Mrs. Chapman's chamber, she became much disturbed and was heard to murmur, wake me, as if in great mental anguish. Being aroused, she told her mistress a dream she had had, which seemed to throw some light upon these mysteries. She thought she was in the oak bedroom, and at one end of it she saw a young female in an old-fashioned dress with long dark hair, whilst in another part of the room was a very ugly old woman, also in old-fashioned attire. The latter, addressing the former, said, "What have you done with the child, Emily? What have you done with the child?" To which the younger figure answered, "Oh, I did not kill it. He was preserved and grew up and joined the regiment and went to India." Then, addressing the sleeper, the young lady continued, "I have never spoken to mortal before, but I will tell you all. My name is Miss Black, and this old woman is Nurse Black. Black is not her name, but we call her so because she has been so long in the family." Here, the old woman interrupted the speaker by coming up and laying her hand on the dreaming girl's shoulder, whilst she said something, but she could not remember what. For feeling an excruciating pain from the touch, she had been so far aroused as to be sensible she was asleep and to beg to be wholly awakened. As the old woman seemed to resemble the figure that one of the other servants had seen looking into the window, and the young one resembled that she had herself seen in the oak chamber, Mrs. Chapman naturally concluded that there was something extraordinary about this dream, and she consequently took an early opportunity of inquiring in the neighbourhood what was known as to the names or circumstances of the former inhabitants of this house. And after much investigation, she learnt that about 70 or 80 years before it had been in the possession of a Mrs. Ravenhall, who had a niece named Miss Black living with her. This niece, Mrs. Chapman supposed, might be the younger of the two persons who had been seen. Subsequently, she saw her again in the same room, wringing her hands and looking with a mournful significance to one corner. They had the boards taken up on that spot, but nothing was found. One of the most curious incidents connected with this story remains to be told. After occupying the house 3 years, they were preparing to quit it, not on account of its being haunted, but rather for other reasons. When, on awakening one morning, a short time before their departure, Mrs. Chapman saw, standing at the foot of her bed, a dark-complexioned man, in a working dress, a fustian jacket and red comforter round his neck, who, however, suddenly disappeared. Mr. Chapman was lying beside her at the time, but asleep. This was the last apparition that was seen. But the strange thing is that a few days after this, it being necessary to order in a small quantity of coals to serve till their removal, Mr. Chapman undertook to perform the commission on his way to London. Accordingly, the next day, she mentioned to him that the coals had arrived, which he said was very fortunate since he had entirely forgotten to order them. Wondering whence they had come, Mrs. Chapman hereupon inquired of the servants, who none of them knew anything about the matter, but, on interrogating a person in the village by whom they had frequently been provided with this article, he answered that they had been ordered by a dark man in a fustian jacket and a red comforter, who had called for the purpose. After this last event, Mr. Chapman quitted the house, and when he had given up possession, found that several previous tenants had been under the necessity of doing so, on account of annoyances similar to those his household had suffered from. However, he kept the cause of his removal quiet and managed to sell his lease to a clergyman who kept a school. But he, in his turn, was compelled to give up the house for the same cause, and for years it stood empty. Ultimately, it was partly pulled down and rebuilt, and it would seem as if this alteration had broken the spell, for it had been inhabited since and reported, said Mr. Howitt, in 1863, free from hauntings. End of section 15.
Section 16 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Moon Lilith. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 16. Corby Castle, Cumberland. The apparition of a radiant boy, as it is called, is not uncommon in the history of haunted buildings, as various sections of this work will show. Dr. Kerner, the great German authority on spectral affairs, cites an instance of one of these apparitions which was believed to appear only once in 7 years, and to be connected in some way with the murder of a child by its mother. Mrs. Crowe, in her Night Side of Nature, refers to the well-known tradition that C. Corby Castle, Cumberland, is haunted by a spirit of this description. A friend of the family owning this ancient dwelling is authority for the following account of an appearance of the ghostly visitant. It is copied from a manuscript volume, and it is dated C. Castle, December 22nd, 1824. In order to introduce my readers to the haunted room, I will mention that it forms part of the old house, with windows looking into the court, which in early times was deemed a necessary security against an enemy. It adjoins a tower built by the Romans for defense, for C was properly more border tower than a castle of any consideration. There is a winding staircase in this tower, and the walls are from 8 to 10 feet thick. When the times became more peaceable, our ancestors enlarged the arrow-slit windows and added to that part of the building which looks towards the River Eden, the view of which, with its beautiful banks, we now enjoy. But many additions and alterations have been made since that. To return to the room in question, I must observe that it is by no means remote or solitary, being surrounded on all sides by chambers that are constantly inhabited. It is accessible by a passage cut through a wall 8 feet in thickness, and its dimensions are 21 by 18. One side of the wainscoting is covered with tapestry. The remainder is decorated with old family pictures and some ancient pieces of embroidery, probably the handiwork of nuns. Over a press, which has doors of Venetian glass, is an ancient oaken figure with a battle axe in his hand, which was one of those formerly placed on the walls of the city of Carlisle to represent guards. There used to be also an old-fashioned bed and some dark furniture in this room, but so many were the complaints of those who slept there that I was induced to replace some of these articles of furniture by more modern ones, in the hope of removing a certain air of gloom which I thought might have given rise to the unaccountable reports of apparitions and extraordinary noises which were constantly reaching us. But I regret to say I did not succeed in banishing the nocturnal visitor, which still continues to disturb our friends. I shall pass over numerous instances, and select one as being especially remarkable, from the circumstance of the apparition having been seen by a clergyman well known and highly respected in this county, who, not 6 weeks ago, repeated the circumstances to a company of 20 persons, amongst whom were some who had previously been entire disbelievers in such appearances. The best way of giving you these particulars will be by subjourning an extract from my journal, entered at the time the event occurred. September 8, 1803. Amongst other guests invited to C Castle, came the Reverend Henry A. of Redburg, and rector of Greystoke, with Mrs. A., his wife, who was a Miss S. of Ulverstone. According to previous arrangements, they were to have remained with us some days, but their visit was cut short in a very unexpected manner. On the morning after their arrival, we were all assembled at breakfast, when a chaise and four dashed up to the door in such haste that it knocked down part of the fence of my flower garden. Our curiosity was, of course, awakened to know who could be arriving at so early an hour, when, happening to turn my eyes toward Mr. A., I observed that he appeared extremely agitated. "It is our carriage," said he. "I am very sorry, but we must absolutely leave you this morning." We naturally felt and expressed considerable surprise, as well as regret, at this unexpected departure, representing that we had invited Colonel and Mrs. S., some friends whom Mr. A. particularly desired to meet, to dine with us on that day. Our expostulations, however, were vain. The breakfast was no sooner over than they departed, leaving us in consternation to conjecture what could possibly have occasioned so sudden an alteration in their arrangements. I really felt quite uneasy lest anything should have given them offense, and we reviewed all the occurrences of the preceding evening in order to discover, if offense there was, whence it had arisen. But our pains were vain, and after talking a great deal about it for some days, other circumstances banished the matter from our minds. It was not till we, some time afterwards, visited the part of the county in which Mr. A. resides, that we learned the real cause of his sudden departure from C. The relation of the fact, as it here follows, is in his own words. Soon after we went to bed, we fell asleep. It might be between 1 and 2 in the morning when I awoke. I observed that the fire was totally extinguished, but although that was the case, and we had no light, I saw a glimmer in the center of the room, which suddenly increased to a bright flame. I looked out, apprehending that something had caught fire, when, to my amazement, I beheld a beautiful boy, clothed in white, with bright locks resembling gold, standing by my bedside, in which position he remained some minutes, fixing his eyes upon me with a mild and benevolent expression. He then glided gently towards the side of the chimney, where it is obvious there is no possible egress, and entirely disappeared. I found myself again in total darkness, and all remained quiet until the usual hour of rising. I declare this to be a true account of what I saw at C. Castle, upon my word, as a clergyman. Mrs. Crowe, in alluding to this story in her above-mentioned book, remarks that she was acquainted with some of the family and several of the friends of the Reverend Henry A., who, she continues, is still alive, though now an old man, and I can most positively assert that his own conviction with regard to the nature of this appearance has remained ever unshaken. The circumstance made a lasting impression upon his mind, and he never willingly speaks of it, but when he does, it is always with the greatest seriousness, and he never shrinks from avowing his belief that what he saw admits of no other interpretation than the one he then put upon it. As a pendant to this narrative, it will be appropriate to relate the story of the Radiant Boy, so well known in traditionary lore as having appeared to the second Marquis of Londonderry, better known as Lord Castlereagh, whilst on a visit to a gentleman resident in the north of Ireland. The time of this visit would appear to have been about the end of the last century. The story has been variously detailed by different writers, but in the following account, derived from Mrs. Crowe's Ghost Stories, it is less romantically told than usual, and consequently has a greater air of vraisemblance. In this form, it is stated to have been obtained from a member of the Marquis's family. Captain Stewart, afterwards Lord Castlereagh, reads the account. When he was a young man, happened to be quartered in Ireland. He was fond of sport, and one day the pursuit of game carried him so far that he lost his way. The weather, too, had become very rough, and in this strait he presented himself at the door of a gentleman's house, and sending in his card, requested shelter for the night. The hospitality of the Irish country gentry is proverbial. The master of the house received him warmly, said he feared he could not make him so comfortable as he could have wished, his house being full of visitors already, added to which some strangers, driven by the inclemency of the night, had sought shelter before him, but that such accommodations as he could give he was heartily welcome to, whereupon he called his butler, and, committing his guest to his good offices, told him he must put him up somewhere and do the best he could for him. There was no lady, the gentleman being a widower. Captain Stewart found the house crammed, and a very jolly party it was. His host invited him to stay, and promised him good shooting if he would prolong his visit a few days. And, in fine, he thought himself extremely fortunate to have fallen into such pleasant quarters. At length, after an agreeable evening, they all retired to bed, and the butler conducted him to a large room, almost divested of furniture, but with a blazing peat fire in the grate, and a shakedown on the floor composed of cloaks and other heterogeneous materials. Nevertheless, to the tired limbs of Captain Stewart, who had had a hard day's shooting, it looked very inviting. But before he lay down, he thought it advisable to take off some of the fire, which was blazing up the chimney in what he thought an alarming manner. Having done this, he stretched himself upon the couch, and soon fell asleep. He believed he had slept about a couple of hours when he awoke suddenly, and was startled by such a vivid light in the room that he thought it was on fire. But in turning to look at the grate, he saw the fire was out, though it was from the chimney the light proceeded. He sat up in bed, trying to discover what it was, when he perceived, gradually disclosing itself, the form of a beautiful naked boy, surrounded by a dazzling radiance. The boy looked at him earnestly, and then the vision faded, and all was dark. Captain Stewart, so far from supposing what he had seen to be of a spiritual nature, had no doubt that the host or the visitors had been amusing themselves at his expense and trying to frighten him. Accordingly, he felt indignant at the liberty, and on the following morning, when he appeared at breakfast, he took care to evince his displeasure by the reserve of his demeanor, and by announcing his intention to depart immediately. The host expostulated, reminding him of his promise to stay and shoot. Captain Stewart coldly excused himself, and at length the gentleman, seeing something was wrong, took him aside and pressed for an explanation, whereupon Captain Stewart, without entering into particulars, said that he had been made the victim of a sort of practical joking that he thought quite unwarrantable with a stranger. The gentleman considered this not impossible among a parcel of thoughtless young men, and appealed to them to make an apology, but one and all, on their honor, denied the impeachment. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike him. He clapped his hand to his forehead, uttered an exclamation, and rang the bell. "Hamilton," said he to the butler, "where did Captain Stewart sleep last night?" "Well, sir," replied the man in an apologetic tone, "you know every place was full. The gentlemen were lying on the floor, 3 or 4 in a room, so I gave him the boys' room. But I lit a blazing fire to keep him from coming out." "You were very wrong," said the host. "You know I have positively forbidden you to put anyone there, and have taken the furniture out of the room to ensure its not being occupied." Then, retiring with Captain Stewart, he informed him very gravely of the nature of the phenomenon he had seen, and at length, being pressed for further information, he confessed that there existed a tradition in his family that whomever the radiant boy appeared to would rise to the summit of power, and when he had reached the climax, would die a violent death. "And I must say," he added, "the records that have been kept of his appearance go to confirm this persuasion." It is scarcely necessary to remind the reader that subsequently Lord Castlereagh became head of the government and finally perished by his own hand. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Moon Lilith. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 17. Kotaki Castle. Of all of the haunted castles in Great Britain, none probably has acquired a greater amount of notoriety than that of Kotaki Castle, the seat of the Earl of Airlie. This ancient stronghold is haunted by the spirit of a drummer, and whenever his drum is heard, it may be accepted, according to the popular belief, as a token of the speedy death of a member of the Ogilvy family. The origin of this tradition is that either the drummer or some officer whose emissary he was had excited the jealousy of a former Lord Airlie, and that, in consequence, he was put to death by being thrust into his own drum and flung from the window of the tower in which is situated the chamber where his music is, apparently, chiefly heard. It is said that he threatened to haunt the family if his life were taken, and he would appear to be as good, or rather as bad, as his word. The strain of his invisible drum having been heard several times, even in the memory of living persons, and once, notoriously, quite recently. The authoress who gives the following account of a somewhat recent occasion when the drummer was heard performing upon his ill-omened instrument introduces it by the remark that about Christmas 1844, a letter just received from a member of a distinguished Perthshire family was sent to her for perusal. The sender, an eminent literary man, accompanied the communication with the remark, "Read the enclosed, and we shall now have an opportunity of observing if any event follow the prognostic." The information afforded by the letter was to the following effect. Miss Dalrymple, a relative of the present Lady C, who had been staying some time with the Earl and Countess at their seat near Dundee, was invited to spend a few days at Crotachy Castle with the Earl and Countess of Earley. She went, and whilst she was dressing for dinner the first evening of her arrival, she heard a strain of music under her window, which finally resolved itself into the well-defined sound of a drum. When her maid came upstairs, she made some inquiries about the drummer that was playing near the house. But the maid knew nothing on the subject. For the moment, the circumstance passed from Miss Dalrymple's mind. But recurring to her again during the dinner, she said, addressing Lord Airlie, "My lord, who is your drummer?" Upon which his lordship turned pale, Lady Airlie looked distressed, and several of the company, who all heard the question, embarrassed; whilst the lady, perceiving that she had made some unpleasant allusion, although she knew not to what their feelings referred, forbore further inquiry till she reached the drawing-room, when, having mentioned the circumstance again to a member of the family, she was answered, "What? Have you never heard of the drummer boy?" "No," replied Miss Dalrymple. "Who in the world is he?" "Why," replied the other, "he is a person who goes about the house playing his drum whenever there is a death impending in the family. The last time he was heard was shortly before the death of the last countess, the Earl's former wife, and that is why Lord Airlie became so pale when you mentioned it. The drummer is a very unpleasant subject in this family, I assure you." Miss Dalrymple was naturally much concerned, and indeed not a little frightened at this explanation, and her alarm being augmented by hearing the sounds on the following day, she took her departure from Crotachy Castle and returned to Lord C.'s, stopping on her way to call on some friends, where she related this strange circumstance to the family, through whom the information reached me. This affair was generally known in the North, and we awaited the event with interest. The melancholy death of the Countess, about 5 or 6 months afterwards at Brighton, sadly verified the prognostic. I have heard that a paper was found on her desk after her death, declaring her conviction that the drum was for her, and it has been suggested that probably the thing preyed upon her mind and caused the catastrophe. But, in the first place, from the mode of her death, that does not appear to be the case, and in the second, even if it were, the fact of the verification of the prognostic remains unaffected. Besides which, those who insist upon taking refuge in this hypothesis are bound to admit that before people living in the world like Lord and Lady Airlie could attach so much importance to the prognostic as to entail such fatal effects, they must have had very good reasons for believing in it. The incidents just narrated took place, it will be recollected, in 1844. 5 years later, or, to be more precise, on the evening of the 19th of August, 1849, a young English gentleman was on his way to the Toolchin, a shooting lodge belonging to the Earl of Airlie. He was mounted on a stout pony, having a stalwart Highlander for his guide across the wild Forfarshire moor. For about 2 hours darkness had fallen upon the scenes. That is to say, It was about 8:30 in the evening when the welcome lights, issuing from the windows of the Tulchan, met our traveler's anxious gaze. At the same moment, a swell of faint music smote suddenly upon his ear. The sound was as that of a distant band, accompanied by the drum, and appeared to emanate from the low ridge of ground below the hunting lodge in front of him. As it was wafted in louder accents across the moor, he could not forbear from feeling that it had something of an eerie and unearthly character about it. Astonished at such an unaccountable occurrence in a spot where the Tulchan was the only house within many miles, and where bracken, brown heath, and morass stretched far and wide upon every side of him, the young man called the attention of his guide to the strange burst of music which he had just heard. Muttering that such sounds were no canny, and professing that to him they were inaudible, the Highlander urged on his pony to as great a speed as the weary beast could exert after a journey of 25 miles, and in a little while the two riders drew rein at the hospitable door of the lodge. Upon descending from his pony, the Englishman learnt that his friend and host, Lord Ogilvy, afterwards 10th Earl of Airlie, had been summoned to London on account of his father's dangerous illness. On the following day, the 9th Earl of Airlie breathed his last in Regent Street, London, thus affording another testimony to the truth of the old tradition that weird music and the sound of the drum haunt the dwellings of the Ogilvys prior to the death of a member of the family. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 18, Creslow Manor House. Creslow, in Buckinghamshire, like so many ancient English manor houses, has its family ghost. According to Dr. Lee, the old residence is haunted by the restless spirit of a lady long since deceased. She frequents a certain sleeping chamber in the most ancient portion of the building. She has not often been seen, yet has but too frequently been heard, and only too distinctly, by those who have ventured to sleep in or to enter after midnight the room she appears to deem hers. She is said to come up from the old groined crypt, and always appears to enter by the door at the top of the nearest staircase. After entering the chamber, she is heard to walk about it, sometimes in a stately manner, with her long silk train sweeping the floor, and at other times with a quick and hurried motion, with her silken dress rustling violently, as if she were engaged in a desperate struggle. The fact that the whole of this time the lady and her accessories are invisible adds in no slight degree to the horror of the affair. This haunted chamber, although furnished as a bedroom, is rarely used, and it is said that it cannot be entered, even in the daytime, without trepidation and awe. However, some persons have been found bold enough to dare the harmless noises of the mysterious intruder, and many are the traditions current in Buckinghamshire respecting the results to these people of the adventure. The following will suffice as a specimen, and may, according to Dr. Lee, be depended on as authentic. About the year 1850, a gentleman, not many years ago High Sheriff of the county, who resides some few miles distance from Creslow, rode over to a dinner party. And as the night became exceedingly dark and rainy, he was urged to stay over the night, if he had no objection to sleep in the haunted chamber. The offer of a bed in such a room, so far from deterring him, induced him at once to accept the invitation. He was a strong-minded man of a powerful frame and undaunted courage. and, like so many others, entertained a sovereign contempt for all haunted chambers, ghosts, and apparitions. The room was prepared for him. He would neither have a fire nor a nightlight, but was provided with a box of lucifers that he might light a candle if he wished. Arming himself in jest with a cutlass and a brace of pistols, he took a serio-comic farewell of the family and entered his formidable dormitory. In due course morning dawned. The sun rose, and a most beautiful day succeeded a very wet and dismal night. The family and their guests assembled in the breakfast room, and every countenance seemed cheered and brightened by the loveliness of the morning. They drew round the table, when the host remarked that Mr. S., the tenant of the haunted chamber, was absent. A servant was sent to summon him to breakfast, but he soon returned, saying he had knocked loudly at his door, but received no answer, and that a jug of hot water left there was still standing unused. On hearing this, 2 or 3 gentlemen ran up to the room, and after knocking and receiving no answer, opened it and entered. It was empty. Inquiry was made of the servants. They had neither seen nor heard anything of him. As he was a county magistrate, some supposed that he had gone to attend the board which met that morning at an early hour. But his horse was still in the stable, so that could not be. While they were at breakfast, however, he came in and gave the following account of his last night's experiences. "Having entered my room," said he, "I locked and bolted both the doors, carefully examined the whole room, and satisfied myself that there was no living creature in it but myself, nor any entrances but those which I had secured. I got into bed, and with the conviction that I should sleep soundly as usual till 6 in the morning, was soon lost in a comfortable slumber. Suddenly I was awakened, and on raising my head to listen, I certainly heard a sound resembling the light, soft tread of a lady's footstep, accompanied with the rustling as of a silk gown. I sprang out of bed, and having lighted a candle, found that there was nothing either to be seen or heard. I carefully examined the whole room. I looked under the bed, into the fireplace, up the chimney, and at both the doors, which were fastened just as I had left them. I then looked at my watch, and found it was a few minutes past 12. As all was now perfectly quiet again, I put out the candle, got into bed, and soon fell asleep. I was again aroused. The noise was now louder than before. It appeared like the violent rustling of a stiff silk dress. A second time I sprang out of bed, darted to the spot where the noise was, and tried to grasp the intruder in my arms. My arms met together, but enclosed nothing. The noise passed to another part of the room, and I followed it, groping near the floor to prevent anything passing under my arms. It was in vain. I could do nothing. The sound died at the doorway to the crypt, and all again was still. I now left the candle burning, though I never sleep comfortably with a light in my room, and went to bed again, but certainly felt not a little perplexed at being unable to detect the cause of the noise, nor to account for its cessation when the candle was lighted. End of section 18. Read by Andrea Kotzer.
Section 19 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 19. Daintree. In the Reverend John Maston's History of Naseby is cited a story of an apparition that was supposed to have appeared to Charles I at Daintree, near Naseby, previous to the famous battle of that name. The army of Charles, says the historian, consisting of less than 5,000 foot and about as many horse, was ordered to Daintree, whither the king went with a thorough resolution of fighting. The next day, however, to the surprise of Prince Rupert and all the rest of the army, this design was given up, and the former one of going to the north resumed. The reason of this alteration in his plans was alleged to be some presages of ill fortune which the king had received, and which were related to me, says Mr. Maston's authority, by a person of Newark, at that time in his Majesty's horse. About 2 hours after the king had retired to rest, said the narrator, some of his attendants, hearing an uncommon noise in his chamber, went into it, where they found his Majesty sitting up in bed and much agitated, but nothing which could have produced the noise they fancied they had heard. The king, in a tremulous voice, inquired after the cause of their alarm, and told them how much he had been disturbed, apparently by a dream, by thinking he had seen an apparition of Lord Strafford, who, after upbraiding him for his cruelty, told him he was come to return him good for evil, and that he advised him by no means to fight the Parliament army that was at that time quartered at Northampton, for it was one which the king could never conquer by arms. Prince Rupert, in whom courage was the predominant quality, rated the king out of his apprehensions the next day, and a resolution was again taken to meet the enemy. The next night, however, the apparition appeared to him a second time, but with looks of anger, assuring him that would be the last advice he should be permitted to give him, but that if he kept his resolution of fighting, he was undone. If his Majesty had taken the advice of the friendly ghost, and marched northward the next day, where the Parliament had few English forces, and where the Scots were becoming very discontented, his affairs might, perhaps, still have had a prosperous issue. Or if he had marched immediately into the west, he might afterwards have fought on more equal terms. But the king, fluctuating between the apprehensions of his imagination and the reproaches of his courage, remained another whole day at Daintree in a state of inactivity. The Battle of Naseby, fought 14th June, 1645, put a finishing stroke to the king's affairs. After this he could never get together an army fit to look the enemy in the face. He was often heard to say that he wished he had taken the warning and not fought at Naseby, the meaning of which nobody knew, but those to whom he had told of the apparition which he had seen at Daintree, and all of whom were subsequently charged to keep the affair secret. End of section 19. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 3rd of December, 2021. Section 20 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 20. Dunfermline. On the 31st May, 1847, Sir Joseph Noel Peyton, the celebrated artist, wrote a letter to Mrs. Crowe, which she subsequently published in her eerie work, The Night Side of Nature. This letter, although it only recites a dream, is of a marvelous character when it is considered how numerous were the coincidences required in order to accomplish its prophetic symbolism, if one may so term it. The vision is so clearly portrayed in Sir Joseph's own letter, and it is obviously, in citations of this kind, so far preferable to give the original words of an authority that we print the letter intact. That dream of my mother's was as follows, says Sir Joseph. She stood in a long, dark, empty gallery. On one side was my father, and on the other my eldest sister, Amelia, then myself, and the rest of the family, according to their ages. At the foot of the hall stood my younger sister, Alexis, and above her my sister, Catherine, a creature, by the way, in person and mind more like an angel of heaven than an inhabitant of earth. We all stood silent and motionless. At last it entered, the unimagined something that, casting its grim shadow before, had enveloped all the trivialities of the preceding dream in the stifling atmosphere of terror. It entered, stealthily descending the 3 steps that led from the entrance down into the chamber of horror, and my mother felt it was death. He was dwarfish, bent, and shriveled. He carried on his shoulder a heavy axe, and had come, she thought, to destroy all her little ones at one fell swoop. On the entrance of the shape, my sister Alexis leaped out of the rank, interposing herself between him and my mother. He raised his axe and aimed a blow at Catherine, a blow which, to her horror, my mother could not intercept, though she had snatched up a 3-legged stool, the sole furniture of the apartment, for that purpose. She could not, she felt, fling the stool at the figure without destroying Alexis, who kept shooting out and in between her and the ghastly thing. She tried in vain to scream. She besought my father, in agony, to avert the impending stroke, but he did not hear or did not heed her, and stood motionless, as in a trance. Down came the axe, and poor Catherine fell in her blood, cloven to the white halse vein. Again the axe was lifted by the inexorable shadow over the head of my brother, who stood next in the line. Alexis had somewhere disappeared behind the ghastly visitant, and with a scream, my mother flung the footstool at his head. He vanished, and she awoke. This dream left on my mother's mind a fearful apprehension of impending misfortune, which would not pass away. It was murder she feared, and her suspicions were not allayed by the discovery that a man, some time before discarded by my father for bad conduct, and with whom she had somehow associated the death of her dream, had been lurking about the place, and sleeping in an adjoining outhouse on the night it occurred, and for some nights previous and subsequent to it. Her terror increased, sleep forsook her, and every night, when the house was still, she arose and stole, sometimes with a candle, sometimes in the dark, from room to room, listening, in a sort of waking nightmare, for the breathing of the assassin, who, she imagined, was lurking in some one of them. This could not last. She reasoned with herself, but her terror became intolerable, and she related her dream to my father, who, of course, called her a fool for her pains, whatever might be his real opinion of the matter. 3 months had elapsed, when we children were all of us seized with scarlet fever. My sister Catherine died almost immediately, sacrificed, as my mother in her misery thought, to her my mother's over-anxiety for Alexis, whose danger seemed more imminent. The dream prophecy was in part fulfilled. I also was at death's door, given up by the doctors, but not by my mother. She was confident of my recovery. But for my brother, who was scarcely considered in danger at all, but on whose head she had seen the visionary axe impending, her fears were great, for she could not recollect whether the blow had or had not descended when the spectre vanished. My brother recovered, but relapsed, and barely escaped with life. But Alexis did not. For a year and 10 months the poor child lingered, and almost every night I had to sing her asleep. Often I remember through bitter tears, for I knew she was dying, and I loved her the more as she wasted away. I held her little hand as she died. I followed her to the grave, the last thing that I have loved on earth, and the dream was fulfilled. Truly and sincerely yours, J. Noel Payton. End of section 20. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 4th of December, 2021. Section 21 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 21. Edge Hill. In Lord Nugent's Memorials of John Hampden is cited from a pamphlet of Charles I's time, one of the most, if not the most, marvelous account of 2 entire armies of apparitions on record. Somewhat similar, but more distant and weakly testified to phantoms are averred to have been seen in various times and climes, but as Lord Nugent points out, this wonderful story is attested upon the oath of 3 officers, men of honor and discretion, and of 3 other gentlemen of credit, selected by the king as commissioners to report upon these prodigies, and to tranquilize and disabuse the alarms of a country town, adding, moreover, in confirmation, their testimony to the identity of several of the illustrious dead, as seen among the unearthly combatants who had been well known to them, and who had fallen in the battle. A well-supported imposture, adds Lord Nugent, or a stormy night on the hillside might have acted on the weakness of a peasantry in whose remembrance the terrors of the Edgehill fight were still fresh. Footnote: the Battle of Edgehill, between the forces of the king and those of the Parliament, had been fought about 2 months previous to the first appearance of these apparitions. End note. But it is difficult to imagine how the minds of officers sent there to correct the illusions could have been so imposed upon. It will also be observed that no inference is attempted by the witnesses to assist any notion of a judgment of warning favorable to the interests or passions of their own party. The pamphlet referred to by Lord Nugent was printed immediately after the events it records, on the 23rd of January, 1642. It narrates the appearance of the late apparitions and records the particulars of the prodigious noises of war and battle at Edge Hill, near Keenton, in Northamptonshire, and its truth is certified to by William Wood, Esquire, and Justice for the Peace for the same county, and Samuel Marshall, preacher of God's Word in Keenton, and other persons of quality. Omitting the introductory matter, which merely refers to the antiquity of and the great mass of evidence in favor of the reality of apparitions, and modernizing the spelling, this strongly accredited pamphlet reads thus: Edge Hill, in the very confines of Warwickshire, near unto Kington, in Northamptonshire, a place, as appears by the sequel, destined for civil wars and battles, as where King John fought a battle with his barons, and where, in defense of the kingdom's laws and liberty, was fought a bloody conflict between his Majesty's and the Parliament's forces. At this Edge Hill, at the very place where the battle was fought, have since and doth appear strange and portentous apparitions of two jarring and contrary armies, as I shall in order deliver, it being certified by men of most credit in those parts, as William Wood, Esquire, Samuel Marshall, minister, and others, on Saturday, which was in Christmas time, between 12 and 1 o'clock in the morning, was heard by some shepherds and other countrymen and travellers. First, the sound of drums afar off, and the noise of soldiers, as it were, giving out their last groans, at which they were much amazed, and amazed stood still, till it seemed, by the nearness of the noise, to approach them, at which, too much affrighted, they sought to withdraw as fast as possibly they could. But then, on the sudden, whilst they were in their cogitations, appeared in the air the same incorporeal soldiers that made those clamors, and immediately, with ensigns displayed, drums beating, muskets going off, cannons discharged, horses neighing, which also to these men were visible. The alarum, or entrance to this game of death, was one army which gave the first charge, having the king's colours, and the other the Parliament's, at their head or front of the battle, and so pell-mell to it they went. The battle, that appeared to the king's forces seeming at first to have the best, but afterwards to be put into apparent rout, but till 2 or 3 in the morning, in equal scale, continued this dreadful fight, the clattering of arms, noise of cannons, cries of soldiers, so amazing and terrifying the poor men that they could not believe they were mortal, or give credit to their eyes and ears. Run away they durst not, for fear of being made a prey to these infernal soldiers, and so they, with much fear and affright, stayed to behold the success of the business, which at last suited to this effect. After some 3 hours' fight, that army which carried the king's colours withdrew, or rather appeared to fly, the other remaining, as it were, masters of the field, stayed a good space triumphing and expressing all the signs of joy and conquest, and then, with all their drums, trumpets, ordnance, and soldiers, vanished. The poor men, glad that they were gone that had so long stayed them there against their wills, made with all haste to Kington, and there, knocking up Mr. Wood, a justice of peace, who called up his neighbor, Mr. Marshall, the minister. They gave them an account of the whole passage, and averred it upon their oaths to be true. At which affirmation of theirs, being much amazed, they should hardly have given credit to it, but would have conjectured the men to have been either mad or drunk, had they not known some of them to have been of approved integrity, and so, suspending their judgments till the next night about the same hour, they, with the same men, and all the substantial inhabitants of that and the neighboring parishes, drew thither, where, about half an hour after their arrival, on Sunday, being Christmas night, appeared in the same tumultuous warlike manner the same two adverse armies, fighting with as much spite and spleen as formerly. And so departed the gentlemen and all the spectators, much terrified with these visions of horror, withdrew themselves to their houses, beseeching God to defend them from those hellish and prodigious enemies. The next night they appeared not, nor all that week, so that the dwellers thereabout were in good hope they had for ever departed. But on the ensuing Saturday night, in the same place, and at the same hour, they were again seen with far greater tumult, fighting in the manner aforementioned, for 4 hours, or very near, and then vanished. Appearing again on Sunday night, and performing the same actions of hostility and bloodshed, so that Mr. Wood and others, whose faith, it should seem, was not strong enough to carry them out against these delusions, forsook their habitations thereabout, and retired themselves to some other more secure dwellings. But Mr. Marshall stayed, and some other, and so successively the next Saturday and Sunday the same tumults and prodigious sights and actions were put in the state and condition they were formerly. The rumor whereof coming to his Majesty at Oxford, he immediately dispatched thither Colonel Lewis Kirke, Captain Dudley, Captain Wainman, and 3 other gentlemen of credit, to take full view and notice of the said business, who, at first hearing the true attestation and relation of Mr. Marshall and others, stayed there till the Saturday night following, wherein they heard and saw the forementioned prodigies, and so, on Sunday, distinctively knowing divers of the apparitions, or incorporeal substances, by their faces, as that of Sir Edmund Barney, and others that were there slain, of which, upon oath, they made testimony to his Majesty. What this doth portend, God only knoweth, and time perhaps will discover, but doubtlessly it is a sign of his wrath against this land, for these civil wars, which he in his good time finish, and send a sudden peace between his Majesty and Parliament. End section 21. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 13th of December, 2021.
Section 22 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elizabeth Horan. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 22, Edinburgh, Canongate. About the beginning of the 18th century stood a grand mansion near the head of the Canongate, the site of which now, however, is covered with buildings of a very different character. With this old mansion is connected a tale of terror, the circumstances of which were well known and talked about no longer ago than the beginning of the present century. A friend of Sir Walter Scott, in whose early life the story was still current, furnished him with the account from which the following version of the tradition is derived. At the period referred to, a divine of great sanctity was summoned in the middle of a certain night to come and pray with a person at the point of death. This was no unusual summons, but the consequences which followed were very terrifying. He was forced into a sedan chair, and after having been carried for a considerable distance, was set down in a remote part of the city, where, at the muzzle of a cocked pistol, he was compelled to submit to being blindfolded. In the course of the discussion which his remonstrances caused, he heard enough, and indeed saw enough of their garb, to make him conjecture that the chairmen were greatly above the menial position they had assumed. After many turnings and windings, the sedan was carried upstairs into an apartment where the bandage was removed from his eyes, and whence he was conducted into a bedchamber, where he found a lady recently delivered of an infant. He was commanded by one of those who had brought him to this place to say such prayers by the lady's bedside as were suitable for a person not expected to survive a mortal disorder. The divine ventured to remonstrate, observing that the lady's appearance warranted a more hopeful condition. He was sternly commanded to obey his instructions, and so, but with much difficulty, recollected himself sufficiently to acquit himself of the duty enjoined him. As soon as his ministrations were deemed performed, the divine was again blindfolded, replaced in the chair, and hurried off. But as he was being carried downstairs, he heard the ominous report of a firearm. He was taken home safely, and a purse of gold forced upon him. But, at the same time, he was warned that the least allusion to the affair, which had just transpired, would cost him his life. He betook himself to his bedchamber, but was speedily aroused by his servant with the information that a most furious fire had just broken out in the house of near the head of the Canongate, and that the proprietor's daughter, a lady eminent for her beauty and accomplishments, had perished in the flames. Our divine had his suspicions, but to have made them public would have availed nothing but to jeopardize his own safety. He was timid, and the family was one of power and distinction, so he soothed himself with the reflection that the deed was done and could not be undone. Time passed on, and with it carried away some of his fears. He became unhappy at being the sole custodian of so dark a secret, and therefore gradually told it to some of his brother clergy, so that by degrees the whole story leaked out. In due course the divine died, and his terrible tale had become nearly forgotten, when it so happened that a fire broke out again on the very same site where the house of had formerly stood, but where now stood buildings of an inferior style. When the flames were at their height, the tumult which usually attends such a scene was suddenly suspended by a marvelous apparition. A beautiful female, in an extremely rich but very antique style of night-dress, appeared in the very midst of the fire, and in an awful voice uttered these terrifying words: "Once burned, twice burned, the third time I will scare you all." The belief in the story, says our authority, was formerly so strong that on a fire breaking out and seeming to approach the fatal spot, there was a good deal of anxiety testified lest the apparition should make good her denunciation. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elizabeth Horan. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 23. Edinburgh, Gillespie Hospital. On the site where Gillespie Hospital now stands, formerly stood an ancient mansion that some years after the conclusion of the American War of Independence was used by the late Lieutenant General Robertson of Lawyers, who had served through the whole of the said war as his town residence. The general, on his return to Europe, brought with him a Negro called Black Tom, who remained in his service as a servant. Tom's own particular room was on the ground floor of the residence, and he was frequently heard to complain that he could not rest in it, for every night the figure of a headless woman carrying a child in her arms rose up from the hearth and frightened him terribly. No one paid much attention to poor Tom's trouble, although the apartment had an uncanny reputation, as it was supposed to be the result of dreams caused by intoxication, the Negro's character for sobriety not being very remarkable. But a strange thing happened when the General's old residence was pulled down to make way for James Gillespie's hospital. There, under the hearthstone, which had caused Black Tom so many restless nights, was discovered a box containing the body of a woman from which the head had been severed, and beside her lay the remains of an infant wrapped in a pillowcase trimmed with lace. The unfortunate lady appeared to have been murdered without any warning. She was fully dressed, and her scissors were yet hanging by a ribbon to her side, and her thimble was also in the box, having apparently dropped from the shriveled finger of the corpse. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elizabeth Horan. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 24. Edinburgh, Trinity. One of the most curious lawsuits of recent years occurred at Edinburgh in 1835 concerning the ghost disturbances in a dwelling house at Trinity, about 2 miles or so from Edinburgh. This lawsuit lasted for 2 years, and during its progress, Mr. Maurice Lothian, afterwards procurator fiscal for the county, the advocate employed by Mr. Webster, the plaintiff, spent many hours in examining the numerous witnesses, several of whom were military officers and gentlemen of good social position, but without obtaining any solution of the mysterious affair. The account furnished by Mr. Lothian himself is this. Captain Molesworth took the house of a Mr. Webster, who resided in the adjoining one, in May or June 1835, and when he had been in it about 2 months, he began to complain of sundry extraordinary noises, which, finding it impossible to account for, he took it into his head, strangely enough, were made by Mr. Webster. The latter naturally represented that it was not probable he should desire to damage the reputation of his own house, or drive his tenant out of it, and retorted the accusation. Still, as these noises and knockings continued, Captain Molesworth not only lifted the boards in the room most infected, but actually made holes in the wall which divided his residence from Mr. Webster's, for the purpose of detecting the delinquent, of course without success. Do what they would, the thing went on just the same. Footsteps of invisible feet, knockings, scratchings, and rustlings, first on one side, and then on the other, were heard daily and nightly. Sometimes this unseen agent seemed to be knocking to a certain tune, and if a question were addressed to it, which could be answered numerically, as "How many people are there in this room?" for example, it would answer by so many knocks. The beds, too, were occasionally heaved up, as if somebody were underneath, and where the knockings were, the wall trembled visibly, but search as they would, no one could be found. Captain Molesworth had had 2 daughters, one of whom, named Matilda, had lately died. The other, a girl between 12 and 13, called Jane, was sickly and generally kept her bed, and as it was observed that wherever she was, these noises most frequently prevailed, Mr. Webster, who did not like the malafama that was attaching itself to his house, declared that she made them, whilst the people in the neighborhood believed that it was the ghost of Matilda, warning her sister that she was soon to follow. Sheriff's officers, masons, justices of the peace, and the officers of the regiment quartered at Leith, who were friends of Captain Molesworth, all came to his aid in hopes of detecting or frightening away his tormentor, but in vain. Sometimes it was said to be a trick of somebody outside the house, and then they formed a cordon round it, and next, as the poor sick girl was suspected, they tied her up in a bag, but it was all to no purpose. At length, ill and wearied out by the annoyances and the anxieties attending the affair, Captain Molesworth quitted the house, and Mr. Webster brought an action against him for the damages committed by lifting the boards, breaking the walls, and firing at the wainscot, as well as for the injury done to his house by saying it was haunted, which prevented other tenants taking it. Miss Molesworth died soon after the haunted house was quitted, hastened out of the world, so people declared, by the severe measures to which she was subjected whilst she was an object of suspicion. At any rate, the house became quiet after the captain and his family left it, and the persons who have since inhabited it, so it is said, have not experienced any repetitions of the disturbances. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 25. Enfield Chase. Mr. T. Westwood, from whose most attractive communication to notes and queries on the subject of ghosts and haunted houses, an excerpt is made in another portion of this work, gives the following account of a most singular, and, as far as our knowledge of such things extends, unique experience. According to Mr. Westwood's narrative, which no one has yet appeared to question, he, on one occasion, was directly and personally under ghostly influences, or what appeared to be such. His story is that in a lonely neighborhood on the verge of Enfield Chase stands an old house, much beaten by wind and weather. It was inhabited when I knew it, states Mr. Westwood, by two elderly people, maiden sisters, with whom I had some acquaintance, and who once invited me to dine with them and meet a circle of local guests. I well remember my walk thither. It led me up a steep ascent of Oak Avenue, opening out at the top on what was called the Ridge Road of the Chase. It was the close of a splendid autumn afternoon. Through the mossy boles of the great oaks, I saw the golden autumn woodland reel athwart the smoke of burning flowers. On reaching my destination, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and the eastern front of the house projected a black shadow at its foot. What was there in the aspect of the pile that reminded me of the corpse described by the poet? The corpse that was calm and cold as it did hold some secret glorying? I crossed the threshold with repugnance. Having some changes to make in my attire, a servant led the way to an upper chamber and left me. No sooner was he gone than I became conscious of a peculiar sound in the room, a sort of shuddering sound in the room, as of suppressed dread. It seemed close to me. I gave little heed to it at first, setting it down for the wind in the chimney, or a draught from the half-open door. But moving about the room, I perceived that the sound moved with me. Whichever way I turned, it followed me. I went to the furthest extremity of the chamber. It was there also. Beginning to feel uneasy, and being quite unable to account for the singularity, I completed my toilet in haste, and descended to the drawing-room, hoping I should thus leave the uncomfortable sound behind me. But not so. It was on the landing, on the stair. It went down with me, always the same sound of shuddering horror, faint but audible, and always close at hand. Even at the dinner table, when the conversation flagged, I heard it unmistakably several times, and so near that if there was an entity connected with it, we were two on one chair. It seemed to be noticed by nobody else, but it ended by harassing and distressing me, and I was relieved to think that I had not to sleep in the house that night. At an early hour, several of the guests having far to go, the party broke up, and it was a satisfaction to me to breathe the fresh, wholesome air of the night and feel rid at last of my shuddering incubus. When I saw my hosts again, it was under another and unhaunted roof. On my telling them what had occurred to me, they smiled and said it was perfectly true, but added they were so used to the sound it had ceased to perturb them. Sometimes, they said, it would be quiet for weeks. At others, it followed them from room to room, from floor to floor, pertinaciously, as it had followed me. They could give me no explanation of the phenomenon. It was a sound, no more, and quite harmless. Perhaps so, but of what strange horror, demands Mr. Westwood, not ended with life, but perpetuated in the limbo of invisible things, was that sound the exponent? End of section 25. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 15th of December, 2021. Section 26 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 26. Epsom Pit Place. The story of Lord Lyttelton's warning, as it is termed, has been frequently told, and almost as frequently attempts have been made to explain it away. Up to the present time, however, it must be confessed that all the evidence, circumstantial though it be, is in favor of the original tellers of the tale. Well known though the story be, it must not be omitted from this collection. Thomas, the second Lord Lyttelton, had long led a life of dissipation. As he lay in bed one night at Pit Place, Epsom, he was awakened out of his sleep, according to his own account, by a noise like the fluttering of a bird about the curtains. On opening his eyes, he saw the apparition of a woman who was, it is generally supposed, Mrs. Amphlett, the mother of a lady he had seduced, and who had just died of a broken heart. Dreadfully shocked, he called out, "What do you want?" "I have come to warn you of your death," was the reply. "Shall I not live 2 months?" he asked. "No, you will die within 3 days," was the response. The following day, Lord Lyttelton was observed to be much agitated in his mind, and when questioned as to the cause, informed several persons of the apparition. By the 3rd day, which was a Saturday, he was observed to have grown very thoughtful, but he attempted to carry it off by saying to those about him, "Why do you look so grave? Are you thinking about the ghost? I'm as well as ever I was in my life." He invited company to dinner, doubtless expecting, in the midst of society, to get rid of unwelcome thoughts. In the evening he said to his guests, "A few hours more, and I shall jockey the ghost." At 11 o'clock he retired to his bedroom, and after a time began to undress himself. Meanwhile his servant was preparing a rhubarb draught for him, according to custom, but having nothing to mix it with, went out of the room for a spoon. By the time he returned, Lord Lyttelton was getting into bed. But before the man could give him the draught, he reclined his head back on the pillow, fell into convulsions, and died. The servant's cries aroused the household. They hastened to his assistance, but it was useless, for all was over. The sequel to this story is as singular, but is less generally known, although quite as well testified to, as reference to the preface in Croker's edition of Boswell's Life of Johnson will show. Mr. Miles Peter Andrews, the intimate friend of Lord Lyttelton, lived at Dartford, about 30 miles off. Mr. Andrews was entertaining a large company at his place, and expected a visit from Lord Lyttelton, whom he had just left, apparently in good health. Disturbed, however, by the impressive message he had received from the apparition, the nobleman, without giving Mr. Andrews any intimation of his intention, had determined to postpone his visit. On the evening of the Saturday, Mr. Andrews, finding Lord Lyttelton did not arrive, and feeling somewhat indisposed, retired to bed somewhat early, leaving one of his guests to do the honors of the supper table on his behalf. He went to bed in a somewhat feverish condition, but had not been lying down long when the curtains at the foot of his bed were drawn open, and he beheld his friend standing before him in a large-figured bedgown, which was always kept in the house for Lord Lyttelton's exclusive use. Mr. Andrews at once imagined that his friend had arrived after he had retired to rest, as he had so positively promised to come that day, and knowing how fond the nobleman was of practical joking, cried out to him, "You are at some of your tricks. Go to bed, or I will throw something at you." The reply to which was, "It's all over with me, Andrews." Still deeming it was Lord Lyttelton joking with him, Mr. Andrews stretched his arm out of the bed, and seizing one of his slippers, the nearest thing he could get hold of, he flung it at the figure, which then retreated to the dressing-room, whence there was no means of egress. Upon this, Mr. Andrews jumped out of bed, intending to follow and punish his friend for startling him, but could find nobody in that room, nor in his bedroom, the bolt of which was in its place. He rang his bell, and inquired of the servants where Lord Lyttelton was, but no one had seen him, and the nightgown, when sought for, was found in its usual place. Mr. Andrews, getting annoyed and unable to solve the mystery, ordered that no bed was to be given to the nobleman, who might find one at the inn, for serving him such a trick. The next morning, Mrs. Pigou, the guest who had headed Mr. Andrews' table when he retired, departed early for London, and on arriving there heard of Lord Lyttelton's death. She sent an express to Dartford to inform Mr. Andrews, who, when he received the news, was so shocked that he swooned away, and, to use his own words, was not his own man again for 3 years. End of section 26. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 20th of December, 2021. Section 27 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 27, Epworth Parsonage. In 1716, the Reverend Samuel Wesley, father of the famous John Wesley, the founder of Methodism, was rector of Epworth in Lincolnshire. During the months of December 1716 and January 1717, the parsonage was haunted in a most unpleasant fashion. The rector kept a diary in which the disturbances were recorded, and which eventually formed the basis of the narrative afterwards compiled by his well-known son for the Arminian magazine. This account, supplemented by personal inquiries and carefully written statement of each member of the household, forms not only one of the most marvelous, but also one of the best authenticated cases of haunted houses on record. The famous Dr. Priestley and the equally well-known Dr. Adam Clark both furnish voluminous particulars of the affair, the latter devoting 46 pages of his Memoirs of the Wesley Family to the narrative. In his Life of Wesley, Southey, in reproducing the accounts of the mysterious disturbances, remarks that an author who, in this age, relates such a story and treats it as not utterly incredible and absurd, must expect to be ridiculed. But the testimony upon which it rests is far too strong to be set aside because of the strangeness of the relation. It is needless to reproduce anything like a complete account of the disturbances at Epworth Parsonage, so the reader must be content to have in a somewhat abridged form the narrative drawn up by John Wesley, supplemented by a few additional data gathered from other equally reliable sources. On December 2nd, 1716, says John Wesley, while Robert Brown, my father's servant, was sitting with one of the maids a little before 10 at night in the dining room, which opened into the garden, they both heard someone knocking at the door. Robert rose and opened it, but could see nobody. Quickly it knocked again and groaned. "It's Mr. Turpine," said Robert. "He used to groan so." He opened the door again twice or thrice, the knocking being twice or thrice repeated. But still seeing nothing, and being a little startled, they rose up and went to bed. When Robert came to the top of the garret stairs, he saw a hand mill, which was at a little distance, whirled about very swiftly. When he related this, he said, "Naught vexed me but that it was empty. I thought if it had been but full of malt, he might have ground his hand out for me." When he was in bed, he heard, as it were, the gobbling of a turkey-cock close to the bedside, and soon after the sound of one stumbling over his shoes and boots, but there was none there. He had left them below. The next day he and the maid related these things to the other maid, who laughed heartily and said, "What a couple of fools you are! I defy anything to fright me." After churning in the evening, she put the butter in the tray, and had no sooner carried it into the dairy than she heard a knocking on the shelf, where several puncheons of milk stood, first above the shelf, then below. She took the candle and searched both above and below, but being able to find nothing, threw down butter, tray and all, and ran away for life. The next evening, between 5 and 6 o'clock, my sister Molly, then about 20 years of age, sitting in the dining room reading, heard, as if it were, the door that led into the hall open, and a person walking in that seemed to have on a silk nightgown, rustling and trailing along. It seemed to walk round her, and then to the door, and then round again, but she could see nothing. She thought, "It signifies nothing to run away, for whatever it is, it can run faster than me." So she rose, put her book under her arm, and walked slowly away. After supper, she was sitting with my sister Suki, about a year older than her, in one of the chambers, and telling her what had happened. She made quite light of it, telling her, "I wonder you are so easily frightened. I would fain see what would frighten me." Presently a knocking began under the table. She took the candle and looked, but could find nothing. Then the iron casement began to clatter. Next, the catch of the door moved up and down without ceasing. She started up, leaped into the bed without undressing, pulled the bedclothes over her head, and never ventured to look up until next morning. A night or two after, my sister Hetty, a year younger than my sister Molly, was waiting as usual between 9 and 10 to take away my father's candle, when she heard someone coming down the garret stairs, walking slowly by her, then going slowly down the best stairs, then up the back stairs, and up the garret stairs, and at every step it seemed the house shook from top to bottom. Just then my father knocked. She went in, took his candle, and got to bed as fast as possible. In the morning she told it to my eldest sister, who told her, "You know, I believe none of these things. Pray, let me take away the candle tonight, and I will find out the trick." She accordingly took my sister Hetty's place, and had no sooner taken away the candle than she heard a noise below. She hastened downstairs to the hall, where the noise was. But it was then in the kitchen. She ran into the kitchen, when it was drumming on the inside of the screen. When she went round, it was drumming on the outside, and so always on the side opposite to her. Then she heard a knocking at the back kitchen door. She ran to it, unlocked it softly, and when the knocking was repeated, suddenly opened it, but nothing was to be seen. As soon as she had shut it, the knocking began again. She opened it again, but could see nothing. When she went to shut the door, it was violently knocked against her, but she set her knee and her shoulder to the door, forced it to, and turned the key. Then the knocking began again, but she let it go on and went up to bed. However, from that time, she was thoroughly convinced that there was no imposture in the affair. The next morning, my sister, telling my mother what had happened, she said, "If I hear anything myself, I shall know how to judge." Soon after, she begged her mother to come into the nursery. She did, and heard in the corner of the room, as it were, the violent rocking of a cradle, but no cradle had been there for some years. She was convinced it was preternatural, and earnestly prayed it might not disturb her in her own chamber at the hours of retirement, and it never did. She now thought it was proper to tell my father, but he was extremely angry, and said, "Suki, I am ashamed of you. These boys and girls frighten one another, but you are a woman of sense, and should know better. Let me hear of it no more." At 6 in the evening, he had family prayers as usual. When he began the prayer for the king, a knocking began all round the room, and a thundering knock attended the Amen. The same was heard from this time every morning and evening, while the prayer for the king was repeated. As both my father and mother are now at rest, and incapable of being pained thereby, I think it my duty to furnish the serious reader with a key to this circumstance. The year before King William died, my father observed my mother did not say amen to the prayer for the king. She said she would not, for she did not believe the Prince of Orange was king. He vowed he would never cohabit with her until she did. He then took his horse and rode away, nor did she hear anything of him for a 12-month. He then came back and lived with her as before. But I fear his vow was not forgotten before God. Being informed that Mr. Hoole, the vicar of Haxey, resumes John Wesley, could give me some further information, I walked over to him. He said, referring to the bygone disturbances at Epworth Parsonage, Robert Brown came over to me and told me your father desired my company. When I came, he gave me an account of all that had happened, particularly the knocking during family prayer. But that evening, to my great satisfaction, we heard no knocking at all. But between 9 and 10, a servant came in and said, Old Geoffrey is coming. That was the name of one that had died in the house. For I hear the signal. This, they informed me, was heard every night about 10:15. It was towards the top of the house, on the outside at the northeast corner, resembling the loud creaking of a saw, or rather that of a windmill, when the body of it is turned about in order to shift the sails to the wind. We then heard a knocking over our heads, and Mr. Wesley, catching up a candle, said, Come, sir, now you shall hear for yourself. We went upstairs, he with much hope, and I, to say the truth, with much fear. When we came into the nursery, it was knocking in the next room. When we went there, it was knocking in the nursery, and there it continued to knock, though we came in, and particularly at the head of the bed, which was of wood, in which Miss Hetty and 2 of her younger sisters lay. Mr. Wesley, observing that they were much affected, though asleep, sweating and trembling exceedingly, was very angry, and, pulling out a pistol, was going to fire at the place whence the sound came. But I snatched him by the arm and said, Sir, you are convinced that this is something preternatural. If so, you cannot hurt it, but you give it power to hurt you. He then went close to the place and said sternly, Thou deaf and dumb devil, why dost thou fright these children who cannot answer for themselves? Come to me in my study, that am a man. Instantly it knocked his knock, the particular knock which he always used at the gate, as if it would shiver the board to pieces, and we heard nothing more that night. Commenting upon this portion of the narrative, as furnished by the Reverend Mr. Hoole, John Wesley remarks, Till this time my father had never heard the least disturbance in his study, but the next evening, as he attempted to go into his study, of which none had the key but himself, when he opened the door, it was thrust back with such violence as had like to have thrown him down. However, he thrust the door open and went in. Presently there was a knocking, first on one side, then on the other, and after a time in the next room, wherein my sister Nancy was. He went into that room, and the noise continuing adjured it to speak, but in vain. He then said, These spirits love darkness. Put out the candle, and perhaps it will speak. She did so, and he repeated the adjuration. but still there was only knocking and no articulate sound. Upon this he said, "Nancy, 2 Christians are an overmatch for the devil. Go all of you downstairs. It may be when I am alone he will have courage to speak." When she was gone, a thought came into his head, and he said, "If thou art the spirit of my son Samuel, I pray knock 3 knocks, and no more." Immediately all was silence, and there was no more knocking all that night. I asked my sister Nancy, then 15 years old, whether she was not afraid when my father used that adjuration. She answered she was sadly afraid it would speak when she put out the candle, but she was not at all afraid in the daytime when it walked after her, only she thought when she was about her work he might have done it for her and saved her the trouble. By this time, continues John Wesley, all my sisters were so accustomed to these noises that they gave them little disturbance. A gentle tapping at their bedhead usually began between 9 and 10 at night. Then they commonly said to each other, "Geoffrey is coming. It is time to go to sleep." And if they heard a noise in the day, and said to my youngest sister, "Hark, Kezzy, Geoffrey is knocking above," she would run upstairs and pursue it from room to room, saying she had no better diversion. My father and mother had just gone to bed, says Wesley, citing another instance of these mysterious disturbances, and the candle was not taken away when they heard 3 blows, and a second and a third 3, as it were, with a large oaken staff, struck upon a chest which stood by the bedside. My father immediately arose, put on his nightgown, and hearing great noises below, took the candle and went down. My mother walked by his side. As they went down the broad stairs, they heard as if a vessel full of silver was poured upon my mother's breast and ran jingling down to her feet. Quickly after, there was a sound as if a large iron bell were thrown among many bottles under the stairs, but nothing was hurt. Soon after, our large mastiff dog came and ran to shelter himself between them. While the disturbances continued, he used to bark and leap and snap on one side and the other, and that frequently before any person in the room heard any noise at all. But after 2 or 3 days, he used to tremble and creep away before the noise began. And by this the family knew it was at hand, nor did the observation ever fail. A little before my father and mother came into the hall, says Wesley, resuming the thread of his story, it seemed as if a very large coal was violently thrown upon the floor and dashed all in pieces, but nothing was seen. My father then cried out, "Suki, do you not hear? All the pewter is thrown about the kitchen." But when they looked, all the pewter stood in its place. Then there was a loud knocking at the back door. My father opened it, but saw nothing. It was then at the front door. He opened that, but it was still lost labor. After opening first the one, then the other several times, he turned and went up to bed. But the noises were so violent all over the house that he could not sleep till 4 in the morning. Several gentlemen and clergymen now earnestly advised my father, concludes Wesley, to quit the house, but he constantly answered, "No, let the devil flee from me. I will never flee from the devil." But he wrote to my eldest brother at London to come down. He was preparing so to do when another letter came, informing him the disturbances were over, after they had continued the latter part of the time, day and night, from the 2nd of December to the end of January. The elder Wesley's diary fully confirms all the more remarkable portions of John Wesley's narrative, and even mentions some curious incidents not given by the son. For instance, the Reverend Samuel says, "I have been thrice pushed by an invisible power, once against the corner of my desk in the study, a second time against the door of the matted chamber, a third time against the right side of the frame of my study door, as I was going in." On the 25th December, he records, "Our mastiff came whining to us, as he did always after the first night of its coming, for then he barked violently at it, but was silent afterwards, and seemed more afraid than any of the children." John Wesley also received several lengthy letters from various members of the family, corroborating the various details already given. But these communications are too lengthy to cite, besides being frequently but repetitions of the same or similar stories. From a letter written by Emily Wesley, afterwards Mrs. Harper, some extracts, however, may be given. "A whole month was sufficient to convince anybody," she writes, "of the reality of the thing. I shall only tell you what I myself heard, and leave the rest to others. My sisters in the paper chamber had heard noises, and told me of them, but I did not much believe till one night, about a week after the first groans were heard, which was the beginning. Just after the clock struck 10, I went downstairs to lock the doors, which I always do. Scarce had I got up the west stairs, when I heard a noise, like a person throwing down a vast coal in the middle of the fore kitchen. I was not much frightened, but went to my sister Suki, and we together went all over the lower rooms, but there was nothing out of order. Our dog was fast asleep, and our only cat in the other end of the house. No sooner was I got upstairs and undressing for bed, but I heard a noise. This made me hasten to bed. But my sister Hetty, who sits always to wait on my father, going to bed, was still sitting on the lowest step of the garret stairs, the door being shut at her back, when, soon after, there came down the stairs behind her something like a man in a loose nightgown trailing after him, which made her fly rather than run to me in the nursery." Emily Wesley, the writer of these words, it may be added, appeared to believe herself, followed by this manifestation through life. When writing to her brother John, 34 years after the Epworth disturbances had taken place, she alludes to that wonderful thing called by us Geoffrey as calling upon her before any extraordinary new affliction. In summing up the general circumstances attendant upon the disturbances in their household, John Wesley remarks, "Before I came into any room, the latches were frequently lifted up, the windows clattered, and whatever iron or brass was about the chamber rung and jarred exceedingly. When it was in any room, let them make what noise they would, as they sometimes did, its dead, hollow note would be clearly heard above them all. The sound very often seemed in the air in the middle of a room, nor could they ever make any such themselves by any contrivance. It never came by day till my mother ordered the horn to be blown. After that time, scarce anyone could go from one room into another, but the latch of the room they went to was lifted up before they touched it. It never came into my father's study till he talked to it sharply, calling it a deaf and dumb devil, and bid it cease to disturb the innocent children, and come to him in his study if it had anything to say to him. From the time my mother, desiring it not to disturb her from 5 to 6, it was never heard in her chamber from 5 till she came downstairs, nor at any other time when she was employed in devotion. No satisfactory explanation of these remarkable circumstances has ever, so far as we can discover, been afforded. End of section 27. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 5th of January, 2022.
Section 28 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 28. Esher. Miss Anna Maria Porter, the authoress, and sister of the still better known writer Jane Porter, authoress of The Scottish Chiefs, at one period of her life resided at Esher in Surrey. An aged gentleman of her acquaintance, who lived in the same place, was accustomed to visit at her house almost daily, generally making his appearance in the evening, when he would take a cup of tea and read the paper. One evening Miss Porter saw him enter the room as usual, and seat himself at the table, but without saying a word. She addressed some remark to him, but received no reply, and after a few seconds was surprised to see him rise and leave the room without uttering a word. Fearing that he might have taken ill suddenly, Miss Porter sent a servant to his house to make inquiries. She sent at once, but the answer the servant brought back was that the old gentleman had died suddenly about an hour before. Miss Anna Maria, it is avowed, believed that she had seen an apparition, and was herself the authority for this story. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 29. Eton. Several writers of a past generation, including Joseph Glanville, were fond of relating the story of Major Sydenham and his friend Captain William Dyke, but it appears to have escaped the researches of modern commentators on the supernatural. Shortly after the death of Major Sydenham, Dr. Thomas Dyke called on his cousin, Captain William Dyke of Skilgate, in the county of Somersetshire, and agreed to pass the night with him. At the captain's request, Dr. Dyke agreed to sleep in the same bed with his cousin, but previous to composing himself to sleep, the doctor was aroused by his companion calling up a servant and bidding the man bring him 2 of the largest candles he could obtain and have them lighted. The doctor naturally inquired what these were intended for, to which the captain answered, "You know, cousin, what disputes the Major and I have had touching the immortality of the soul, on which point we could never yet be resolved, though we so much desired it. And therefore it was at length fully agreed between us that he who died first should, the third night after his funeral, between the hours of 12 and 1, come to the little house which is here in the garden, and there give a full account touching these matters to the survivor, who should be sure to be present there at the set time, and so receive a full satisfaction. And this, says the captain, is the very night, and I am come on purpose to my present lodging to fulfill my promise. The doctor advised him not to follow strange counsels for which he could have no warrant. The captain replied that he had solemnly engaged, and that nothing should discourage him, and added that if the doctor should wake a while with him, he would shake him; if not, he might compose himself to rest, but for his own part he was resolved to watch, that he might be sure to be present at the hour appointed. To that purpose he set his watch by him, and as soon as he perceived that it was half an hour past 11, he arose, and taking a candle in each hand, went out by a back door of which he had before got the key, and walked into the garden house, where he continued 2 hours and a half. At his return, he declared he had neither seen nor heard anything more than usual. "But I know," said he, "that the Major would surely have come had he been able." About 6 weeks after, the captain rode to Eton to place his son, a scholar there, when the doctor went thither with him. They lodged at the sign of the Christopher, and tarried 2 or 3 nights, not lying together now as before at Dulverton, but in 2 several chambers. The morning before they went away, the captain stayed in his chamber longer than usual, before he called the doctor. At length he came into the chamber, but with his body shaking and trembling. Whereat the doctor, wondering, presently demanded, "What is the matter?" The captain replied, "I have seen the Major." The doctor seeming to smile, the captain said, "If ever I saw him in my life, I saw him but now," and then related to the doctor what had passed. "This morning, after it was light," said he, "one came to my bedside, and suddenly, drawing back the curtains, called, 'Captain, Captain!' To which I replied, 'What, Major?' To which he returned, 'I could not come at the time appointed, but I am now come to tell you that there is a God, and a very just and terrible one, and if you do not turn over a new leaf,' the very expression the doctor punctually remembered, "you shall find it so." The captain proceeded. On the table there lay a sword which the Major had formerly given me, and after the apparition had walked a turn or 2 about the chamber, he took up the sword, drew it, and finding it not so bright as it ought to be, cried, "Captain, Captain, this sword did not use to be kept after this manner when it was mine." After which he presently disappeared. The captain was not only thoroughly persuaded of the truth of what he had seen and heard, but was from that time observed to have become quite an altered man, and it was judged by those who were well acquainted with his conversation that the remembrance of this passage stuck close to him, and that those words of his dead friend were frequently sounding in his ears during the remainder of his life, which was something more than 2 years. End section 29. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 20th of December, 2021. Section 30 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 30. Glamis Castle. One of our ancient castles that has long had a reputation for the hauntings and the apparitions that trouble it is Glamis or Glamis Castle in Forfarshire, the seat of Lord Strathmore. Although the whole pile of buildings appears to suffer under the ban, there is one particular chamber which is especially known as the haunted room. Access to this ominous chamber is said to be now cut off by a stone wall, and none are supposed to be acquainted with its locality, save Lord Strathmore, his heir, and the factor of the estate. This wall is alleged to have been erected some few years ago by order of the late proprietor, in consequence of certain mysterious sights and sounds which he had both seen and heard. There is no doubt, writes a correspondent of Dr. Lee, about the reality of the noises at Glamis Castle. On one occasion, some years ago, the head of the family, with several companions, was determined to investigate the cause. One night, when the disturbance was greater and more violent and alarming than usual, and, it should be premised, strange, weird, and unearthly sounds had often been heard, and by many persons, some quite unacquainted with the ill repute of the castle, his lordship went to the haunted room, opened the door with a key, and dropped back in a dead swoon into the arms of his companions, nor could he ever be induced to open his lips on the subject afterwards. A well-known antiquary furnishes the following local legend connected with the old stronghold to account for the sights and noises heard about it. He states that the tradition is that in olden time, during one of the constant feuds between the Lindsays and the Ogilvies, a number of the latter clan, flying from their enemies, came to Glamis Castle and begged hospitality of the owner. He did not like to deny them the shelter of his castle walls, and therefore admitted them, but on the plea of hiding them, so it is averred, he secured them all in a large out-of-the-way chamber, that afterwards known as the Haunted One, and there left them to starve. Their bones lie there till this day, according to the common tradition, their bodies never having been removed. It has been suggested that it was the sight of these which so startled the late Lord Strathmore on entering the room, and which caused him subsequently to have it walled up. The scene is believed to have been particularly horrifying, some of the unfortunate captives having died apparently in the act of gnawing the flesh from their arms. Thus much for the tradition that accounts for the weird disturbances which, if Dr. Lee's correspondent may be credited, were still in a state of activity not very long ago. Among other strange instances, the writer states that on one occasion a lady and her child were staying for a few days at the castle. The child was asleep in an adjoining dressing room, and the lady, having gone to bed, lay awake for a while. Suddenly, a cold blast stole into the room, extinguishing the nightlight by her bedside, but not affecting the one in the dressing room beyond, in which her child had its cot. By that light she saw a tall, mailed figure pass into the dressing room from that in which she was lying. Immediately thereafter, there was a shriek from the child. Her maternal instinct was aroused. She rushed into the dressing room and found the child in an agony of fear. It described what it had seen as a giant who came and leant over its face. We are unable to learn when this disturbing apparition appeared, but it is to be hoped not since Lord Strathmore had the haunted room walled up, that it is most devoutly to be hoped shut in all unpleasant sights, even if it could not quite suppress the sounds. End of section 30. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 30th of December, 2021. Section 31 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 31. Glasgow, the Hell Club. There is a somewhat well-known story of an extremely startling character related by Mrs. Crowe under the title of The Glasgow Hell Club in that chapter of The Night Side of Nature, styled The Future That Awaits Us. The story, notwithstanding its sensationalism, is declared to be a relation of facts, of which a contemporary account was published, but was bought up by the family of the chief actor in the drama. As usual in such cases, a few copies escaped destruction, and the narrative was reprinted and widely diffused. Mrs. Crowe's version of this undoubted and well-attested fact is as follows. Some 90 years ago, there flourished in Glasgow a club of young men, which, from the extreme profligacy of its members and the licentiousness of their orgies, was commonly called the Hell Club. Besides these nightly or weekly meetings, they held one grand annual Saturnalia, in which each tried to excel the other in drunkenness and blasphemy. And on these occasions there was no star amongst them whose lurid light was more conspicuous than that of young Mr. Archibald B., who, endowed with brilliant talents and a handsome person, had held out great promise in his boyhood, and raised hopes which had been completely frustrated by his subsequent reckless dissipations. One morning, after returning from this annual festival, Mr. Archibald B., having retired to bed, dreamt the following dream. He fancied that he himself was mounted on a favorite black horse that he always rode, and that he was proceeding towards his own house, then a country seat embowered by trees and situated upon a hill, now entirely built over and forming part of the city, when a stranger, whom the darkness of night prevented his distinctly discerning, suddenly seized his horse's reins, saying, "You must go with me." "And who are you?" exclaimed the young man, with a volley of oaths, whilst he struggled to free himself. "That you will see by and by," returned the other, in a tone that excited unaccountable terror in the youth, who, plunging his spurs into his horse, attempted to fly, but in vain. However fast the animal flew, the stranger was still beside him, till at length, in his desperate efforts to escape, the rider was thrown. but instead of being dashed to the earth, as he expected, he found himself falling, falling still, as if sinking into the bowels of the earth. At length, a period being put to this mysterious descent, he found breath to inquire of his companion, who was still beside him, whither they were going. "Where am I? Where are you taking me?" he exclaimed. "To hell," replied the stranger, and immediately interminable echoes repeated the fearful sound, "To hell, to hell, to hell." At length a light appeared, which soon increased to a blaze. But instead of the cries and groans and lamentings the terrified traveler expected, nothing met his ear but sounds of music, mirth, and jollity, and he found himself at the entrance of a superb building, far exceeding any he had seen constructed by human hands. Within, too, what a scene! No amusement, employment, or pursuit of man on earth but was here being carried on with a vehemence that excited his unutterable amazement. There the young and lovely still swam through the mazes of the giddy dance. There the panting steed still bore his brutal rider through the excitement of the goaded race. There, over the midnight bowl, the intemperate still drawled out the wanton song or maudlin blasphemy. The gambler plied forever his endless game, and the slaves of Mammon toiled through eternity their bitter task, whilst all the magnificence of earth paled before that which now met his view. He soon perceived that he was amongst old acquaintances, whom he knew to be dead, and each, he observed, was pursuing the object, whatever it was, that had formerly engrossed him. When, finding himself relieved of the presence of his unwelcome conductor, he ventured to address his former friend, Mrs. D., whom he saw sitting, as had been her wont on earth, absorbed at loo, requesting her to rest from the game and introduce him to the pleasures of the place, which had appeared to him to be very unlike what he had expected, and indeed an extremely agreeable one. But with a cry of agony she answered, that there was no rest in hell, that they must ever toil on at those very pleasures, and innumerable voices echoed through the interminable vaults, "There is no rest in hell," whilst throwing open their vest, each disclosed in his bosom an ever burning flame. These, they said, were the pleasures of hell. Their choice on earth was now their inevitable doom. In the midst of the horror this scene inspired, his conductor returned, and at his earnest entreaty restored him again to earth. But as he quitted him, he said, "Remember, in a year and a day we meet again." At this crisis of his dream, the sleeper awoke, feverish and ill, and whether from the effects of the dream or of his preceding orgies, he was so unwell as to be obliged to keep his bed for several days, during which period he had time for many serious reflections, which terminated in a resolution to abandon the club and his licentious companions altogether. He was no sooner well, however, than they flocked around him, bent on recovering so valuable a member of their society, and having wrung from him a confession of the cause of his defection, which, as may be supposed, appeared to them eminently ridiculous, they soon contrived to make him ashamed of his good resolutions. He joined them again, resumed his former course of life, and when the annual Saturnalia came round, he found himself with his glass in his hand at the table, when the president, rising to make the accustomed speech, began by saying, "Gentlemen, this being leap year, it is a year and a day since our last anniversary," etc., etc. The words struck upon the young man's ear like a knell, but, ashamed to expose his weakness to the jeers of his companions, he sat out the feast, plying himself with wine even more liberally than usually, in order to drown his intrusive thoughts, till, in the gloom of a winter's morning, he mounted his horse to ride home. Some hours afterwards, the horse was found with his saddle and bridle on, quietly grazing by the roadside, about halfway between the city and Mr. B.'s house, whilst a few yards off lay the corpse of his master. Comment on this weird tale is needless on our part, unless it be to remark that it would point a moral in a far more emphatic manner were the real names given of the young man whose fate is supposed to be described. End of section 31. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 31st of December, 2021. Section 32 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram, Section 32. Grey Rig Hall. In Duchetiana, it is stated by Sir G. B. Ducat that not a vestige remains of those extensive foundations which, 100 years ago, attested the solidity and importance of the Westmoreland Ducat's residence, the Manor House, known formerly as Grey Rig Hall. A strange story is told of the last member of this opulent family, who inhabited this fine old English mansion ere it was dismantled. The narrative has been detailed with great similarity in various works, such as Ferguson's Early Cumberland and Westmoreland Friends, and Backhouse's Life of Howgill, and is popularly known as The Quaker's Curse and its Fulfillment. Francis Howgill, a noted member of the Society of Friends, resided at Todthorne, near Grey Rig, in Westmoreland, about the middle of the 17th century. At one time, he traveled about the south of England preaching, and when he visited Bristol, in company with his compatriot John Cam, his preaching was made in the occasion of great rioting. In 1663, he returned to his own neighborhood, whither his reputation had apparently preceded him, for upon arriving at the marketplace of Kendal, he was summoned to appear before the justices, who were holding a court in a tavern. They tendered Howgill the oath of allegiance when he came before them, and as he refused to take it, they committed him to confinement in Appleby jail. It may be pointed out, as a matter of history, that in the earliest days of the Brotherhood, members of the Society of Friends were often subjected to severe penalties and much persecution for their refusal to conform to the taking of judicial oaths. At Appleby, the judges of assizes also tendered Howgill the same oath, and on his refusal to swear it, ordered him to be indicted at the next assizes. Meanwhile, they offered to release him from custody if he would give a bond for his good behavior in the interim. But this he refused to do, and therefore was recommitted to prison. During his imprisonment, a curious incident happened. Howgill was allowed by the magistrates to go home to Greyrig for a few days on private affairs, and in the course of the time he was at liberty, the Quaker felt himself compelled to visit a justice of the name of Ducket, residing at Greyrig Hall, who was a great persecutor of the Quakers, and was also one of the magistrates concerned in committing him to prison. Francis Howgill, on this occasion, was accompanied by a friend who, over the initials J.D., would appear to have written a report of the interview. Justice Ducket expressed much surprise at seeing Howgill, and said to him, "What is your wish now, Francis? I thought you had been in Appleby jail." Howgill replied to this effect, "No, I am not, but I am come with a message from the Lord. Thou hast persecuted the Lord's people, but his hand is now against thee, and he will send a blast upon all that thou hast, and thy name shall rot out of the earth, and this thy dwelling shall become desolate, and a habitation for owls and jackdaws." When Howgill had delivered this message, the justice trembled and said, "Francis, are you in earnest?" To which Howgill responded, "Yes, I am in earnest. It is the word of the Lord to thee, and there are many now living who will see it." This prediction by the Quaker appears to have been remarkably fulfilled, for according to the testimony of James Wilson, who was a minister among the Friends, and who lived at one time at Greyrig Foot in Westmoreland, this Justice Ducket had several children, and all those children died without leaving any issue, whilst some of them came to poverty. James Wilson himself had repeatedly given alms at his door to a woman, the last of the Ducket family, who begged her bread from door to door. Greyrig Hall passed into the possession of the Lowther family, was dismantled, fell into ruins, and in 1777, little more than its extensive foundations were visible. After having long been the habitation of owls and jackdaws, the ruins were entirely removed, and a farmhouse erected upon the site of the old hall, and thus the Quaker's curse was fulfilled. End of section 32. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 1st day of January 2022.
Section 33 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kriti Dwivedi. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 33, Hackwood House. In April 1862, one of those stories of haunted houses which are continually cropping up both in print and in private conversation went the usual round of the press. The London correspondent of Saunders' newsletter, having read the comments of his contemporaries, told the tale in his own fashion as below. It should be premised that the Mr. R of the story is Mr. Henry Philip Roke, the friend of Lord Westbury, and thanks to that friendship was by him appointed one of the registrars of the London Court of Bankruptcy.
Really, what with Mr. Home, Mr. Forster, and Sir Bulwer Lytton's strange story, says the correspondent.
London society seems just now affected with a general phantom mania. The last new phase of the malady is a ghost story which has lately obtained extensive currency in what are called the upper circles, and which claims for its believers two counsel learned in the law and the Lord High Chancellor himself. I don't pretend to vouch that the story can pretend to the ghost of a foundation for its existence. I merely testify that it is being talked of by everybody, and that the first question asked at most dinner tables is, "Have you heard of Lord Westbury's ghost?"
The story runs thus. Lord Westbury lately purchased Hackwood House, an old mansion near Basingstoke, the property of Lord Bolton. Snatching a spare day or two to obtain a more minute inspection of his investment, he took with him two of the gentlemen belonging to his official establishment, both members of the learned profession. On separating for the night, the bedroom destined for one of them, a Mr. R, was found to be on the opposite side of the hall to those of the other gentlemen. He therefore shook hands and said good night in the hall, leaving the others talking there. He had not been very long asleep before he felt himself awoke, but could neither hear nor perceive anything. By degrees, however, he became conscious of something luminous on the side of the room opposite his bed, which gradually assumed the appearance of a woman clothed in grey. He at first thought that it was an optical illusion, next that his companions were playing him some phosphoric trick, and then, turning round, he composed himself to sleep again. Further on in the night he was awoke again, and then at once he saw the same figure brilliantly conspicuous on the wall. Whilst he was gazing at it, it seemed to leave the wall and advance into the middle of the apartment. He immediately jumped out of the bed, rushed to it, and of course found nothing. He was so impressed by the power of the delusion that he found it impossible to seek any more sleep, and as the day was beginning to break, he dressed and made his way into the grounds, where he walked for some time, pondering over the illusion so forcibly produced upon him. On his return to his room, he wrote out an exact account of what he thought he had seen, it being then quite clear to him that it was no trick played by others, but simply an hallucination of his own brain. At the breakfast table, however, he began to fancy that he had been cleverly imposed on by his friends, as they commenced at once bantering him on his night's rest, broken sleep, and so forth. Wishing to detect them, if possible, he pretended unconsciousness and utter ignorance of their meaning, when, to his horror, one of them exclaimed, "Come, come, don't think we didn't see one of the women in grey follow you into your room last night." He rushed upstairs, produced his written account, which he gave them to read, and the consternation became general. On inquiry, of course, they found the legend of a murder done in the days of yore, and the Lord Chancellor is supposed to be exceedingly vexed at an incident which has decidedly shut up one room in his house forever, if not, in all probability, tabooed the mansion altogether. Thus much do the upper 10,000 ever. How truly is quite another question. End of section 33. Section 34 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kriti Dwivedi. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 34, Hanley. In August 1864, the Spiritual Magazine published an account stated to have been related to the Staffordshire Sentinel in the previous year of an apparition that had appeared to Mr. William Ridgway, a well-known pottery owner of Hanley, Staffordshire. It is a curious circumstance that the manufacturer should have concealed the story from all his family and friends, and after so many years of silence have revealed it to an apparent stranger. The editor of the newspaper in question does not, and of course in the circumstances cannot produce any corroborative evidence of Mr. Ridgway's belief that he had seen the apparition of his deceased mother, nor does he state why the story was held back until 3 months after Mr. Ridgway's death. However, it is not our present purpose to question the editor's narrative, but to cite it. For many years, the family of the Ridgways, remarks our authority, have held a high and influential position in the commercial world. Their name will go down to posterity as promoters of the beautiful art which gives wealth and fame to the Staffordshire potteries. William was in partnership with his elder brother John, and was esteemed for his manly courage and untiring energy and great probity of character. No man doubted the word of William Ridgway. It is therefore of great value in the support of the belief in and reality of apparitions to have the testimony of such a man, and I am able to give a well-authenticated story from the columns of the Staffordshire Sentinel, where a memoir of this much respected gentleman appeared about the time of his death in April last. The story is thus related. The two brothers became partners with their father at the same time when Mr. William was 21 years old and on equal terms, and their own partnership continued many years after his death. Immediately after this event, they had a dispute which of the two should have the parental mansion. Mr. John maintained the right of the elder, Mr. William, the claim of an increasing family. The controversy threatened to culminate in a quarrel when, about 10 o'clock on a light evening, William beheld the apparition of his deceased mother near to the side of the entrance of the house. The appearance was perfect as life, and she addressed him audibly and distinctly, saying, "William, my dear, let your brother have the house, and God will make it right with you." The next morning, he simply said to his brother, "John, you shall have the house." But he never divulged the reason why he said this, either to his brother or his wife or to any human being, until he related it to us in the month of June 1863. The superstitious may regard this statement in one aspect and the philosophical in another, but all must admit that its truth is simply a question of credibility. No one would doubt Mr. Ridgway's word, and few will believe that the eyes and ears of then young man were deceived by an illusion. Happily, the friendship of the two brothers was uninterrupted and it continued unbroken through life. End of section 34.
Section 35 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 35. Heanor, Derbyshire. In that remarkable work, Footfalls on the Boundary of Another World, Robert Dale Owen publishes an interesting account of an apparition supposed to have appeared about the time of the death of the person it represented. This account was supplied by Mr. William Howitt, the well-known author, it having happened in his own family. And in accordance with our usual custom of giving as nearly as possible the original narrator's own words, the only proper course in such cases, the story referred to above shall be told as Mr. Howitt tells it, in his letter, dated Highgate, March 28th, 1859. The circumstances you desire to obtain from me is one which I have many times heard related by my mother. It was an event familiar to our family and the neighborhood, and is connected with my earliest memories, having occurred about the time of my birth, at my father's house at Heanor, Derbyshire, where I was born. My mother's family name, Tantum, is an uncommon one, which I do not recollect to have met with except in a story of Miss Leslie's. My mother had two brothers, Francis and Richard. The younger, Richard, I knew well, for he lived to an old age. The elder, Francis, was, at the time of the occurrence I am about to report, a gay young man, about 20, unmarried, handsome, frank, affectionate, and extremely beloved by all classes throughout that part of the country. He is described, in that age of powder and pigtails, as wearing his auburn hair flowing in ringlets on his shoulders, like another Absalom, and was much admired as well for his personal grace as for the life and gaiety of his manners. One fine calm afternoon, my mother, shortly after a confinement, but perfectly convalescent, was lying in bed, enjoying from her window the sense of summer beauty and repose, a bright sky above, and the quiet village before her. In this state, she was gladdened by hearing footsteps, which she took to be those of her brother Frank, as he was familiarly called, approaching the chamber door. The visitor knocked and entered. The foot of the bed was towards the door, and the curtains at the foot, notwithstanding the season, were drawn to prevent any draught. Her brother parted them and looked in upon her. His gaze was earnest and destitute of its usual cheerfulness, and he spoke not a word. "My dear Frank," said my mother, "how glad I am to see you! Come round to the bedside. I wish to have some talk with you." He closed the curtains as if complying, but instead of doing so, my mother, to her astonishment, heard him leave the room, close the door behind him, and begin to descend the stairs. Greatly amazed, she hastily rang, and when her maid appeared, she bade her call her brother back. The girl replied that she had not seen him enter the house. But my mother insisted, saying, "He was here but this instant. Run, quick! Call him back. I must see him." The girl hurried away, but after a time returned, saying that she could learn nothing of him anywhere, nor had anyone in or about the house seen him either enter or depart. Now, my father's house stood at the bottom of the village and close to the high road, which was quite straight, so that anyone passing along it must have been seen for a much longer period than had elapsed. The girl said she had looked up and down the road, then searched the garden, a large old-fashioned one with shady walks. But neither in the garden nor on the road was he to be seen. She had inquired at the nearest cottages in the village, but no one had noticed him pass. My mother, though a very pious woman, was far from superstitious. Yet the strangeness of this circumstance struck her forcibly. While she lay pondering upon it, there was heard a sudden running and excited talking in the village street. My mother listened. It increased, though up to that time the village had been profoundly still, and she became convinced that something very unusual had occurred. Again she rang the bell to inquire the cause of the disturbance. This time it was the monthly nurse who answered it. She sought to tranquilize my mother, as a nurse usually does a patient. "Oh, it is nothing particular, ma'am," she said. "Some trifling affair," which she pretended to relate, passing lightly over the particulars. But her ill-suppressed agitation did not escape my mother's eye. "Tell me the truth," she said, "at once. I am certain something very sad has happened." The woman still equivocated, greatly fearing the effect upon my mother in her then situation, and at first the family joined in the attempt at concealment. Finally, however, my mother's alarm and earnest entreaties drew from them the terrible truth, that her brother had just been stabbed at the top of the village and killed on the spot. The melancholy event had thus occurred. My uncle, Francis Tantum, had been dining at Shipley Hall with Mr. Edward Miller Mundy, Member of Parliament for the county. Shipley Hall lay off to the left of the village as you looked up the main street from my father's house, and about a mile distant from it, while Heener Fall, my uncle's residence, was situated to the right, the road from the one country seat to the other crossing nearly at right angles the upper portion of the village street, at a point where stood one of the two village inns, the Admiral Rodney, respectably kept by the widow H-K-S. I remember her well, a tall, fine-looking woman who must have been handsome in her youth, and who retained, even past middle age, an air superior to her condition. She had one only child, a son, then scarcely 20. He was a good-looking, brisk young fellow, and bore a very fair character. He must, however, as the event showed, have been of a very hasty temper. Francis Tantum, riding home from Shipley Hall after the early country dinner of that day, somewhat elated, it may be, with wine, stopped at the widow's inn and bade the son bring him a glass of ale. As the latter turned to obey, my uncle, giving the youth a smart switch across the back with his riding whip, cried out in his lively, joking way, "Now be quick, Dick, be quick!" The young man, instead of receiving the playful stroke as a jest, took it as an insult. He rushed into the house, snatched up a carving knife, and darting back into the street, stabbed my uncle to the heart as he sat on his horse, so that he fell dead on the instant in the road. The sensation throughout the quiet village may be imagined. The inhabitants who idolized the murdered man were prevented from taking summary vengeance on the homicide only by the constables, carrying him off to the office of the nearest magistrate. Young H-KS was tried at the next Derby Assizes, but, justly no doubt, taking into view the sudden irritation caused by the blow, he was convicted of manslaughter only, and after a few months' imprisonment, returned to the village, where, notwithstanding the strong popular feeling against him, he continued to keep the inn, even after his mother's death. He is still present, to my recollection, a quiet, retiring man, never guilty of any other irregularity of conduct, and seeming to bear about with him the constant memory of his rash deed, a silent blight upon his life. So great was the respect entertained for my uncle, and such the deep impression of his tragic end, that so long as that generation lived, the church bells of the village were regularly tolled on the anniversary of his death. On comparing the circumstances and the exact time at which each occurred, the fact was substantiated that the apparition presented itself to my mother almost instantly after her brother had received the fatal stroke. End of section 35. Read by Zachary J. in Boise, January 10th, 2022.
Section 36 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 36. Hereford. The Reverend Dr. Bretton, towards the close of his career appointed rector of Ludgate, early in life held a living in Hereford. He had married a daughter of Dr. Santer, a lady well known for her piety and virtue, but who died and left an infant to her husband's care. The child was entrusted to the charge of an old servant of Mrs. Bretton, who had since married, and who nursed it in her own cottage near the doctor's residence. The story, which has often been related in various collections and in different ways, according to the original account, states that one day, when the woman was nursing the infant, the door of her cottage was opened, and a lady entered, so exactly resembling the late Mrs. Bretton in dress and appearance that she exclaimed, "If my mistress were not dead, I should think you were she." Whereupon the apparition told her she was so, and requested her to go with her, as she had business of importance to communicate. Alice objected, being very much frightened, and entreated her to address herself rather to Dr. Bretton. But Mrs. B. answered that she had endeavoured to do so, and had been several times in his room for that purpose, but he was still asleep, and she had no power to do more towards awakening him than once uncover his feet. Alice then pleaded that she had nobody to leave with her child, but Mrs. B. promising that the child should sleep till her return, she at length obeyed the summons, and having accompanied the apparition into a large field, the latter bade her observe how much she measured off with her feet, and having taken a considerable compass, she made her go and tell her brother that all that portion had been wrongfully taken from the poor by their father, and that he must restore it to them, adding that she was the more concerned about it since her name had been used in the transaction. Alice then asking how she should satisfy the gentleman of the truth of her mission, Mrs. B. mentioned to her some circumstances known only to herself and this brother. Then she entered into much discourse with the woman, and gave her a great deal of good advice, till hearing the sound of horse bells, she said, "Alice, I must be seen by none but yourself," and then disappeared. When the apparition had gone away, the servant proceeded to the residence of her master, and acquainted him with what had occurred. Dr. Bretton admitted that he had actually heard someone walking about in his room in a way that he could not account for, as no one was visible. He then mentioned the matter to his brother, who laughed heartily at it, until Alice communicated to him the secret which she was commissioned to reveal to him. Upon hearing it, he changed his tone, and declared himself ready to make the restitution required. Dr. Bretton, it may be remarked, never made any secret of the affair, but discussed it freely with many persons. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 37, Henhow Cottage. An account of a haunted neighborhood, as described in J. Sullivan's Cumberland and Westmoreland, illustrates either the long term of years apparitions are doomed to haunt the scenes of their former life, or the tenacity of tradition. Sullivan, referring to other previous cases of supernatural troubles that had been his lot to record, remarks that if some incredulous individuals may consider the evidence already proffered unsatisfactory, they should investigate that of the henhouse spectre, the truth of which they may ascertain by a little inquiry. This particular case, he remarks, happened about 23 years ago, and the man to whom the spectre appeared lived in Martindale, at a cottage called Henhow. His wife had heard some unaccountable noises in or around the house and informed her husband, but no further notice was taken. One morning he had to go to his work at an early hour, and having several miles to walk, he started soon after midnight. He had not got above 200 yards from the house when the dog by which he was accompanied gave signs of alarm. He looked round. At the other side of the wall that bounded the road appeared a woman, keeping pace with him and carrying a child in her arms. There was no means of escape. He spoke to the figure and asked her what was troubling her. Then she told him her story. She had once lived at Henhow and had been seduced. Her seducer, to cloak his guilt and her frailty, met her by appointment at a certain market town and gave her a medicine, the purpose of which is obvious. It proved too potent and killed both mother and child. Her doom was to wander thus for 100 years, 40 of which were already expired. On his return home at night, the man told what he had seen and heard, and when the extraordinary story spread through the dale, the old wives were enabled to recall some almost forgotten incidents precisely identical with those related by the apparition. The seducer was known to be a clergyman. The occurrence is believed to have made a lasting impression on the old man, says Sullivan, who still lives and was until very lately a shepherd on the fells. There can be no moral doubt that he both saw and spoke with the apparition, but what share his imagination had therein, or how it had been excited, are mysteries, and so they are likely to remain. End of section 37. Read by Andrea Kotzer.
Section 38 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 38. Hilton Castle. Formerly the homes of nearly every Scottish and of many English families of importance were haunted by domestic spirits known as brownies. Hilton Castle, once one of the most magnificent dwellings in the north of England, but now hastening to decay among other weird inhabitants, was a long while, perchance still is, frequented by a brownie, popularly known as the Cold Lad of Hilton. As a rule, these domestic spectres appear to have taken up their abode in any suitable dwelling, without the usual precedent of a crime, as is the case with a ghost or apparition of the ordinary type, and to have generally employed themselves for the benefit of the household. The antiquary Surtees, in his History of Durham, assumes the being that haunted Hilton Castle to have been one of these somewhat commonplace spirits, and although there are other more eerie stories of the cold lad, it will be as well to give the historian's account first. The cold lad, he says, was seldom seen, but was heard nightly by the servants, who slept in the great hall. If the kitchen were left in perfect order, they heard him amusing himself by breaking plates and dishes, hurling the pewter in all directions, and throwing everything into confusion. If, on the contrary, the apartment had been left in disarray, a practice which the servants found it most prudent to adopt, the indefatigable goblin arranged everything with the greatest precision. This poor spirit, whose pranks were never of a dangerous or hurtful character, was at length banished from his haunts by the usual and universally known expedient of presenting him with a suit of clothes. A green cloak and hood were laid before the kitchen fire, and the domestics sat up watching at a prudent distance. At 12 o'clock the sprite glided gently in, stood by the glowing embers, and surveyed the garments provided for him very attentively, tried them on, and seemed delighted with his appearance in them, frisking about for some time, and cutting several somersaults, till, on hearing the first cock crow, he twitched his mantle about him, and disappeared with the malediction usually adopted on such occasions. "Here's a cloak, and here's a hood. The cold lad of Hilton will do no more good." Although this spirit was thus summarily disposed of by the historian, the inhabitants of Hilton and its vicinity for many generations continued to believe in its frequent reappearance, and over the glowing embers told wonderful tales of its deeds. So strange were its doings at times, and so frequent its apparition, that it was difficult to retain the domestics in the castle. Among other stories told of the terror with which it contrived to imbue the minds of the servants, is one of a dairymaid, who was too fond of helping herself to the richest cream the pantry afforded. One day, as this not over-scrupulous young woman was taking her usual sips from the various pans, the cold lad suddenly addressed her from some invisible vantage ground. "Ye taste, and ye taste, and ye taste, but ye never gie the cold lad a taste." On hearing this appalling accusation, the affrighted maid dropped the spoon on the ground, rushed out of the place, and could never be induced to enter it again. The local tradition of the cold lad more closely assimilates his nature to that of any ordinary ghost or apparition, and in no way to the brownie of our forefathers. The popular idea is that a lad, a domestic of the house, was cruelly ill-treated and kept confined in a cupboard, and the cupboard is, or was quite recently, pointed out by the guide who shows visitors over the house as the place where they used to put the cold lad. He is supposed to have received the suggestively awesome name of the cold lad from his stiff and stark form having been discovered in the cupboard. Surtees endeavours to explain the origin of this ancient legend by reference to a murder of Roger Skelton, apparently a servant, by his master Robert Hilton, of Hilton, on the 3rd July 1609. Hilton was found guilty of having killed Skelton, but received a pardon some few months after his conviction. According to the old tale, the lord of Hilton one day, in a fit of wrath or intemperance, enraged at the delay in bringing his horse after he had ordered it, rushed to the stable, and finding the boy, whose duty it was to have brought the horse, loitering about, he seized a hay-fork and struck him with it. Intentionally or not, he had given the lad a mortal blow. The tale proceeds to tell how the murderer covered his victim with straw until night-time, when he took the body and flung it into the pond, where indeed the skeleton was discovered in the last lord of Hilton's time. With such ghastly and such ghostly traditions connected with it, it is no wonder that Hilton Castle is a haunted place. End of section 38.
Section 39 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Steve Nelson. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 39. Holland House. The History of Holland House by the Princess Marie Liechtenstein, the adopted daughter of the present Lady Holland, is a well-known popular account of one of the most interesting London residences extant. The many highly gifted men and beautiful women who have frequented Holland House for several generations past have endowed it with memories of a most attractive nature. But the Princess Marie's work tells us that reminiscences of a far less pleasing character hover about the old house, and indeed that, like most respectable dwellings of any antiquity, Holland House is haunted. At least 2 ghostly legends, according to the fair authoress, are connected with it. An ancient manor house, belonging to Sir William Cope, it is believed, formerly stood where Holland House now stands, and, so it would seem, was incorporated in the present mansion. Sir William Cope's daughter and heiress Isabel was married to Sir Henry Rich, created Baron Kensington in 1622 and sent to Spain by James I to assist in negotiating a marriage between Prince Charles and the Infanta. In 1624 he was created Earl of Holland, and it was this same nobleman, as the princess tells us, who added to the buildings its wings and arcades, and more than this, he employed the best artists of the time in decorating the interior. Clarendon describes the Earl as a very handsome man, of a lovely and winning presence and gentle conversation. He played, says the historian, a conspicuous part during the reign of Charles I and the commencement of the struggle with the Parliament. After having stood in high favor with Queen Henrietta, he fell under a suspicion of disloyalty, which was confirmed by his lending Holland House for a meeting between Fairfax and certain discontented members of Parliament. The year following, having rejoined the Royalists, he was taken in arms at St. Neots, and, having been imprisoned at Warwick Castle, he was condemned to death and beheaded in March 1648 or 9 in Palace Yard. Warburton, in a note to Clarendon's history, says, "He lived like a knave and died like a fool. He appeared on the scaffold dressed in a white satin waistcoat and a white satin cap with silver lace. After some divine conference with a clergyman and an affectionate leave-taking with a friend, he turned to the executioner and said, 'Here, my friend, let my clothes and my body alone. There is 10 pounds for thee. That is better than my clothes, I am sure of it. And when you take up my head, do not take off my cap.' He appears, however, even by Warburton's account, to have died with much firmness, and his head was severed by one blow from his body." This Lord Holland, the first of his name and the chief builder of Holland House, is, the Princess Liechtenstein tells us, believed to yet haunt one room of the splendid old mansion. The gilt room is said to be tenanted by the solitary ghost of its first lord, who, according to tradition, issues forth at midnight from behind a secret door and walks slowly through the scenes of former triumphs with his head in his hand. To add to this mystery, there is a tale of 3 spots of blood on one side of the recess whence he issues, 3 spots which can never be effaced. In the grounds of Holland House is the Green Lane, formerly called Nightingale Lane, as long as nightingales frequented it. It is, says the princess, a long avenue, like an immense gallery arched with trees and carpeted with grass, the distant light at the end softening down into that misty blue so peculiar to dear England. This avenue is the scene of a spiritual experience chronicled by Aubrey in his Miscellanies, and which is as follows. The beautiful Lady Diana Rich, daughter to the Earl of Holland, as she was walking in her father's garden at Kensington, to take the air before dinner about 11 o'clock, being then very well, met her own apparition, habit and everything, as in a looking-glass, about a month after she died of smallpox. And 'tis said that her sister, the Lady Isabella Thynne, saw the like of herself also before she died. This account I had from a person of honor. A third sister, Mary, was married to the Earl of Breadalbane, we are informed, and it has been recorded that she also, not long after her marriage, had some such warning of her approaching dissolution. And so the old tradition has remained, and who would wish it removed? Belonging to past times, it should be respected. But whether we respect tradition or not, it is a received fact that whenever the mistress of Holland House meets herself, death is hovering about her. End of section 39.
Section 40 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 40. Lambden Castle. At Lambden Castle in Durham, there is shown the figure of a man in armor cut in stone, having something like razors set in his back plate. He is represented in the act of thrusting his sword down the throat of a dragon or serpent. The tradition which is typified by this ancient figure, and which for centuries has been identified with the Lambton family, now represented by the Earl of Durham, is one of the most singular and notorious in England. Burke, in his Vicissitudes of Families, gives the tale at some length, but derives it chiefly from Surtees, the historian and antiquary, and from him, with some few additional particulars from other local authorities, we purpose giving it in a somewhat abridged form. According to the old legend, the Lambtons were so brave that they feared neither man nor God, and apparently had no respect for the Sabbath. One Sunday, therefore, the reckless heir of the race, according to his profane custom, went to fish in the river Wear, and after trying his piscatorial skill for a long time, without success, vented his disappointment in curses loud and deep, much to the distress of passers-by on their road to church. At length his luck appeared as if about to change, for he felt something struggling at the end of his line. Pulling it carefully to land, in expectation of capturing a great fish, he was woefully disappointed and enraged to find it was a worm or snake of repulsive appearance. He cleared it from his hook and flung it into an adjacent well, remarking to a passer-by that he thought he had caught the devil, and requesting his opinion on the strange animal. The stranger, after looking into the well, remarked that he had never seen anything like it before, that it was like an eft, but that it had 9 holes on each side of its mouth, and opined that it betokened no good. After a while, the heir of the Lambtons repented of his evil courses, and proceeded to a distant land, in order to wage war against the infidels. During the 7 long years that he was absent from home, a most distressing and unexpected state of affairs had come to pass. The worm or serpent which he had flung into the well on that desecrated Sabbath had grown so large that it had to seek another and more capacious place of residence. The locality which it selected as its favorite abode was a small hill near the village of Fatfield, on the north side of the River Wear, about 1.5 miles below Lambton Castle. And at last, so great was its length, and so great was its strength, that it could and would wind itself round this hill, which is upwards of 300 yards in circumference, to a triple cord, in such a manner that traces of its folds have remained almost to within memory of the last generation. It became a terror to the whole country, committing all kinds of devastation on the flocks and herds, and poisoning the pasture with its reeking breath. In vain did the knights and gentlemen thereabouts endeavor to slay this monster. It was a match for the best of them, always leaving them minus life or limb, for although many of them had succeeded in cutting it asunder, the severed parts had reunited immediately, and the worm remained whole as before the conflict. Finally the heir of Lambton returned from the wars. He was naturally distressed to learn of the desolation of his ancestral lands, and still more so when he discovered that the cause of all the misery was really due to the monster he had drawn to land on the long, bygone desecrated Sabbath. He determined, at all risks, to endeavor to destroy the monster, but as all previous adventurers had failed, he deemed it best, before undertaking the conflict, to consult a witch or wise woman as to the best method of proceeding. Accordingly, he applied to a witch, and, after having been reproached as the cause of all the misery brought upon the country, she advised him how to act. He was directed to provide himself with a coat of armor covered with razors, and, by means of that and his trusty sword, promised success, that is to say, conditionally upon his making a solemn vow to kill the first living thing which he should meet after slaying the worm. Lambden agreed to the conditions, but was informed that if he failed to keep his word, the lords of Lambden for 9 generations should not die in their beds. No very great hardship, it might be deemed, for that martial age. According to his instructions, the knight had a suit of armor covered with razors made, and having donned this, he instructed his aged father that when he had destroyed the worm, he would blow 3 blasts upon his horn as a signal of his victory. Thereupon his favorite greyhound was to be let loose, so that it might run to him, and therefore be the first thing that would meet him, and thus be slain in fulfillment of his agreement with the witch. The father promised and gave his blessing, and young Lambden, having made the vow and joined, started on his dangerous expedition. As soon as he approached the hill on which the worm was coiled, it unwound itself and came down to the riverside to attack him. Nothing daunted by its hideous aspect, the knight struck at it with might and main, yet without appearing to make any impression upon it beyond increasing its rage. It now seized its opponent in its horrid folds and sought to strangle him, but the more tightly it grasped him, the more frightfully was it wounded, the razor blades cutting it through and through. But as often as the monster fell to the ground, cut by the knight's terrible coat of mail, as often, says the legend, did the severed pieces reunite, and the wounds heal up. Lambden, seeing that the worm was not to be destroyed in this way, stepped into the river whither the monster followed him. The change of position proved fatal to the worm, for as fast as the pieces were cut off by the razors, they were carried away by the stream, and the monster, being unable to reunite itself, was, after the desperate conflict, at last utterly destroyed. As soon as Lambden had achieved the victory, he blew 3 blasts upon his horn, but his father, in the excitement of the moment, forgot to have the greyhound unloosened, and in his impatience ran out of the castle to greet his son, and was the first living being that met his gaze. The knight embraced his father, and again blew his horn, upon which the hound was let loose, and running towards Lambden was slain. But this was too late to retrieve matters, his vow having enjoined the slaying of the first living creature that he should meet with, and his father had been the first to meet him. So the curse was on the house of Lambden, and for 9 generations not one of its lords would die in his bed. Sir Bernard Burke points out that popular tradition traces the curse back to Robert Lambden, who died without issue in 1442, leaving the estates to his brother Thomas, but bequeathing by his will to his brother John Lambden, Knight of Rhodes, 100 marks. In an ancient pedigree, this John Lambden, Knight of Rhodes, is described as he that slew the worm, and as Lord of Lambden after the death of 4 brothers without male issue. His son Robert is said to have been drowned at Newbrig, near the chapel where the knight had registered his rash and unperformed vow, and tradition specifies a bedless death for each successive 9 generations of the lords of Lambden. After advertising to the various ways and places in which different heirs of Lambden met with death, our chief authority for this portion of the legend concludes, great curiosity prevailed in the lifetime of Henry to know if the curse could hold good to the end. He died in his chariot, crossing the New Bridge in 1761, thus giving the last connecting link to the chain of circumstantial evidence connected with the history of the Worm of Lambden. His succeeding brother, General Lambden, who lived to a great age, fearing that the prophecy might be possibly fulfilled by his servants, under the idea that he could not die in his bed, kept a horsewhip beside him in his last illness, and thus eluded the prediction. Although the spell put on this ancient family by the witch is said to have been broken by the death of Henry Lambden in 1761, yet neither of the 2 last lords have died at home, and this, to the knights of ancient times, says Burke, would have been sorer punishment than dying in the battlefield, for they loved to sleep in their own country and with their fathers. End of section 40. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 41 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Moon Lilith. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 41. Littlecott House. Littlecott House, or Hall, as it is sometimes called, the ancient seat of the Darrells, is 2 miles from Hungerford in Berkshire. It stands in a low and lonely situation, and is thoroughly typical in appearance of a haunted dwelling. On 3 sides it is surrounded by a park, which spreads over the adjacent hill, and on the 4th by meadows, through which runs the River Kennet. A thick grove of lofty trees stands on one side of the gloomy building, which is of great antiquity, and would appear to have been erected towards the close of the age of feudal warfare, when defense came to be no longer the principal object in a country mansion. The interior of the house, however, presents many objects appropriate to feudal times. The hall is very spacious, paved by stones, and lighted by large transom windows. The walls are hung with coats of mail and helmets, and on every side are quantities of old-fashioned pistols and guns, and other suitable ornaments for an old baronial dwelling. Below the cornice at the end of the hall hangs a row of leather jerkins made into the form of shirts, and supposed to have been worn as armor by the retainers of the Darrell family, to whom the old hall belonged. An enormous oaken table, reaching nearly from one end of the chamber to the other, might have feasted the entire neighborhood, and an appendage to one end of it made it answer at other times for the old game of shuffleboard. The rest of the furniture is in a corresponding style, or was a few years ago, but the most noticeable article is an old chair of cumbrous workmanship, constructed of wood, curiously carved, with a high back and triangular seat. It is said to have been used by Judge Popham in the days of Elizabeth. The entrance into the hall of this ancient mansion is at one end by a low door, communicating with a passage that leads from the outer door in the front of the house to a quadrangle within. At the other, it opens upon a gloomy staircase, by which you ascend to the first floor, and, passing the doors of some bedchambers, enter a narrow gallery which extends along the back front of the house from one end to the other of it. This gallery is hung with old family portraits, chiefly in Spanish costumes of the 16th century. In one of the bedchambers, which you pass in going towards the gallery, is a bedstead with blue furniture that time has now made dingy and threadbare. And in the bottom of one of the bed curtains, you are shown a place where a small piece has been cut out and sewn in again. To account for this curious circumstance, and for the apparitions which tenant this haunted chamber, the following terrible tale is told. It was on a dark, rainy night in the month of November that an old midwife sat musing by her cottage fireside, when on a sudden she was startled by a loud knocking at the door. On opening it, she found a horseman who told her that her assistance was required immediately by a person of rank, and that she should be handsomely rewarded, but that there were reasons for keeping the affair a strict secret, and therefore she must submit to be blindfolded, and to be conducted in that condition to the bedchamber of the lady. With some hesitation, the midwife consented. The horseman bound her eyes, and placed her on a pillion behind him. After proceeding in silence for many miles through rough and dirty lanes, they stopped, and the midwife was led into a house, which, from the length of her walk through the apartments, as well as the sounds about her, she discovered to be the seat of wealth and power. When the bandage was removed from her eyes, she found herself in a bedchamber, in which were the lady on whose account she had been sent for, and a man of haughty and ferocious aspect. The lady was delivered of a fine boy. Immediately the man commanded the midwife to give him the child, and catching it from her, he hurried across the room and threw it on the back of the fire that was blazing in the chimney. The child, however, was strong, and by its struggles rolled itself off upon the hearth, when the ruffian again seized it with fury, and, in spite of the intercession of the midwife and the more piteous entreaties of the mother, thrust it under the grate, and raking the live coals upon it, soon put an end to its life. The midwife, after spending some time in affording all the relief in her power to the wretched mother, was told that she must be gone. Her former conductor appeared, who again bound her eyes, and conveyed her behind him to her own home. He then paid her handsomely and departed. The midwife was strongly agitated by the horrors of the preceding night, and she immediately made a deposition of the facts before a magistrate. Two circumstances afforded hopes of detecting the house in which the crime had been committed. One was that the midwife, as she sat by the bedside, had, with a view to discover the place, cut out a piece of the bed curtain and sewn it in again. The other was that as she had descended the staircase, she had counted the steps. Some suspicion fell upon one Darrell, at that time the proprietor of Little Cot House and the domain around it. The house was examined and identified by the midwife, and Darrell was tried at Salisbury for the murder. By corrupting his judge, he escaped the sentence of the law, but broke his neck by a fall from his horse in hunting a few months afterwards. The place where this happened is still known by the name of Darrell's Stile, a spot to be dreaded by the peasant whom the shades of evening have overtaken on his way. This is the fearsome legend connected with Little Cot House. The circumstances related are declared to be true, and to have happened in the reign of Elizabeth. With such a tale attached to its guilty walls, no wonder that the apparition of a woman with disheveled hair, in white garments, and bearing a babe in her arms, haunts that gloomy chamber. End of section 41.
Section 42 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Patrick Wallace. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 42, London, Argyll Rooms. In the well-known diary of Thomas Raikes, and under date of December 26, 1832, is recounted a very singular account of an apparition which appeared to a young lady at the Argyll Rooms, a highly fashionable establishment in those days, and, need it be stated, then noted for a class of entertainment very different from that it afterwards became known for. Mr. Raikes, who had the anecdote from a member of the lady's family chiefly concerned, tells the story in these words. It is now about 15 months ago that Miss M., a connection of my family, went with a party of friends to a concert of the Argyll Rooms. She appeared there to be suddenly seized with indisposition, and though she persisted for some time to struggle against what seemed a violent, nervous affection, it became at last so oppressive that they were obliged to send for their carriage and conduct her home. She was for a long time unwilling to say what was the cause of her indisposition, but on being more earnestly questioned, she at length confessed that she had, immediately on arriving in the concert room, been terrified by a horrible vision which unceasingly presented itself to her sight. It seemed to her as though a naked corpse was lying on the floor at her feet. The features of the face were partly covered by a cloth mantle, but enough was apparent to convince her that the body was that of Sir J.Y. Every effort was made by her friends at the time to tranquillize her mind by representing the folly of allowing such delusions to prey upon her spirits, and she thus retired to bed. But on the following day, the family received the tidings of Sir J.Y. having been drowned in Southampton River that very night by the oversetting of his boat, and the body was afterwards found entangled in a boat cloak. Here, remarks Raikes, is an authenticated case of second sight, and of very recent date. End of section 42. Section 43 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Patrick Wallace. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 43, London, Broad Street. One of those stories of apparitions which are so frequently alluded to, but of which the facts are apparently, chiefly or entirely unknown to most authors of supernatural works, is that related by the Reverend Dr. Scott, an eminent divine in his days. The narrative of this most marvellous affair originally appeared in the History and Reality of Apparitions, from which curious little work we shall transcribe it. The editor of that book, which was published in 1770, and who was apparently Defoe, asserts that this story had never appeared in print before, and adds of the Reverend Dr. Scott that he was not only a man whose learning and piety were eminent, but one whose judgment was known to be good, and who could not easily be imposed upon. According to the story, Dr. Scott was sitting alone by his fireside in the library of his house in Broad Street. He had shut himself in the room to study, and, so it is alleged, had locked the door. In the midst of his reading, happening to look up, he was much astounded to see, sitting in an elbow chair on the other side of the fireplace, a grave elderly gentleman in a black velvet gown and a long wig, looking at him with a pleased countenance, and as if about to speak. Knowing that he had locked the door, Dr. Scott was quite confounded at seeing this uninvited visitor sitting in the elbow chair, and from the first appears to have suspected its supernatural character. Indeed, so disturbed was he at the sight of the apparition, for such it was, that he was unable to speak, as he himself acknowledged in telling the story. The spectre, however, began the discourse by telling the doctor not to be frightened, for it would do him no harm, but came to see him upon a matter of great importance to an injured family which was in danger of being ruined. Although the doctor was a stranger to this family, the apparition stated that, knowing him to be a man of integrity, it had selected him to perform an act of great charity as well as justice. At first, Dr. Scott was not sufficiently composed to pay proper attention to what the apparition propounded, but was rather more inclined to escape from the room if he could, and made one or two futile attempts to knock for some of his household to come up, at which his visitor appeared to be somewhat displeased. But, as the doctor afterwards stated, he had no power to go out of the room even if he had been next the door, nor to knock for help, even if any had been close at hand. Then the apparition, seeing the doctor still so confused, again desired him to compose himself, assuring him that he would not do him the slightest injury, nor do anything to cause him the least uneasiness, but desired that he would permit him to deliver the business he came about, which when he had heard, he said, he would probably see less cause to be surprised or apprehensive than he did now. By this time Dr. Scott had somewhat recovered himself, and, encouraged by the calm manner in which the apparition addressed him, contrived to falter out, "In the name of God, what art thou?" "I desire you will not be frightened," responded the apparition. I am a stranger to you, and if I tell you my name you will not know it, but you may do the business without inquiring further." The doctor could not compose himself, but still remained very uneasy, and for some time said nothing. Again the apparition attempted to reassure him, but could only elicit from him a repetition of the ejaculation, "In the name of God, what art thou?" Upon this, says the narration, the spectre appeared to be displeased, and expostulated with Dr. Scott, telling him that it could have terrified him into compliance, but that it chose to come quietly and calmly to him, and indeed made use of such civil and natural discourse that the doctor began to grow a little more familiar, and at last ventured to ask what it wanted of him. Upon this the apparition appeared to be very gratified, and began its story. It related that it had once owned a very good estate, which at that time was enjoyed by its grandson. 2 nephews, however, the sons of its younger brother, were then suing for possession of the property, and owing to certain family reasons which the doctor could not or would not specify, were likely to oust the young man from his property. A deed of settlement, being the conveyance of the inheritance, could not be found, and without it the owner of the estate had every reason to fear he would be ejected. "Well," said Dr. Scott, "what can I do in the case?" "Go to my grandson," said the apparition, "and direct him where to find the missing deed, which is concealed in a place where I put it myself." And then it gave the doctor minute particulars of the chest wherein the needed document was hidden, stowed away in an old lumber room. When the apparition had impressed the matter thoroughly upon the doctor's mind, Dr. Scott not unnaturally asked his visitor why he could not direct the grandson himself to recover the missing deed. "Ask me not about that," said the apparition. "There are divers reasons which you may know hereafter. I can depend upon your honesty in it in the meantime." Still Dr. Scott did not like to take upon himself the strange mission, whereupon the apparition seemed to grow angry, and even begin to threaten him, so that he was at last compelled to promise compliance. The apparition then assumed a pleasant aspect, thanked him, and disappeared. The strangest part of this strange story yet remains to be told. At the earliest opportunity, Dr. Scott posted away to the address given him by the apparition, or dream, as some persons deemed it. He asked for, and was at once introduced to the gentleman the apparition had sent him to, and to his surprise was received most cordially by him. Dr. Scott's surprise was indeed quickened when the stranger entered most unreservedly into the particulars of his lawsuit, telling him that he had had a dream the previous night, in which he had dreamed that a strange gentleman came to him and assisted him to find the deed which was needed to confirm him in the possession of his estate. This assured Dr. Scott that it was not a dream which he had had, and that he was really selected to discover the missing document. Making himself agreeable to his host, he eventually got him to take him all over his splendid old mansion. Finally he beheld just such a lumber room as the apparition had told him of, and on entering it saw an exact facsimile of the chest described to him by his supernatural visitant. There was an old rusty key in it that would neither turn round nor come out of the lock, which was exactly what the apparition had forewarned him of. At the doctor's request a hammer and chisel were sent for, and the chest broken open, and after some difficulty a false drawer was found in it. This being split open, there lay the missing parchment, spread out flat over the whole breadth of the bottom of the trunk. The joy of the young heir and of his family may be imagined, whilst their surprise can have been no less. Whether Dr. Scott informed them of the means by which he was led to make the discovery is not stated, but it is alleged the production of the needed deed confirmed the owner in the possession of his estates. As this gentleman was still living, the narrator was not inclined to publish his name, and nowadays the chances of discovering it are, doubtless, far less than they were in his time of finding the missing document. Regard it how we may, as a dream or a coincidence, certainly Dr. Scott's adventure was a very marvellous one. End of section 43.
Section 44 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 44. London, James Street, W.C. In his Miscellanies, Aubrey records in his very concise manner the account of an apparition that appeared to a lady who lodged in James Street, Covent Garden. This lady was beloved by Lord Mohun's son and heir, a gallant gentleman, valiant, and a great master of fencing and horsemanship. But, although she was very handsome, she was of lowlier lineage than her lover. Mr. Mohun, on account of some reason not stated, had a quarrel with Prince Griffin, and a challenge resulting therefrom, agreed to meet his antagonist in the morning at Chelsea Fields, and there fight him on horseback. In the morning, Mr. Mohun started off to keep his appointment, but by Ebury Farm he was met by some people who quarreled with and shot him. These folk were supposed to have been acting under Prince Griffin's orders, as Mr. Mohun, being so much the better horseman, was, it is suggested, certain to have proved victorious had he met his opponent in the manner agreed upon. Mr. Mohun was murdered about 10 o'clock in the morning, and at the identical time of his death, his mistress, being in bed at her lodgings in James Street, saw her lover come to her bedside, draw the curtains, look upon her, and then go away. She called after him, but received no answer. She then knocked for her maid, and inquired for Mr. Mohun. But the maid said she had not seen him, and he could not have been in the room, as she had the key of it in her pocket. This account the narrator had direct from the mouths of the lady and her maid. End of Section 44. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 45 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 45. London, St. James's Palace. In a small collection of more or less known accounts of apparitions, edited by T.M. Jarvis and published in 1823 under the title of Accredited Ghost Stories, is one which describes the appearance of the Duchess of Mazarin after her death to Madame de Beauclerc. The name of the authority for this story is not given, but Mr. Jarvis declares that he solemnly protested his conviction of the truth of it, and that several other persons of undoubted credit, alive when the narrative was published, were also satisfied as to its being a relation of fact. The Duchess of Mazarin, need it be premised, was mistress to Charles II, whilst Madame de Beauclerc held a similar position towards his brother and successor, James II. These two women are said to have been greatly attached to each other, a somewhat singular circumstance when their positions are taken into consideration. After the burning of Whitehall, these favourites of royalty were removed to St. James's Palace, where they were allotted very handsome suites of apartments, but, says our author, the face of public affairs being then wholly changed, and a new set of courtiers as well as rules of behaviour come into vogue, they conversed almost wholly with each other. The truth would appear to be that these women, being neglected on account of new favourites, had a fellow feeling for each other, and, as is not unusual in such cases, began to discuss matters of a graver nature than had been their custom hitherto. In one of the more serious consultations which these ci-devant favorites held together on the immortality of the soul, they discussed the doctrine of apparitions, and made a solemn stipulation that whichever one died first, she would return, if there was a possibility of so doing, and give the other an account of what position she was in the next life. This promise, says the account, was often repeated, and the Duchess happening to fall sick, and her life despaired of by all about her, Madame de Beauclerc reminded her of her solemn promise, to which her Grace responded that she might depend upon her performance of it. These words passed between them not above an hour before the dissolution of the Duchess, and were spoken before several persons who were in the room, although they did not comprehend the meaning of what they heard. Some years after the Duchess's decease happening, says our author, in a visit I made to Madame de Beauclerc, to fall upon the topic of futurity, she expressed her disbelief of it with a great deal of warmth, which a little surprising me, as being of a quite contrary way of thinking myself, and had always, by the religion she professed, supposed her highly so. In answer to her interlocutor's arguments, the lady related her compact with her departed friend, and, in spite of all he could urge, deemed the non-appearance of her friend's apparition was a proof of the non-existence of a future state. Some months after this conversation, its narrator states that he was visiting at an acquaintance of Madame de Beauclerc. We were just set down to cards about 9 o'clock in the evening, as near as I can remember, is his record, when a servant came hastily into the room and acquainted the lady I was with that Madame de Beauclerc had sent to entreat she would come that moment to her, adding that if she desired ever to see her more in this world, she must not delay her visit. The lady, having a severe cold, and hearing that Madame de Beauclerc was apparently in good health, declined to accede to this request, but on receiving a second, still more urgent message, accompanied by a bequest of a casket containing the watch, chain, necklace, and other trinkets of Madame de Beauclerc, hastened to that lady's apartments, accompanied by our narrator. On arrival at Madame's, he sent up his name and was requested to come up with his companion at once. Upon entering the room where Madame de Beauclerc was, she informed him, after a few introductory words, that she would very soon pass from this world into that eternity which she once doubted, but was now assured of. She then proceeded to declare that she had seen the Duchess of Mazarin. "I perceived not how she entered," was her statement, "but, turning my eyes towards yonder corner of the room, I saw her stand in the same form and habit she was accustomed to appear in when living. Fain would I have spoken, but had not the power of utterance. She took a little circuit round the chamber, seeming rather to swim than walk, then stopped by the side of that Indian chest, and looking on me with her usual sweetness, said, 'Beauclerc, between the hours of 12 and 1 this night, you will be with me.' The surprise I was in at first being a little abated, I began to ask some questions concerning that future world I was so soon to visit. But on the opening of my lips for that purpose, she vanished from my sight. It was now nearly 12, and Madame de Beauclerc not appearing to be suffering from any ailment, they endeavored to revive her spirits. But, says the narrator, we scarce began to speak when suddenly her countenance changed, and she cried out, 'Oh, I am sick at heart.' Mrs. Wood applied some restoratives, but to no effect. She grew still worse, and in about half an hour expired, it being exactly the time the apparition had foretold. End of section 45. Read by Janice McNally, Toronto, Canada, December 2021.
Section 46 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 46. London, St. James Street. It is a curious circumstance that more buildings having a reputation for being haunted are discoverable in towns and cities than in sparsely populated places. The British metropolis, despite its gas lamps and guardian police, contains many residences that even now are left to the mercies of these spectral tenants who alone inhabit them. It must be confessed, however, that instead of increasing, the number of these disturbed residences, for reasons obvious to all, is rapidly decreasing. It is not many years since a house in St. James Street, the number of which it is as well to omit, acquired considerable notoriety on account of the unpleasant noises which took place in it. It had stood empty for a long time, in consequence of the annoyances to which the various tenants who had tried it had been subjected. There was one apartment in particular which nobody was able to occupy without being disturbed. On one occasion, a youth who, having been abroad for considerable time, had not any knowledge of the evil reputation this chamber had acquired, was put there to sleep on his arrival, as it was hoped his rest might not be disturbed. In the morning, however, he complained sadly of the terrible time he had had in the night, with people looking in at him between the curtains of his bed, and he avowed his determination to terminate his visit at once, as he could not possibly sleep there any more. After this period, the house was again vacant for a considerable time, but was at length taken, and workmen were sent in to put it in habitable repair. One day, when the men were away at their dinner, says our informant, the master builder took the key with him and went to inspect progress, and having examined the lower rooms, he was ascending the stairs when he heard a man's foot behind him. He looked round, but there was nobody there, and he moved on again. Still there was somebody following, and he stopped and looked over the rails, but there was no one to be seen. So, though feeling rather queer, he advanced into the drawing-room, where a fire had been lighted, and wishing to combat the uncomfortable sensation that was creeping over him, he took hold of a chair, and drawing it resolutely along the floor, he slammed it down upon the hearth with some force, and seated himself in it, when, to his amazement, the action, and all its particulars of sound, was immediately repeated by his unseen companion, who seemed to seat himself beside him on a chair, as invisible as himself. Horror-stricken, the worthy builder started up and rushed out of the house. End of section 46. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 47 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 47. London, the Tower. There is no place in the kingdom one would deem more likely to be haunted than that strange conglomeration of rooms, castles, and dungeons known as the Tower of London. For many centuries it has been the scene of numberless deaths by violence, some by public execution, and others by private murder, until it is scarcely metaphorical language to declare that its walls have been built out of human bones and cemented by human blood. That ghosts and spectres have haunted its weird precincts, no believer in the supernatural can doubt, and, if we may credit all that has been told of it of late years, its apparitions are not yet quite beings of the past. In Notes and Queries for 1860, the late Edmund Lenthal Swift, keeper of the crown jewels, published a remarkable account of a spectral illusion witnessed by himself in the time-honored fortress, and his account, together with such additions and explanations as a subsequent correspondence invoked, shall now be presented to the reader. I have often purposed to leave behind me a faithful record of all that I personally know of this strange story, writes Mr. Swift, in response to an inquiry as to particulars of the ghost in the Tower of London. 43 years have passed, and its impression is as vividly before me as on the moment of its occurrence. But there are yet survivors who can testify that I have not at any time either amplified or abridged my ghostly experiences. In 1814 I was appointed keeper of the crown jewels in the Tower, where I resided with my family till my retirement in 1852. One Saturday night in October 1817, about the witching hour, I was at supper with my wife, her sister, and our little boy in the sitting room of the jewel house, which, then comparatively modernized, is said to have been the doleful prison of Anne Boleyn and of the 10 bishops whom Oliver Cromwell piously accommodated therein. The room was, as it still is, irregularly shaped, having 3 doors and 2 windows, which last are cut nearly 9 feet deep into the outer wall. Between these is a chimney piece, projecting far into the room, and then surmounted with a large oil painting. On the night in question the doors were all closed, heavy and dark cloth curtains were let down over the windows, and the only light in the room was that of 2 candles on the table. I sat at the foot of the table, my son on my right hand, his mother fronting the chimney piece, and her sister on the opposite side. I had offered a glass of wine and water to my wife, when, on putting it to her lips, she paused and exclaimed, "Good God, what is that?" I looked up and saw a cylindrical figure, like a glass tube, seemingly about the thickness of my arm, and hovering between the ceiling and the table. Its contents appeared to be a dense fluid, white and pale azure, like the gathering of a summer cloud, and incessantly mingling within the cylinder. This lasted about 2 minutes, when it began slowly to move before my sister-in-law, then, following the oblong shape of the table, before my son and myself. Passing behind my wife, it paused for a moment over her right shoulder. Observe, there was no mirror opposite to her in which she could there behold it. Instantly she crouched down, and with both hands covering her shoulder, she shrieked out, "Oh, Christ, it has seized me!" Even now, while writing, I feel the fresh horror of that moment. I caught up my chair, struck at the wainscot behind her, rushed upstairs to the other children's room, and told the terrified nurse what I had seen. Meanwhile, the other domestics had hurried into the parlor, where their mistress recounted to them the scene, even as I was detailing it above stairs. The marvel, adds Mr. Swift, of all this is enhanced by the fact that neither my sister-in-law nor my son beheld this appearance. When I the next morning related the night's terror to our chaplain, after the service in the Tower Church, he asked me, might not one person have his natural sense deceived? And if one, why might not 2? My answer was, if 2, why not 2,000? An argument which would reduce history, secular or sacred, to a fable. Our chaplain, remarked Mr. Swift, in a subsequent communication to Notes and Queries, suggested the possibilities of some foolery having been intromitted at my windows, and proposed the visit of a scientific friend, who minutely inspected the parlor, made the closest investigation, but could not in any way solve the mystery. In reply to further communications later on, the jewel keeper stated that his wife did not perceive any form in the cylindrical tube, but only the cloud or vapor which both of them had once described. Her health was not affected, nor was her life terminated, as had been suggested by the apparition which both had seen, nor could it have been, as Mr. Swift pertinently pointed out, a fog or vapor that seized his wife by the shoulder. Finally, replying to the suggestion of phantasmagoric agency, Mr. Swift not only made it clear that no optical action from outside could have produced any manifestation within, through the thick curtains, but also that the most skillful operator could not produce an appearance visible to only half the persons present, and that could bodily lay hold of one individual among them. The mystery remains unsolved. A more tragical incident following hard on the visitation to his own habitation is thus alluded to by Mr. Swift, and although the tale has been told by many, and in many different ways, as he was so closely connected with it, it is but just that the keeper's version should be the one accepted. One of the night sentries at the Jewel office, records our authority, was alarmed by a figure like a huge bear issuing from underneath the Jewel room door, as ghostly a door as ever was opened to or closed on a doomed man. He thrust at it with his bayonet, which stuck in the door, even as my chair tipped the wainscot. He dropped in a fit, and was carried senseless to the guard-room. When on the morrow I saw the unfortunate soldier in the main guard-room, continues Mr. Swift, his fellow sentinel was also there, and testified to having seen him on his post just before the alarm, awake and alert, and even spoken to him. Moreover, I then heard the poor man tell his own story. I saw him once again on the following day, but changed beyond my recognition. In another day or two, the brave and steady soldier, who would have mounted a breach, or led a forlorn hope with unshaken nerves, died at the presence of a shadow. Mr. George Ofor, referring to this tragedy, speaks of strange noises having also been heard when the figure resembling a bear was seen by the doomed soldier. End of section 47. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 48 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 48. Lowther Hall. According to Mr. J. Sullivan in his Cumberland and Westmoreland, the latter county never produced a more famous spectre, or bogey, to give the local term, than Jemmy Lowther, well known for want of a more appropriate name as the bad Lord Lonsdale. Infamous as a man, he was famous as a ghost. This notorious character, who is described as a modern impersonation of the worst and coarsest feudal baron ever imported into England by the Conqueror, became a still greater terror to the neighborhood after death than he had ever been during his life. So strongly had superstitious dread of the deceased nobleman impregnated the popular mind that it was asserted as an absolute fact that his body was buried with difficulty, and that whilst the clergyman was praying over it, it very nearly knocked him from his desk. When placed in his grave, Lord Lonsdale's power of creating alarm was not interred but with his bones. There were continual disturbances in the hall and noises in the stables, and, according to popular belief, neither men nor animals were suffered to rest. His lordship's phantom, coach, and 6 is still remembered and spoken of, and still believed in by some to be heard dashing across the country. Nothing is said of the bad lord's shape or appearance, and it is doubtful whether the spectre has ever appeared to sight, but it has frequently made itself audible. The hall became almost uninhabitable on account of the dead man's pranks, and out of doors was, for a long time, almost equally dreaded, as even there was constant danger of encountering the miscreant ghost. Of late years, this eccentric spirit appears to have relinquished its mortal haunts, and by the peasantry is believed to have been laid for ever under a large rock called Wallow Crag. End of section 48. Section 49 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 49. Lumley. Many judicial decisions have been based upon or influenced by the presumed testimony of apparitions. These pages contain more than one historical record of such cases, but none more singular than that of Anne Walker, which may be found fully detailed in the works of the famous Dr. Henry More, the Platonist. In 1680, according to Dr. More, there lived at Lumley, a village near Chester-le-Street, in the county of Durham, a widower named Walker, who was a man in good circumstances. Anne Walker, a young relation of his, kept his house, to the great scandal of the neighborhood, and, as it proved, with but too good cause. A few weeks before this young woman expected to become a mother, Walker placed her with her aunt, one Dame Cave, in Chester-le-Street, and promised to provide both for her and her future child. One evening, towards the end of November, this man, in company with Mark Sharp, an acquaintance of his, came to Dame Cave's door, and told her they had made arrangements for removing her niece to a place where she could remain in safety till her confinement was over. They would not say where it was, but as Walker bore in most respects an excellent character, he was allowed to take the young woman away with him, and he professed to have sent her away with his acquaintance Sharp into Lancashire. 14 days later, runs the story, one Graham, a fuller who lived about 6 miles from Lumley, had been engaged till past midnight in his mill, and on coming downstairs to go home, in the middle of the ground floor, he saw a woman, with dishevelled hair, covered with blood, and having 5 large wounds on her head. Graham, on recovering a little from his first terror, demanded what the spectre wanted. "I," said the apparition, "am the spirit of Anne Walker," and then proceeded to tell Graham the particulars which have already been related as to her removal from her aunt's abode. "When I was sent away with Mark Sharp," it proceeded, "he slew me on such a moor," naming one that Graham knew, "with collier's pick, threw my body into a coal pit, and hid the pick under the bank, and his shoes and stockings, which were covered with blood, he left in a stream." The apparition proceeded to tell Graham that he must give information of this to the nearest justice of the peace, and that till this was done he must look to be continually haunted. Graham went home very sad. He dared not bring such a charge against a man of so impeachable a character as Walker, and yet he as little dared to incur the anger of the spirit that had appeared to him. So, as all weak minds do, he went on procrastinating, only he took care to leave his mill early, and while in it never to be alone. Notwithstanding this caution on his part, one night, just as it began to be dark, the apparition met him again, in a more terrible shape, and with every circumstance of indignation. Yet he did not even then fulfill its injunction, till, on St. Thomas's Eve, as he was walking in his garden, just after the sunset, it threatened him so effectually that in the morning he went to the magistrate and revealed the whole thing. The place was examined, the body and the pickaxe found, and a warrant was granted against Walker and Sharp. They were, however, admitted to bail, but in August 1681 their trial came on before Judge Davenport at Durham. Meanwhile the whole circumstances were known all over the north of England, and the greatest interest was excited by the case. Against Sharp the fact was strong that his shoes and stockings covered with blood were found in the place where the murder had been committed, but against Walker, except the accounts received from the ghost, there seemed not a shadow of evidence. Nevertheless, the judge summed up strongly against the prisoners. The jury found them guilty, and the judge pronounced sentence upon them that night, a thing which was unknown in Durham either before or after. The prisoners were executed, and both died professing their innocence to the last. Judge Davenport was much agitated during the trial, and it was believed, says the historian, that the spirit had also appeared to him, as if to supply in his mind the want of legal evidence. End of section 49.
Section 50 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Belinda Loveday. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 50. Mannington Hall. Whether Lord Orford's Norfolk residence has the general reputation of being haunted, or whether the occasion of the much talked of spectral allusion to Dr. Augustus Jessup is the only known instance of an apparition having appeared there, we are not in a position to state. The remarkable story as communicated by Dr. Jessup, the well-known antiquary, to the Athenaeum of January 1880 is as follows. On the 10th of October 1879, Dr. Jessup drove to Lord Orford's from Norwich. It was his intention to spend some time at the Hall in examining and making extracts from various scarce works which he had long been seeking for, and which he now learnt were in Lord Orford's library. He arrived at Mannington at 4 in the afternoon, and after some agreeable conversation dressed for dinner. Dinner took place at 7, and was partaken of by 6 persons, including Dr. Jessup and his host. The conversation is declared to have been of a pleasant character, to have been chiefly concerned with artistic questions and the experiences of men of the world, and to have never trenched upon supernatural subjects. After dinner cards were introduced, and at 10:30, 2 of the guests having to leave, the party broke up. Dr. Jessup now desired to be permitted to sit up for some hours in order to make extracts from the works already referred to. Lord Orford wished to leave a valet with his guest, but the doctor, deeming that this might embarrass him and cause him to go to bed earlier than he wished, requested to be left to his own devices. This was agreed to, the servants were dismissed, and the host and his other guests retired to their rooms, so that by 11 o'clock Dr. Jessup was the only person downstairs. The apartment in which he was preparing to set to work for a few hours is a large one, with a huge fireplace and a great old-fashioned chimney, and is furnished with every luxury. The library, whence Dr. Jessup had to bring such volumes as he needed, opens into this room, and in order to obtain the works he wanted to, he not only had to go into it, but when there to mount a chair to get down the books he required. In his very circumstantial account of the affair, the antiquary relates that he had altogether 6 small volumes, which he took down from their shelves and placed in a little pile on the table at his right hand. In a little while he was busily at work, sometimes reading, sometimes writing, and thoroughly absorbed in his occupation. As he finished with a book, he placed it in front of him, and then proceeded with the next, and so on until he had only 1 volume of his little pile of tomes left to deal with. The antiquary, being, as he states, of a chilly temperament, sat himself at a corner of the table with the fire at his left. Occasionally he rose, knocked the fire together, and stood up to warm his feet. In this manner he went on until nearly 1 o'clock, when he appears to have congratulated himself upon the rapid progress he had made with his task, and that after all he should get to bed by 2. He got up and wound up his watch, opened a bottle of seltzer water, and then reseating himself at the table, upon which were 4 silver candlesticks containing lighted candles, he set to work upon the last little book of the heap. What now happened must be told in Dr. Jessop's own words. I had been engaged upon it about half an hour, said he, referring to the little volume, and was just beginning to think that my work was drawing to a close, when, as I was actually writing, I saw a large white hand within a foot of my elbow. Turning my head, there sat a figure of a somewhat large man, with his back to the fire, bending slightly over the table, and apparently examining the pile of books that I had been at work upon. The man's face was turned away from me, but I saw his closely cut reddish-brown hair, his ear and shaved cheek, the eyebrow, the corner of the right eye, the side of the forehead, and the large high cheek-bone. He was dressed in what I can only describe as a kind of ecclesiastical habit of thick corded silk, or some such material, close up to the throat, and a narrow rim or edging of about an inch broad of satin or velvet, serving as a stand-up collar, and fitting close to the chin. The right hand which had first attracted my attention was clasping, without any great pressure, the left hand. Both hands were in perfect repose, and the large blue veins of the right hand were conspicuous. I remember thinking that the hand was like the hand of Velasquez's magnificent Dead Knight in the National Gallery. I looked at my visitor for some seconds, and was perfectly sure that he was not a reality. 1,000 thoughts came crowding upon me, but not the least feeling of alarm, or even uneasiness. Curiosity and a strong interest were uppermost. For an instant I felt eager to make a sketch of my friend, and I looked at a tray on my right for a pencil. Then I thought, upstairs I have a sketch-book, shall I fetch it? There he sat, and I was fascinated, afraid not of his staying, but lest he should go. Stopping in my writing, I lifted my left hand from the paper, stretched it out to the pile of books, and moved the top one. I cannot explain why I did this. My arm passed in front of the figure, and it vanished. I was simply disappointed, and nothing more. I went on with my writing as if nothing had happened, perhaps for another 5 minutes, and had actually got to the last few words of what I had determined to extract, when the figure appeared again, exactly in the same place and attitude as before. I saw the hands close to my own. I turned my head again to examine him more closely, and I was framing a sentence to address him when I discovered that I did not dare speak. I was afraid of the sound of my own voice. There he sat, and there sat I. I turned my head again to my work, and finished writing the 2 or 3 words I still had to write. The paper and my notes are at this moment before me, and exhibit not the slightest tremor or nervousness. I could point out the words I was writing when the phantom came, and when he disappeared. Having finished my task, I shut the book and threw it on the table. It made a slight noise as it fell. The figure vanished. Throwing myself back in the chair, I sat for some seconds looking at the fire with a curious mixture of feeling, and I remember wondering whether my friend would come again, and if he did, whether he would hide the fire from me. Then first there stole upon me a dread and a suspicion that I was beginning to lose my nerve. I remember yawning. Then I rose, lit my bedroom candle, took my books into the inner library, mounted the chair as before, and replaced 5 of the volumes. The 6th I brought back and laid upon the table where I had been writing, when the phantom did me the honour to appear to me. By this time I had lost all sense of uneasiness. I blew out the 4 candles, and marched off to bed, where I slept the sleep of the just, or the guilty, I know not which, but I slept very soundly. And that is the conclusion of the story, so far as Dr. Jessop's published account goes. Numerous elucidations have been attempted by the wise and the otherwise, but whether hallucination, spectral illusion, or trickery, no one has been enabled to prove, and as the hero of the tale declines to proffer explanation, theory, or inference, the affair continues to be a mystery. End of section 50.
Section 51 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 51, Milford Haven. In July 1858, Mr. John Pavan Phillips, a well-known contributor to Notes and Queries, furnished that valuable publication with some instances of second sight and supernatural warnings, which had occurred either to himself or to his most immediate relatives. The whole country of Pembroke, Mr. Pavan Phillips states, is rife with tales of this class, and indeed, he might have added, every country of the three kingdoms as well. So universal and deeply defined is the belief in them. From the stories, for the authenticity of which this gentleman vouches, may be cited the following. Many years ago, 7 or 8 members of the family of my paternal grandfather were seated at the door of his house on a fine summer evening, between the hours of 8 and 9 o'clock. The parish church and its yard are only separated from the spot by a brook and a couple of meadows. The family happened to be looking in the direction of the churchyard, when they were amazed by witnessing the advent of a funeral procession. They saw the crowd and the coffin borne on men's shoulders come down the pathway towards the church, but the distance was too great to enable them to recognize the faces of any of the actors in the scene. As the funeral cortege neared the church porch, they distinctly saw the clergyman, with whom they were personally acquainted, come out in his surplice to meet the mourners, and saw him precede them into the church. In a short time they came out, and my relatives saw them go to a particular part of the yard, where they remained for a time long enough to allow the remainder of the supposed funeral rites to be performed. Greatly amazed at what he beheld, my grandfather sent over to the church to inquire who had been buried at that unusual hour. The messenger returned with the intelligence that no person had been buried during that day, nor for several days before. A short time after this, a neighbour died, and was buried in the precise spot where the phantom interment was seen. The whole of Mr. Pavan Phillips's family would appear to have possessed the faculty of ghost-seeing, or rather to have been endowed with the capability, so well known amongst the Scotch, of second sight. In another instance of this power of foreseeing events, his mother was the medium. Her father, says our authority, lived on the banks of one of the many creeks or pills with which the beautiful harbour of Milford Haven is indented. In front of the house is a large court, built on a quay wall, to protect it from the rising tide. In this court my mother was walking one fine evening, rather more than 60 years ago. This was written in 1858, enjoying the moonlight and the balmy summer breeze. The tide was out, so that the creek was empty. Suddenly my mother's attention was aroused by hearing the sound of a boat coming up the pill. The measured dip of the oars in the water and the noise of their revolution in the rowlocks were distinctly audible. Presently she heard the keel of the boat grate on the gravelly beach by the side of the quay wall. Greatly alarmed, as nothing was visible, she ran into the house, and related what she had heard. A few days afterwards, the mate of an East Indiaman, which had put into Milford Haven for the purpose of undergoing repair, died on board, and his coffined corpse was brought up the pill, and landed at the very spot where my mother heard the phantom boat touch the ground. In the next incident of supernatural foresight related by Mr. Pavan Phillips, it is in a servant of the family that the power is manifested, so that it would appear as if the locality, rather than the dwellers in it, were haunted. He relates that in the year 1838 he was on a visit to his parents, who, at that time, resided on the spot on which my mother was born, and where she passed the later years of her life. Within a short distance of the house stood a large walled garden, which was approached through a gate leading into a stable-yard. From underneath the garden wall bubbled a well of delicious spring water, whence the domestic offices were supplied. It was a custom of the family, in the summer time, that the water for the use of the house should be brought in late in the evening, in order that it might be cool, and it was the duty of a servant to go out with a yoke and a couple of pails to fetch the water just before the time of closing up the house for the night. One evening the girl had gone out for this purpose. The night was beautifully fine, the moon shining so brightly that the smallest object was distinctly visible. The servant had not been absent many minutes when she ran into the house without her burden, and throwing herself into a chair in a state of extreme terror, fainted away. Restoratives having been used, she recovered a little, and upon being questioned as to the cause of her alarm, she told us that as she was stooping over the well, about to fill one of her pails, she suddenly found herself in the midst of a crowd of people who were carrying a coffin, which they had set down at the gate of the stable-yard. As she had received no intimation of the approach of the concourse by any sound of footsteps, she was greatly alarmed, and as the object borne by the throng did not tend to tranquilize her nerves, she took to her heels, leaving her pails behind her. As no persuasion could induce her to return to the well, I offered to do so for her, and to ascertain the cause of her terror. When I arrived at the stable yard, there was neither coffin nor crowd to be seen, and upon asking a neighbour, whose cottage commanded a view of the well, whether she had seen a funeral go by, she put a stop to any further inquiry by asking me who had ever heard of a funeral at 10 o'clock at night, to which put inquiry I could only reply by stating what the servant professed to have seen. So the matter rested for a few weeks, when there occurred an unusually high tide in Milford Haven. The water rose above the level of the ordinary springs, filling the creek and flowing into the court in front of the house. It only ebbed when it had reached the door. The roadway at the end of the pill was impassable. A person having died on the opposite side of the inlet a few days before this, the funeral took place on the morning of the high tide, and as it was impossible to take the corpse to the parish church by the usual route, the bearers crossed the pill in a boat with the coffin, and having laid it down at the gate of our stable yard, remained there until the boat could bring over the remainder of the funeral concourse. The last instance of this insight into the future which we shall cite from Mr. Pavan Phillips's highly suggestive and interesting communication is the record of an incident of the character referred to which occurred to him himself in the year 1848, upon his return home after several years' absence. A few days after my arrival, he states, I took a walk one morning in the yard of one of our parish churches, through which there is a right of way for pedestrians. My object was twofold. One, firstly, to enjoy the magnificent prospect visible from that elevated position, and secondly, to see whether any of my friends or acquaintances who had died during my absence were buried in the locality. After gazing around me for a short time, I sauntered on, looking at one tombstone and then at another, when my attention was arrested by an altar tomb enclosed within an iron railing. I walked up to it and read an inscription, which informed me that it was in memory of Colonel. This gentleman had been the Assistant Poor Law Commissioner for South Wales, and while on one of his periodical tours of inspection, he was seized with apoplexy in the workhouse of my native town, and died in a few hours. This was suggested to my mind as I read the inscription on the tomb, as the melancholy event occurred during the period of my absence, and I was only made cognizant of the fact through the medium of the local press. Not being acquainted with the late colonel, and never having seen him, the circumstances of his sudden demise had long passed from my memory, and were only revived by my thus viewing his tomb. I then passed on, and shortly afterwards returned home. On my arrival, my father asked me in what direction I had been walking. I replied in churchyard, looking at the tombs, and among others I have seen the tomb of Colonel, who died in the workhouse. That, replied my father, is impossible, as there is no tomb erected over Colonel. Scrave. At this remark I laughed. My dear father, said I, you want to persuade me that I cannot read? I was not aware the Colonel was buried in the churchyard, and was only informed of the fact by reading the inscription on the tomb. Whatever you may say to the contrary, said my father, what I tell you is true. There is no tomb over Colonel. Scrave. Astounded by the reiteration of this statement, as soon as I had dined, I returned to the churchyard, and again inspected all the tombs having railings round them, and found that my father was right. There was not only no tomb bearing the name of Colonel, but there was no tomb at all corresponding in appearance with the one I had seen. Unwilling to credit the evidence of my own senses, I went to the cottage of an old acquaintance of my boyhood, who lived outside the churchyard gate, and asked her to show me the place where Colonel lay buried. She took me to the spot, which was a green mound, undistinguished in appearance from the surrounding graves. Nearly 2 years subsequent to this occurrence, surviving relatives erected an altar tomb, with a railing round it, over the last resting place of Colonel. And it was, as nearly as I could remember, an exact reproduction of the memorial of my daydream. Verily, there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. End of section 51.
Section 52 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jake Malizia. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 52. Nanai. Nanai, the ancient residence of the Vaughan family, in Merionethshire, is said to stand upon the highest ground of any gentleman's seat in Great Britain. In the days of the famous Owain Glendower,
This romantically situated dwelling was occupied by Hywel Sele, a first cousin of the Welsh prince. The cousins do not appear to have lived on friendly terms, Hywel Sele siding with the Lancastrians, whilst Glendower, it need scarcely be remarked, was a fierce Yorkist. Ultimately their antagonism came to a fatal termination. There are several versions of the legend, but it is better to adopt that related by Pennant, because, although it does not accord with some of the ballads on the subject, it appears to have a historic basis. The historian states that Glendower and Sele, having long been at variance, the abbot of Keimer brought them together in hopes of reconciling them, and had apparently succeeded in effecting this charitable purpose. Whilst the two cousins were out hunting together after their apparent reconciliation, Owain observed a doe feeding, and remarked to Hywel, who was considered the best archer of the day, that there was a fine mark for him. Hywel bent his bow and, pretending to take aim at the doe, suddenly turned and discharged his arrow full at Glendower's breast. Then cursed Hywel's cruel shaft, his royal brother's blood had quaffed, alas, for Cambria's weal, but the false arrow glanced aside, for 'neath the robe of royal pride lay plate of Milan steel. Footnote: The Demon Oak, by Walter Thornbury. End of footnote. Fortunately for him, the Welsh chieftain, as described by the poet, had armour beneath his clothes, and therefore received no hurt. But, enraged at his kinsman's treachery, he turned upon him fiercely, and although Hywel was fully armed, after a short conflict, slew him. The next thing was how to dispose of the body, and according to the ballad of the Spirit's Blasted Tree, by the Reverend George Warrington, it was Madog, Glendower's companion, who suggested for the place of sepulture a bread and blasted oak, scorched by the lightning's vivid glare, hollow its stem from branch to root, and all its shrivelled arms were bare. Be this, I cried, the proper grave. The thought in me was deadly sin. Aloft we raised the hapless chief, and dropped his bleeding corpse within. After this dire catastrophe, Glendower returned in haste to his stronghold, without, of course, giving any information to the Lord of Nanai's people. Hywel was sought for in every direction, but was nowhere to be found. His alarmed retainers hunted through all the recesses of the neighbouring forest, the while his sorrowing wife shut herself up from all comfort in the solitude of her gloomy castle. The years passed by, and no tidings reached Nanai of the missing lord. Yet fancy, in 1,000 shapes, bore to his home the chief once more. Some saw him on high mole's top, some saw him on the winding shore. With wonder fraught the tale went round, amazement changed the hearer's tongue. Each peasant felt his own sad loss, yet fondly o'er the story hung. Oft by the moon's pale shadowy light, his aged nurse and steward grey would lean to catch the storied sounds, or mark the flitting spirit stray. Pale lights on Cada's rocks were seen, and midnight voices heard to moan. 'Twas even said the blasted oak, convulsive, heaved a hollow groan. But still the fate of Hywel Sele remained unknown to everyone save Glendower and his companion Madog. At last, after 10 years of silence, Glendower died, and the partaker of the chieftain's secret was at liberty to reveal the mystery, his lord's last words being, "To Sele's sad widow bear the tale, nor let our horrid secret rest. Give but his corse to sacred earth, then may my parting soul be blessed." Madog hastened to obey his prince's last behest, and as soon as events allowed, betook himself to Nanai's saddened home, and told the horrified and long-hoping wife that she was a widow indeed. The revelation was rapidly noised abroad among the retainers, and confirmation of it demanded. Madog led them to the blasted oak, which was hastily rent open, and the bleaching skeleton exposed to view. Back they recoiled, the right hand still, contracted grasped the rusty sword, which erst in many a battle gleamed, and proudly decked their slaughtered lord. They bore the corse to Vanna's shrine, with holy rites and prayers addressed, 9 white-robed monks the last dirge sang, and gave the angry spirit rest. But notwithstanding the burial rites were read, and many masses said for their dead lord, his spirit was not believed to be at rest, and almost down to the present day the fearsome peasant has dreaded to pass at night by the blasted oak, quote, the hollow oak of the demons, end quote, until its fall and destruction on the 13th of July 1813. The haunted tree was an object of nocturnal dread, and the poet could truly say, and to this day the peasant still with fear avoids the ground, in each wild branch a spectre sees, and trembles at each rising sound. End of section 52.
Section 53 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 53, Newstead Abbey. Like so many old baronial residences, Newstead has the reputation of being haunted, and that by more than one spectre. But the name and fame of the last of the Byrons of Newstead has overclouded and obscured all previous tenants, mortal or otherwise, and flung a pall of poetic melancholy over the whole domain that no spiritual apparitions can survive. The legends connected with Newstead are many, and descend from that mysterious maid of Saracen birth or residence, whose form and features are so frequently repeated in the ancient panel work of the Abbey's interior, down to Lord Byron's immediate predecessor in the title and estates. Devil Byron, as the man was called, among other wild tales connected with his name, was said to be haunted by the spirit of a sister whom he refused to speak to for years preceding her death, in consequence of a family scandal, notwithstanding her heartrending appeals of, "Speak to me, my lord, do speak to me." Ebenezer Elliot, in a ballad he wrote on this legend, introduces the apparitions of both Devil Byron and his sister as riding forth together in foul weather, and the lady still making passionate appeals to the immovable brother to speak to her. Well sleep the dead in holy ground, well sleeps the heart of iron. The worm that pares his sister's cheek, what cares it for Byron? Yet when her night of death comes round, they ride and drive together, and ever when they ride and drive, wilful is the weather. On mighty winds in spectral coach, fast speeds the heart of iron. On spectre steed the spectre dame, side by side with Byron. Oh, night doth love her, oh, the clouds, they do her form environ. The lightning weeps, it hears her sob, "Speak to me, Lord Byron." On winds, on clouds, they ride, they drive, oh, hark, thou heart of iron. The thunder whispers mournfully, "Speak to her, Lord Byron." Another family apparition which is said to have haunted the old abbey was that of Sir John Byron the Little with the great beard. An ancient portrait of this mysterious ancestor, some few years since, was still hanging over the door of the great saloon, and was said to sometimes descend at midnight from its sombre frame and promenade the state apartments. Indeed, this ancient worthy's visitations were not confined to night only. One young lady, on a visit to the Abbey some years ago, positively asserting that in broad daylight, the room of his chamber being open, she saw Sir John the Little sitting by the fireplace and reading out of an old-fashioned book. Many other apparitions have been seen about this ancient time-honoured building, and Washington Irving mentions that a young lady, Lord Byron's cousin, when she was staying at the Abbey, slept in the room next the clock, and that one night when she was in bed, she saw a lady in white come out of the wall on one side of the room and go into the wall on the other side. Many curious noises and strange sights have been heard and seen by residents and visitors at Newstead. But the best known and the most noted spectre connected with the place, and immortalised by Byron's verse, is the Goblin Friar. The particular chamber that this spectre is supposed to especially frequent, and which is known par excellence as the Haunted Chamber, adjoins Byron's bedroom. During the poet's residence, this dismal-looking room was occupied by his page, a beautiful boy, whom the scandal-loving female servants would have was a girl. Lord Byron and many others not only believed in the existence of the Black Friar, but asserted that they had really seen it. It did not confine its visitations, however, to the haunted chamber, but at night walked the cloisters and other portions of the abbey. A monk arrayed in cowl and beads and dusky garb appeared, now in the moonlight and now lapsed in shade, with steps that trod as heavy yet unheard. This apparition is the evil genius of the Byrons, and its appearance portends misfortune of some kind to the members of the family to whom it appears. Lord Byron fully believed that he beheld this apparition a short time before the great misfortune of his life, his ill-starred union with Miss Milbank. Alluding to his faith in these things, he said, "I merely mean to say what Johnson said, that in the course of some 6,000 years, all nations have believed that from the dead a visitant at intervals appears. And what is strangest upon this strange head is that whatever bar the reason rears 'gainst such belief, there is something stronger still in its behalf, let those deny who will." And he thus introduces the presumed duties, as it were, of the Black Friar. By the marriage bed of their lords 'tis said, he flits on the bridal eve, and 'tis held as faith to their bed of death, he comes, but not to grieve. When an heir is born, he is heard to mourn, and when aught is to befall that ancient line in the pale moonshine, he walks from hall to hall. His form you may trace, but not his face, 'tis shadowed by his cowl, but his eyes may be seen from the folds between, and they seem of a parted soul. Among the numerous people who have asserted that they saw the Black Friar was a Miss Kitty Parkins, a relative of the poet, and she is even said to have made a sketch of the apparition from memory. End of section 53. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 54 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 54. North Shields, Stevenson Street. The following account, certainly one of the most remarkable in our collection, is related upon the authority of Mrs. Crowe, who introduces it in her Night Side of Nature as having been furnished to her by the Mrs. L. of the story, herself a lady, remarks Mrs. Crowe, with whose family I am acquainted. A few years since, Mrs. L. took a furnished house in Stevenson Street, North Shields, and she had been in it a very few hours before she was perplexed by hearing feet in the passage, though whenever she opened the door, she could see nobody. She went into the kitchen and asked the servant if she had not heard the same sound. She said she had not, but there seemed to be strange noises in the house. When Mrs. L. went to bed, she could not go to sleep for the noise of a child's rattle, which seemed to be inside her curtains. It rattled round her head, first on one side, then on the other. Then there were sounds of feet, and of a child crying, and a woman sobbing. And, in short, so many strange noises that the servant became frightened and went away. The next girl Mrs. L. engaged came from Leith and was a stranger to the place. But she had only passed a night in the house when she said to her mistress, "This is a troubled house you've got into, ma'am." And she described, among the rest, that she had repeatedly heard her own name called by a voice near her, though she could see nobody. One night Mrs. L. heard a voice, like nothing human, close to her, cry, "Weep, weep, weep." Then there was a sound, like someone struggling for breath, and again, "Weep, weep, weep." Then the gasping, and a third time, "Weep, weep, weep." She stood still and looked steadfastly on the spot whence the voice proceeded, but could see nothing. And her little boy, who held her hand, kept saying, "What is that, Mamma? What is that?" She describes the sound as most frightful. All the noises seem to suggest the idea of childhood and of a woman in trouble. One night, when it was crying round her bed, Mrs. L. took courage and adjured it, upon which the noise ceased for that time, but there was no answer. Mr. L. was at sea when she took the house, and when he came home, he laughed at the story, at first, but soon became so convinced the account she gave was correct that he wanted to have the boards taken up, because, from the noises seeming to hover much about one spot, he thought perhaps some explanation of the mystery might be found. But Mrs. L. objected that if anything of a painful nature were discovered, she should not be able to continue in the house, and as she must pay the year's rent, she wished, if possible, to continue for the whole period. She never saw anything but twice. Once, the appearance of a child seemed to fall from the ceiling close to her, and then disappear. And another time, she saw a child run into a closet in a room at the top of the house. And it was most remarkable that a small door in that room, which was used for going out on the roof, always stood open. However often they shut it, it was opened again immediately by an unseen hand, even before they got out of the room, and this continued the whole time they were in the house, whilst night and day someone in creaking shoes was heard pacing backwards and forwards in the room over Mr. and Mrs. L.'s heads. At length the year expired, and to their great relief they quitted the house. But 5 or 6 years afterwards, A person who had bought it, having taken up the floor of that upper room to repair it, there was found, close to the small door above alluded to, the skeleton of a child. It was then remembered that some years before a gentleman of somewhat dissolute habits had resided there, and that he was supposed to have been on very intimate terms with a young woman servant who lived with him, but there had been no suspicion of anything more criminal. End of section 54. Recorded by Olivia.
Section 55 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 55. Ottery. The famous Dr. Abercrombie, in his Inquiries Concerning the Intellectual Powers, adduces, as an undoubted fact, one of the most singular and inexplicable stories on record. The marvel of this story does not merely consist in the wonderful coincidence of the two concurring and synchronous dreams, but also in the persistent way with which the mother held that she had not dreamed her son appeared to her, but that he had really, if not in body then in spirit, been to her bedside and spoken to her. The account of this extraordinary affair was written by one of the persons concerned. That is to say, the Reverend Joseph Wilkins, who at the time it occurred, in 1754, he being then 23 years of age, was usher in a school at Ottery St. Mary, Devonshire, celebrated as the birthplace of Coleridge. Wilkins subsequently became a well-known dissenting minister. One night, runs his narrative, soon after I was in bed, I fell asleep and dreamed I was going to London. I thought it would not be much out of my way to go through Gloucestershire and call upon my friends there. Accordingly I set out, but remembered nothing that happened by the way till I came to my father's house, when I went to the front door and tried to open it, but found it fast. Then I went to the back door, which I opened and went in, but finding all the family were in bed, I crossed the rooms only, went upstairs, and entered the chamber where my father and mother were in bed. As I went by the side of the bed on which my father lay, I found him asleep, or thought he was so. Then I went to the other side, and having just turned the foot of the bed, I found my mother awake, to whom I said these words: "Mother, I am going a long journey, and am come to bid you good-bye." Upon which she answered in a fright, "Oh, dear son, thou art dead." With this I awoke, and took no notice of it more than a common dream, except that it appeared to me very perfect. In a few days after, as soon as a letter could reach me, I received one by post from my father, upon the receipt of which I was a little surprised, and concluded something extraordinary must have happened, as it was but a short time before I had a letter from my friends, and all was well. Upon opening it I was more surprised still, for my father addressed me as though I were dead, desiring me, if alive, or whosever hands the letter might fall into, to write immediately. But if the letter should find me living, they concluded I should not live long, and gave this as the reason for their fears. On a certain night, naming it, after they were in bed, my father asleep and my mother awake, she heard somebody try to open the front door, but finding it fast, he went to the back door, which he opened, came in, and came directly through the rooms upstairs, and she perfectly knew it to be my step. But I came to her bedside and spoke to her these words: Mother, I am going a long journey, and I have come to bid you good-bye. Upon which she answered me in a fright, O dear son, thou art dead, which were the circumstances and words of my dream. But she heard nothing more, and saw nothing more. Neither did I in my dream. Much alarmed, she woke my father and told him what had occurred, but he endeavoured to appease her, persuading her it was only a dream. She insisted it was no dream, for that she was perfectly awake as she ever was, and had not the least inclination to sleep since she was in bed. From these circumstances, I am inclined to think it was the very same instant when my dream happened, though the distance between us was about 100 miles. But of this I cannot speak positively. This occurred while I was at the Academy at Ottery, Devon, in the year 1754, and at this moment every circumstance is fresh upon my mind. I have, since, had frequent opportunities of talking over the affair with my mother, and the whole was as fresh upon her mind as it was upon mine. I have often thought that her sensations as to this matter were stronger than mine. What may appear strange is that I cannot remember anything remarkable happening hereupon. This is only a plain simple narrative of a matter of fact. As the Reverend Joseph Wilkins points out, at the conclusion of this marvellous story, nothing remarkable followed it. His own death, which his mother had so much feared was portended, did not take place until November the 22nd, 1800, when he was in the 70th year of his age. The Gentleman magazine, in its obituary of Wilkins, remarked that, for liberality of sentiment, generosity of disposition, and uniform integrity, he had few equals and hardly any superiors. End of section 55. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 56 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 56. Oulton High House. Oulton High House, in Suffolk, now a school, was long known as the Haunted House. It was built in 1550 by one of the Hobarts, and still retains a fine old mantelpiece and other curious carved work, as ancient as the house itself. It is popularly believed to have acquired its ill-omened title on account of some deed of darkness committed within its precincts. At midnight, according to tradition, a wild huntsman and his hounds, together with a white lady carrying a poisoned cup, are supposed to issue forth and go their feverish rounds. The origin of one member of this spectral group is traced back to the reign of George II, and the story is that the owner at that period of the High House, a roistering squire, returning home from the chase unexpectedly, discovered his wife with an officer, his guest, in too familiar a friendship. High words followed, and the injured husband striking his wife's lover, the man drew his sword and drove it through his assailant's heart. The assassin and his guilty love fled, carrying away with them all the jewels and gold they could obtain possession of. After a lapse of several years, the guilty woman's daughter, who had been forgotten in the hasty departure, having grown to womanhood, has affianced to a youthful farmer of the neighborhood. A bleak November night, on the eve of the marriage, as the happy pair were sitting together in the old hall, a carriage, black and sombre as a hearse, with closely drawn curtains, and attended by servants clad in sable liveries, drew up to the door. These men, who were masked, rushed into the hall, and seizing the young girl, carried her off in the carriage to her unnatural mother. after having stabbed her betrothed as he vainly endeavored to rescue her. A grave is stated to be pointed out in the cemetery at Namur as that in which was laid the corpse of the unhappy daughter, her mother having, so it is alleged, completed the catalogue of her crimes by poisoning the hapless girl. And after that, there is little wonder that the old residence was haunted by the spectre of the wretched woman, as wife and as mother equally criminal. As to what the weird huntsman and his ghostly hounds signify, tradition is silent. End of section 56.
Section 57 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 57. Oxford University Queen's College. Like most of the older foundations of Alma Mater, Queen's College has had its ghost. The Reverend Mr. Moore of Leighton, Essex, formerly of Queen's Oxford, a man of veracity and learning, who died in 1778, left this story of an apparition that favoured his own college with a visit. Mr. John Bonnell was a commoner of Queen's College, Oxford. He was remarkable in his person and gait, and, from a peculiar manner he had of holding up his gown behind, might be recognised almost as readily by his back as by his face. On Sunday, November the 18th, 1750, at noon, Mr. Ballard, who was then of Magdalen College, and myself, says Mr. Moore, were talking together at Parker's door. I was then waiting for the sound of the trumpet for dinner, and suddenly Mr. Ballard cried out, "Dear me, who is that coming out of your college?" I looked and saw, as I supposed, Mr. Bonnell, and replied, "He is a gentleman of our house, and his name is Bonnell. He comes from Stanton Harcourt." "Why, bless me," said Mr. Ballard, "I never saw such a face in all my life." I answered slightly, "His face is much the same as it always is. I think it is a little more inflamed and swelled than it is sometimes. Perhaps he has buckled his band too tight. But I should not have observed it if you had not spoken." "Well," said Mr. Ballard again, "I shall never forget him as long as I live," and appeared to be much disconcerted and frightened. "This figure I saw without any emotion or suspicion," proceeds Mr. Moore. "It came down the quadrangle, came out of the gate, and walked up the High Street. We followed it with our eyes till it came to Catherine Street, where it was lost. The trumpet then sounded, and Mr. Ballard and I parted, and I went into the hall and thought no more of Mr. Bonnell. In the evening the prayers of the chapel were desired for one who was in a very sick and dangerous condition. When I came out of the chapel, I inquired of one of the scholars, James Harrison, in the hearing of several others who were standing before the kitchen fire, who it was that was prayed for, and he answered, "Mr. Bonnell senior." "Bonnell senior," said I, with astonishment. "What is the matter with him? He was very well today, for I saw him go out to dinner." "You are very much mistaken," answered Harrison, "for he has not been out of his bed for some days." I then asserted more positively that I had seen him, and that a gentleman was with me who saw him too. This came presently to the ears of Dr. Fothergill, who had been my tutor. After supper he took me aside and questioned me about it, and said he was very sorry I had mentioned the matter so publicly, for Mr. Bonnell was dangerously ill. I replied that I was very sorry too, but I had done it innocently. The next day Mr. Bonnell died. Mr. Moore states that Mr. Ballard was applied to and bore witness to the fact that the figure he had so particularly noticed was stated to be Mr. Bonnell, who was of Queen's and came from Stanton Harcourt. It may also be added that when this curious story, found among the Reverend Mr. Moore's papers after his decease, was published in the Gentleman's Magazine and other contemporary publications, the particulars were confirmed in various ways by persons referred to in the story. As the account of an apparition or wraith of a person at the point of death, seen by more than one individual, it is by no means unique in literary records. End of section 57. Recording by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England.
Section 58 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Julie Burks. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 58. Peel Castle. In no portion of the British kingdom are legends more rife and superstitions more tenacious than in the Isle of Man. Of the various romantic ruins which bedeck the island, and around which tradition has flung its ivy-like tendrils, none are more picturesque or more closely connected with medieval myths than Peel Castle. Among other marvelous stories told of the supernatural beings which haunt its precincts is the following, to be found in the pages of Waldron, whose account of the island is an inexhaustible mine of Manx legend and folklore. An apparition, which they call the Manth Dog, in the shape of a shaggy spaniel, was stated to haunt the castle in all parts, but particularly the guard chamber, where the dog would constantly come and lie down by the fire at candlelight. The soldiers lost much of their terror by the frequency of the sight, yet as they believed it to be an evil spirit waiting for an opportunity to injure them, that belief kept them so far in order that they refrained from swearing and discourse in its presence, and none chose to be left alone with such an insidious enemy. Now, as the Manth Dog used to come out and return by the passage through the church, by which also somebody must go to deliver the keys every night to the captain, they continued to go together, he whose turn it was to do that duty being accompanied by the next in rotation. But one of the soldiers, on a certain night, being much disguised in liquor, would go with the key alone, though it really was not his turn. His comrades in vain endeavored to dissuade him. He said he wanted the Manth Dog's company, and he would try whether he were dog or devil. And then, after much profane talk, he snatched up the keys and departed. Some time afterwards a great noise alarmed the soldiers, but none of them would venture to go and see what was the cause. When the adventurer returned, he was struck with horror and speechless, nor could he even make such signs as might give them to understand what had happened to him, but he died with distorted features and violent agony. After this, none would go through the passage, which was soon closed up, and the apparition was never more seen in the castle. This accident happened about 60 years since, says Waldron, and I heard it attested by several, but especially by an old soldier, who assured me he had seen it, the Manth Dog, oftener than he had then hairs on his head. End of section 58.
Section 59 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 59, Plymouth. Amongst the innumerable multitude of buildings which have the reputation of being haunted, It will be noted that by far the larger number are haunted by strange noises and mysterious sounds only, but few of them really attaining to the dignity of being visited by visible beings. Some of the places, however, which have had the character of being disturbed by unusual and unaccountable noises, are very interesting from the suggestiveness of these noises. In the following account, for instance, and indeed in many others, the ghostly but invisible visitants appear to be condemned to return to the occupations they followed before they shuffled off the mortal coil, and to resume, after their incorporeal fashion, the labors of their past life. The mother of the famous premier, George Canning, after the death of her first husband, became an actress and married an actor. Becoming a widow for the second time, she married a third husband named Hun, and under his name appears to have acted in the provinces. Among other provincial towns, Miss Hun visited Plymouth, but previous to her arrival there she had requested Mr. Bernard, who was in some way connected with the theatre there, to procure lodgings for her in the town. When Miss Hun arrived, she was met by Mr. Bernard, with the intimation that if she were not afraid of a ghost, he could obtain very comfortable lodgings for her at a very low rate. For there is, said he, a house belonging to our carpenter that is reported to be haunted, and nobody will live in it. If you like to have it, you may, and for nothing, I believe, for he is so anxious to get a tenant. Only you must not let it be known that you do not pay any rent for it. Miss Hun, alluding to theatrical apparitions, said it would not be the first time she had had to do with a ghost, and that she was very willing to encounter this one. So she had her luggage taken into the house in question, and the bed prepared. At her usual hour, she sent her maid and her children to bed, and curious to see if there was any foundation for the rumors she had heard, she seated herself with a couple of candles and a book to watch the event. Beneath the room she occupied was the carpenter's workshop, which had 2 doors. The one which opened into the street was barred and bolted within. The other, a smaller one, opening into the passage, was only on the latch, and the house was, of course, closed for the night. She had read somewhat more than half an hour, when she perceived a noise issuing from this lower apartment, which sounded very much like the sawing of wood. Presently, other such noises as usually proceeded from a carpenter's workshop were added, till, by and by, there was a regular concert of knocking and hammering and sawing and planing, etc., the whole sounding like half a dozen busy men in full employment. Being a woman of considerable courage, Miss Hun resolved, if possible, to penetrate the mystery. So, taking off her shoes, that her approach might not be heard, with her candle in her hand, she very softly opened her door and descended the stairs, the noise continuing as loud as ever, and evidently proceeding from the workshop, till she opened the door, when instantly all was silent, all was still, not a mouse was stirring, and the tools and the wood and everything else lay as they had been left by the workmen when they went away. Having examined every part of the place, and satisfied herself that there was nobody there, and that nobody could get into it, Miss Hun ascended to her room again, beginning almost to doubt her own senses, and question with herself whether she had really heard the noise or not, when it recommenced, and continued without intermission for about half an hour. She, however, went to bed, and the next day told nobody what had occurred, having determined to watch another night before mentioning the affair to anyone. As, however, this strange scene was acted over again, without her being able to discover the cause of it, she now mentioned the circumstance to the owner of the house and to her friend, Mr. Bernard, and the former, who would not believe it, agreed to watch with her, which he did. The noise began as before, and he was so horror-struck that instead of entering the workshop, as she wished him to do, he rushed into the street. Miss Hun continued to inhabit the house the whole summer, and when referring afterwards to the adventure, she observed that use was second nature, and that she was sure, if any night these ghostly carpenters had not pursued their visionary labours, she should have been quite frightened, lest they should pay her a visit upstairs. End of section 59.
Section 60 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jake Malizia. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 60. Powis Castle. According to Camden, this ancient stronghold was formerly called Castell Coch, or Red Castle, on account of the colour of the stone with which it was built. It stands on a rocky elevation in the midst of a well-wooded park, and despite the restoration which it has undergone at the hands of Sir Robert Smirke, is not considered a thing of beauty. If the outside be irregular in style, the interior is heavy and gloomy, and thoroughly appropriate for the localization of ghostly legends. It possesses, among other interesting relics, a state chamber, still maintained in the exact condition it was in when prepared for the reception of Charles I. Since the time of Queen Elizabeth, when the surrounding estate was purchased by the Herberts, Powis Castle has been the seat of the Earls Powis. There are naturally various legends connected with this time-honoured dwelling, one being that the lake in the castle park, from which the adjacent town of Welshpool takes its name, quote, shall sometime overflow and deluge the town. End quote. But there is also a well-authenticated and most circumstantial ghost story of Powis Castle, for the record of which we are indebted to the autobiography of Thomas Wright of Berkenshaw. In 1780, it became known to the townsfolk of Welshpool that there was living amongst them a certain poor unmarried woman who had conversed with the castle ghost, and that it had confided a great secret to her. The woman thus selected for this alleged trust was a member of the Methodist Society, and, quote, had become serious under their ministry. End quote. Mr. John Hampson, a well-known preacher amongst the Wesleyan Methodists, being desirous of probing this strange story to the core, sent for the woman, and earnestly besought her to tell him the whole truth about the affair. She promised to give him as exact an account as she possibly could, and then proceeded with the following narration, to the correctness of which many persons could bear witness. She described herself as a poor woman, who obtained a livelihood by spinning hemp and line, and stated that it was customary for the farmers and gentlemen of the district to grow enough hemp or line in their fields for their own home consumption, and as she was a good hand at spinning, she was accustomed to go from house to house to inquire for work. It was the custom at houses where she stayed to provide her with meat and drink, and if necessary with lodging, while she was thus employed, and when she left to make her some little present. One day she chanced to call at Earl Powis's country residence, Red Castle, as it was called, to inquire for work according to custom. The quality, as she termed the family, were at this time in London, but had, as usual, left the steward and his wife, with certain other servants, to take charge of the place during their absence. The steward's wife set her to work, and in the evening told her that she must stay all night with them, as they had more work for her to do next day. When it was time to go to bed, 3 of the servants, each carrying a lighted candle in her hand, conducted her to the room she was to sleep in. It was an apartment on the ground floor, with a boarded floor and 2 sash windows, and was grandly furnished, with a handsome bedstead in one corner of it. They had made up a good fire for her, and had placed a chair and table before it, with a large lighted candle upon the table. They informed her that that was to be her bedroom, and that she might go to bed whenever she pleased. They then wished her a good night, and all withdrew together, pulling the door quickly after them, so as to hasp the spring-sneck in the brass lock that was upon it. When the servants had thus hastily departed, the poor spinster gazed around at the grand furniture, and was in no slight astonishment that they should put such a person as she was in so fine a room and so comfortable a bed, with all the conveniences of fire, chair, table, and candle. After having made a survey of the place, she sat down and took out of her pocket a small Welsh Bible, which she always carried about with her, and in which she always read a chapter, chiefly in the New Testament, before she said her prayers and retired to rest. Whilst the woman was reading, she heard the door open, and, turning her head, was astonished to see a gentleman enter the room. He wore a gold-laced hat and waistcoat, with coat and the rest of his attire to correspond. He walked down by the sash window to the corner of the room and then returned. When he came, as he returned to the first window, the bottom of which was nearly breast high, he rested his elbow on the bottom of the window, and the side of his face upon the palm of his hand, and stood in that leaning posture for some time, with his side partly towards her. She looked at him earnestly to see if she knew him, but although, from her frequent intercourse with them, she had a personal knowledge of all the family and its retainers, he appeared to be a perfect stranger to her. She supposed afterwards that he stood in this manner to encourage her to speak, but as she did not utter a word, after some little time he walked off, pulling the door to after him as the servants had done previously. She began now to be much alarmed, concluding it to be an apparition, and that they had put her in that grand room because it was haunted, and that was really the case. For some long time past, the room had been so disturbed that nobody could sleep in it peaceably, and as she passed for a very serious woman, the servants conceived the fine project of putting the poor Methodist and the spirit together, in order to see what the result would be. Startled at the thought that it was an apparition she had seen, the woman rose from her chair, and kneeling down by the bedside, began saying her prayers. While she was praying, the apparition came in again, walked round the room, and came close behind her. She now endeavoured to speak, but when she attempted it, she was so agitated that she could not utter a word. The apparition walked out of the room again, pulling the door after it as it had done before. She begged that God would strengthen her, and not suffer her to be tried beyond what she was able to bear. She now recovered her spirits somewhat, and thought she felt more confidence and resolution, and determined, if it came in again, she would speak to it if possible. Presently it came in again, walked around the room, and came behind her as before. She turned her head and said, "Pray, sir, who are you, and what do you want?" It lifted its finger and said, "Take up the candle and follow me, and I will tell you." She got up, took up the candle, and followed it out of the room. It led her through a long boarded passage till they got to the door of another room, which it opened and went into. It was a very small room, or what might be called a large closet. "As the room was small, and I believed him to be a spirit," said she in her recital of the affair, "I stopped at the door. He turned and said, 'Walk in, I will not hurt you.' So I walked in. Then he said, 'Observe what I do.' I said, 'I will.' He stopped and tore up one of the boards of the floor, and there appeared under it a box with an iron handle in the lid. He said, 'Do you see that box?' I said, 'Yes, I do.' He then stepped to one side of the room, and showed me a crevice in the wall where he said a key was hid that would open it. He said, 'This box and key must be taken out and sent to the Earl in London,' naming the Earl and his place of residence in the metropolis. He said, 'Will you see it done?' I said, 'I will do my best to get it done.' He said, 'Do, and I will trouble the house no more.' It then walked out of the room and left her. As soon as the woman saw that the apparition had departed, she went to the room door and set up a loud shout. The steward and his wife, together with all the other servants, ran to her immediately. They were all clinging to one another and carrying lights. It seemed that they had all been waiting to see the issue of the interview between the woman and the apparition. They asked her what was the matter. She then told them all that had taken place, and showed them the box. The steward dare not meddle with it, but his wife was of a more courageous temperament, and, with the assistance of the other servants, tugged it out, and found the key in the place indicated by the apparition. The woman stated that, by the way in which they lifted it, it appeared to be pretty heavy, but that she did not see it opened, and therefore did not know what it contained, whether money or writings of importance to the family, or both. The servants took it away with them, and the woman averred that she then went to bed and slept peaceably till the morning. It appeared, from what was subsequently learnt, that the box and its contents were sent to the Earl in London, together with an account of how it was discovered and by whom. The Earl immediately sent down orders to his steward to inform the poor woman, who had been the means of the discovery, that if she would come and reside in his family, she should be comfortably provided for the remainder of her days, or if she did not care to reside constantly with them, if she would let him know when she wanted assistance, she should be liberally supplied at his lordship's expense as long as she lived. And according to the account related by Mr. John Hampson, it was a fact well known in the neighbourhood that the woman had been supplied from the Earl's family ever since the time when the affair was said to have happened. End of section 60.
Section 61 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 61, Rainham. Rainham, the seat of the Marquis Townshend in Norfolk, has long been noted for its ghost known as the Brown Lady. Mrs. Crowe and many other writers on apparitions and kindred themes have alluded to the circumstance of this family residence being haunted by a spectral woman, but their references are very slight and the particulars they give are exceedingly meager. Mrs. Crowe indeed mentions that many persons have seen the Brown Lady, and speaks of a guest who one day inquired of his host, "Who is that lady in brown that he had met frequently on the stairs?" But the most circumstantial account of the appearance of this apparition would appear to be that given by Lucia C. Stone in Rifts in the Vale. This record, she states, she received from an eyewitness, and as proof of its authenticity, draws attention to the fact that the names of all parties concerned are given in full. The time of the incident, however, cannot be given any nearer than between 1835 and 1849. According to this narrative, a large party had assembled at Rainham in order to pass the Christmas there. Lord and Lady Charles Townshend were the host and hostess on this occasion, and among the assembled guests were Colonel and Mrs. Loftus, and Miss Page, a cousin of the latter. Colonel Loftus was a brother of Lady Charles, and a cousin to Lord Charles, being a Townshend on his mother's side. There was a tradition in the Townshend family that at certain intervals the apparition of a lady attired in brown brocade had been flitting about the building. But nothing had occurred for some long time past, and the old stories respecting the hauntings had been well nigh forgotten. One night, Colonel Loftus and a gentleman named Hawkins sat up rather late over a game of chess. They went upstairs and were bidding each other good night, when Mr. Hawkins exclaimed, "Loftus, who is that standing at your sister's door? How strangely she is dressed!" Colonel Loftus, who was near-sighted, put up his glass and followed the figure, which went on for some little distance when he lost sight of it. A second night she appeared to him, and this time, to prevent her escape, he went up a staircase, which would bring him face to face with her. There, in a full light, stood a stately lady in her rich brocade, a sort of quoit on her head, the features clearly defined. But where there should have been eyes were nothing but dark hollows. "These were the two appearances he described to me," says Lucia Stone, "and he sketched her afterwards. I saw the sketch just after his return from Rainham. The lady was seen by several others, and I have heard stories, but not from their own lips, so I forbear to give them. But perhaps I should mention that the cousin of Mrs. Loftus, Miss Page, whom I know very intimately, asked Lord Charles if he too believed in the apparition. He replied, 'I cannot but believe, for she ushered me into my room last night.' The servants were frightened, and one after the other gave warning. Lord Charles Townshend, thinking that perhaps, after all, it might be a trick on the part of someone in the house, had various alterations made in the way of bolts, locks, and so forth. This proving to be useless, he engaged some of the London police force to come down and made them assume his livery, but they were unable to discover anything during their stay at Rainham. There does not seem to be any known legend connected with the appearance of the apparition of the Brown Lady. End of section 61, read by Paul Songer. Section 62 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 62, Ramhurst Manor House. When the complicated developments of the tale connected with this Kentish manor house are known, it must be acknowledged that the affair is one of the most mysterious on record. Robert Dale Owen, from whose singular work, Footfalls on the Boundary of Another World, this strange story is extracted, does not furnish the actual names of the ladies from whom he derived his information about the haunting of Ramhurst, but veils their identity under initials. And as we have no other authority for the account other than his, it will be necessary in this instance to follow his example. Ramhurst Manor House, it must be premised, is an ancient residence near Lye in Kent. In October 1857, and for several subsequent months, it was occupied by Mrs. R., the wife of an English officer of high rank, and her servants. From the time this lady first occupied the place, she and every inmate were disturbed by knockings, unaccountable voices, and the sounds of mysterious footsteps. The strange voices were generally, but not invariably, heard proceeding from an unoccupied room, and were sometimes as of someone talking in a loud tone, sometimes as if some person were reading out loud, and occasionally as if screaming. The servants were, as may be imagined, in a great state of terror, and although they did not see anything, the cook one day informed Mrs. R. that in broad day she heard the rustle of a silk dress close behind her, and which seemed to touch her. But on turning suddenly round, thinking it was her mistress, she could not see anyone, much to her surprise and horror. Mrs. R.'s brother, a young officer addicted to field sports, and quite incredulous on the subject of ghostly visitations, was much disturbed and annoyed by these strange voices, which he asserted must be those of his sister and a lady friend of hers sitting up chatting at night. Twice, when a voice which he considered to resemble his sister's rose to a scream, he rushed to her bedroom between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, with a gun in his hand, but only to find her sleeping quietly. On the second Saturday in the above month of October, says our authority, Mrs. R. drove over to the railway station at Tunbridge to meet her friend, Miss S., whom she had invited to spend some weeks with her. This young lady had been in the habit of seeing apparitions, at times, from an early childhood. When, on their return at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they drove up to the entrance of the manor house, Miss S. perceived on the threshold the appearance of two figures, apparently an elderly couple habited in the costume of a former age. They appeared as if standing on the ground. She did not hear any voice, and not wishing to render her friend uneasy, she made at that time no remark to her in connection with this apparition. She saw the appearance of the same figures in the same dress several times within the next 10 days. Sometimes in one of the rooms of the house, sometimes in one of the passages, always by daylight. They appeared to her surrounded by an atmosphere nearly of the color usually called neutral tint. On the third occasion they spoke to her, and stated that they had been husband and wife, that in former days they had possessed and occupied that manor house, and that their name was Children. They appeared sad and downcast, and When Miss S. inquired the cause of their melancholy, they replied that they had idolized this property of theirs, that their pride and pleasure had centered in its possession, that its improvement had engrossed their thoughts, and it troubled them to know that it had passed away from their family, and to see it now in the hands of careless strangers. To Miss S., the ghost seer, the voices of the apparitions were not only perfectly audible, but also intelligible. But it does not appear certain, so far as our record goes, that others who heard the conversing were enabled to comprehend what was said by the spirits. Meanwhile, Mrs. R., thinking that something unusual had occurred to her friends in connection with the household disturbances, questioned her on the subject, and was then informed by Miss S. of what she had seen and heard from the apparitions. Hitherto, Mrs. R., though her rest had been disturbed by the frequent noises, had not seen anything, nor indeed had anyone save Miss S. But about a month after the latter lady had had the interview with the spectres, styling themselves Mr. and Mrs. Children, they made another optical manifestation. One day, Mrs. R., who had ceased to expect the appearance of the apparitions to herself, was hurriedly dressing for dinner. Her brother, to cite from Owen, who had just returned from a day's shooting, having called to her in impatient tones that dinner was served and that he was quite famished. At the moment of completing her toilet, and as she hastily turned to leave her bedchamber, not dreaming of anything spiritual, there in the doorway stood the same female figure Miss S. had described, identical in appearance and in costume, even to the old point lace on her brocaded silk dress, while beside her on the left, but less distinctly visible, was the figure of her husband. They uttered no sound. But above the figure of the lady, as if written in phosphoric light in the dusk atmosphere that surrounded her, were the words Dame Children, together with some other words intimating that, having never aspired beyond the joys and sorrows of this world, she had remained earthbound. These last words Mrs. R. scarcely paused to decipher, for a renewed appeal from her brother as to whether they were to have any dinner that day urged her forward. The figure filling up the doorway remained stationary. There was no time for hesitation. She closed her eyes, rushed through the apparition and into the dining room, throwing up her hands and exclaiming to Miss S., "Oh, my dear, I've walked through Mrs. Children." This was the only time Mrs. R. saw anything of the apparitions during her residence in the old manor house, nor do they seem to have appeared again to anyone there save Miss S. Mrs. R. had her bedroom not only lit up by a blazing fire, but also by candles, whilst a lighted lamp kept burning in the corridor. Miss S., however, appears to have been honored with subsequent interviews by the apparitions, and from her conversations with them learnt that the husband's name was Richard, and that he had died in 1753. She remarked that the costumes in which they appeared were of the period of Queen Anne or of one of the early Georges. She could not be sure which, as the fashions in both were similar. Deeply impressed with the mystery that appertains to the old manor house, Mr. R. endeavored to elucidate it by making inquiries among the servants and in the neighborhood, but without success. No one knew that the house had ever been owned or inhabited by persons of the name Children, although a nurse in the family, Sophie O., had spent all her life in the vicinity. About 4 months afterward, and when her mistress had given up all hopes of unraveling the mystery, Sophie went home for a holiday to her father's at Riverhead, near Sevenoaks. During her visit, she called on a sister-in-law, an old woman of 70, who 50 years previous had been housemaid in a family residing in Ramhurst Manor House. Sophie asked her old sister-in-law if she had ever heard of a family named Children living at the manor. and was informed that there was no such family there in her time. But she recollected having been informed by an old man that in his boyhood he had assisted to keep the hounds of the children's who were then residing at Ramhurst. On her return, Sophie communicated this information to Mrs. R., who thus learnt that a family named Children had once really occupied the manor house. But beyond that, she was unable to learn anything about them. In December 1858, Robert Dale Owen, being in the company of the two ladies referred to, Mrs. R. and Miss S., learnt all the particulars of the haunting and the apparitions already given. Having accepted an invitation to spend Christmas week with some friends living near Sevenoaks, he determined to prosecute further inquiries about the haunted manor and its former inhabitants in the neighborhood. He sought out Sophie and questioned her closely about the disturbances at the manor house during Mrs. R.'s residence, but was enabled to elicit little more than confirmatory evidence of what the reader knows already. Nor did his inspection of the churches and graveyards of Lye and Tunbridge afford him any fresh information about the Children family, save that a certain George Children left, in the year 1718, a weekly gift of bread to the poor, and that another George Children, his descendant, who had died about 40 years previous, and who had not resided at Ramhurst, had a marble tablet in Tunbridge Church erected to his memory. Thus far, Mr. Owen had not obtained any further particulars of much value, but having been referred to the neighboring clergyman, by him he was left a document that contained the following extract from the Hasted Papers, which are preserved in the British Museum and may be consulted there. George Children, who was High Sheriff of Kent in 1698, died without issue in 1718, and by will devised the bulk of his estate to Richard Children, eldest son of his late uncle, William Children of Headcorn, and his heirs. This Richard Children, who settled himself at Ramhurst, in the parish of Lye, married Anne, daughter of John Saxby, in the parish of Leeds, by whom he had issue 4 sons and 2 daughters. Thus Mr. Owen had ascertained that the first of the Children family who had occupied Ramhurst as a residence was named Richard, and that he settled there in the early part of George I's reign, but he was still ignorant of the date of his death, which, it will have been noted, was given by the apparition as 1753. Being referred by an antiquarian friend to Haste's History of Kent, published in 1778, he found the following paragraph. In the eastern part of the parish of Leigh, now Lye, near the river Medway, stands an ancient mansion called Ramhurst, once reputed a manor and held of the honor of Gloucester. It continued in the Culpeper family for several generations. It passed by sale into that of Saxby, and Mr. William Saxby conveyed it by sale to Children. Richard Children, Esquire, resided here and died possessed of it in 1753, aged 83 years. He was succeeded in it by his eldest son, John Children of Tunbridge, Esquire. Thus I verified, remarks Robert Dale Owen, the last remaining particular, the date of Richard Children's death. It appears from the above, also, that Richard Children was the only representative of the family who lived and died at Ramhurst, his son John being designated not as of Ramhurst, but as of Tunbridge. From the private memoir above referred to, I had previously ascertained that the family seat after Richard's time was Farrow Hall, near Tunbridge. It remains to be added that in 1816, in consequence of events reflecting no discredit on the family, they lost all their property and were compelled to sell Ramhurst, which has since been occupied, though a somewhat spacious mansion, not as a family residence, but as a farmhouse. I visited it, and the occupants assured me that nothing worse than rats or mice disturb it now. End of section 62, read by Paul Songer. Section 63 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 63, Rochester. Baxter's Certainty of the World of Spirits contains one of the most marvelous, and apparently best authenticated, stories of modern miracles extant. If it be accepted as fact, it will be a difficult matter to doubt any supernatural incident merely on account of its inexplicability. The story was sent to Baxter by the Reverend Thomas Tilson, the minister of Aylesford, near Maidstone in Kent, within 5 weeks of the event to which it referred happening. The narrator was on the spot and therefore had every opportunity of disproving or confirming the statements made, whilst the names and residences of the witnesses are given, together with the exact time and place of the occurrences to which they testify. It would be difficult to adduce any historic event with, apparently, better testimony of its accuracy. Mr. Tilson's story, as written out for Baxter, is this. Mary, the wife of John Gough, of Rochester, being afflicted with a long illness, removed to her father's house at West Malling, which is about 9 miles distant from her own. There she died June the 4th, this present year 1691. The day before her departure, she grew very impatiently desirous to see her 2 children, whom she had left at home to the care of a nurse. She prayed her husband to hire a horse, for she must go home and die with her children. When they persuaded her to the contrary, telling her she was not fit to be taken out of her bed, nor able to sit on horseback, she entreated them, however, to try. "If I cannot sit," said she, "I will lie all along upon the horse, for I must go to see my poor babes." A minister who lived in the town was with her at 10 o'clock that night, to whom she expressed good hopes in the mercies of God, and a willingness to die. "But," said she, "it is my misery that I cannot see my children." Between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning she fell into a trance. One, Widow Turner, who watched with her that night, says that her eyes were open and fixed and her jaw fallen. She put her hand upon her mouth and nostrils, but could perceive no breath. She thought her to be in a fit, and doubted whether she were dead or alive. The next morning this dying woman told her mother that she had been at home with her children. "That is impossible," said the mother, "for you have been in bed all the while." "Yes," replied the other, "but I was with them last night when I was asleep." The nurse at Rochester, Widow Alexander by name, affirms and says that she will take her oath on't before a magistrate, and take the sacrament upon it, that a little while before 2 o'clock that morning she saw the likeness of the said Mary Gough come out of the next chamber, where the elder child lay in bed by itself. The door being left open, and stood by her bedside for about a quarter of an hour, the younger child was there lying by her. Her eyes moved and her mouth went, but she said nothing. The nurse, moreover, says that she was perfectly awake. It was then daylight, being one of the longest days in the year. She sat up in her bed and looked steadfastly upon the apparition. In that time she heard the bridge clock strike 2, and a while after said, "In the name of the Father, who art thou?" Thereupon the appearance removed and went away. She slipped on her clothes and followed, but what became on't she cannot tell. Then, and not before, she began to be grievously affrighted, and went out of doors and walked upon the wharf, the house is just on the river side, for some hours, only going in now and then to look to the children. At 5 o'clock she went to a neighbor's house and knocked at the door, but they would not rise. At 6 she went again, and they rose and let her in. She related to them all that had passed. They would persuade her she was mistaken or dreamt. But she confidently affirmed, "If I ever saw her in all my life, I saw her this night." One of those to whom she made the relation, Mary, the wife of John Sweet, had a messenger come from Malling that forenoon to let her know that her neighbor, Goff, was dying and desired to speak with her. She went over that same day and found her just departing. The mother, among other discourse, related to her how much her daughter had longed to see the children, and said that she had seen them. This brought to Mrs. Sweet's mind what the nurse had told her that morning, for till then she had not thought to mention it, but disguised it rather as the woman's disturbed imagination. "The substance of this I had related to me," says Mr. Tilson, "by John Carpenter, the father of the deceased. The next day after her burial, July the 2nd, I fully discoursed the matter with the nurse and the 2 neighbors to whose house she went that morning. 2 days after, I had it from the mother, the minister that was with her in the evening, and the woman who sat up with her that last night. They all agree in the same story, and everyone helps to strengthen the other's testimony. They appear to be sober, intelligent persons, far enough off from designing to impose a cheat upon the world, or to manage a lie. And what temptation they could lie under for so doing, I cannot conceive." And thus ends this incomprehensible affair. End of section 63, read by Paul Songer.